tonight's report of today's good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds in the power. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Hello and welcome to the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. A month ago, we witnessed record-breaking performances from the Women's European Championship in Hamburg with world champion Laura Philipp taking top honors over the 2024 Ironman Pro Series champion, Kat Matthews. Today, it's the men's turn, and the start list here in Frankfurt reads like a who's who of the top-tier professional long-course triathletes. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer in studio, joined by five-time world champion Craig Alexander. Craig, welcome. Talk to me about today's race. Is this some history in the making?
Hey Dee Dee, how are you? Hello to everyone watching. I've been like a cat on a hot tin roof this week waiting for this race. You know, many of the experts are saying it's the best regular season Ironman field ever assembled, and it's hard to argue when you look who's on the start list. We've got 6 of the top 10 from the Ironman World Championships last year, including the whole podium. We've got 5 of the top 10 from the North American Championships earlier this year, and we've got most of the main players from the Ironman Pro Series. This is going to be, a spectacular race on a fast course. I think we're going to see some aggressive racing, and I can't wait.
And when you said hot tin roof, Crow, you meant it, because the weather today is going to be a factor for these men. We're expecting some steamy temperatures. We'll get to that in just a second. Here we go. Weather presented by our friends at Roca. Current temperatures, 68 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius. Clear skies, winds are light, humidity at 77%. That humidity expected to climb into the mid-80s, and those temperatures expected to get up well above 30 degrees Celsius as well. So it's going to be a hot one. That is going to be a factor. We've got $87,500 in prize purse on offer, as well as 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series. Craig, let's talk about this course, this legendary course here in Frankfurt. Of course, as always, it starts with the Roca Swim Course. Our Roca Swim Course is 3.8 kilometers. That's 2.4 miles. It's 2 laps, which are separated by an Australian exit. We've got an on-beach start. Of course, our venue here is the Langander Waldsee. The water temperature today, 24.7 degrees Celsius. So the professionals will not be in wetsuits for today's competition. This 2-loop course, the shorter of the 2 loops is the first one. Then they enter back into the water for the second loop, taking them into transition.
Yeah, so they'll head through the Ruby transition and out onto the Zoot bike course. It is a 2-loop course. Of course, they start, as you mentioned, in the Langander Waldsee, just south of the city of Frankfurt. They'll make their way into the CBD and then do 2 loops. It's a mix of fast and flat sections combined with some challenging hills and climbs. Total elevation gain is 1,334 meters. The distance of the course today is 175.8 kilometers, and they'll head back and finish at Ruvi T2, which is located at the Mankai.
And of course, then we will get out onto our Hoka run course. This Hoka run course, again, legendary here in the city of Frankfurt. It's 4 loops of 42.2 kilometers. That's 26.2 miles. Flat and fast run along the main river. In the city center, with the impressive Frankfurt skyline. The elevation gain, Craig, only 95 meters, but this course is action-packed with crowds at every step of the way. And here we have our athletes getting ready to get underway here. As we have said, this is a star-studded field filled with some of the best athletes in long course racing today for our professional men. 5,000 Pro Series points on the line. Also, 5 qualifying spots for the men's Ironman World Championship in Nice coming up in September. Some big names still without qualifying slots. And as the athletes continue their warm-ups here, we've got a lot of action here to come at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
Tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Welcome back to the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. We are out here at the Langener Waldsee here in Frankfurt, Germany, getting set to get underway for what promises to be a legendary race here with a star-studded field of competitors vying for 5,000 points in the Ironman Pro Series, $87,500 prize purse, and 5 qualifying slots to the men's Ironman World Championship to take place in September in Nice, France. I'm Didi Griesbauer with Craig Alexander. Craig, take a look at this legendary venue.
Yeah, it's amazing. It was great shots earlier of some of the top contenders warming up. We saw Gustav Eden on our screen and Cam Worth. So it's going to be a great racing day today. I think conditions always play a part in the times. We saw historically fast times here last year. I want to say this year's field's even better. So depending on how hot it gets in that run today, I think we're going to see some fast and aggressive racing because there's a lot to play for. The 5,000 Pro Series points for the winner, the $28,000 first prize, but also the European title, which is up for grabs today as well.
Yeah, that European title has eluded one of our race favorites. That's Patrick Lange, of course, who hails from this region. And this has, for him, been the fish that has long gotten away, yet to claim the European title here in Frankfurt. That will be on his mind. We got a quick look there at Ben Canute, one of our athletes, the U.S. athletes, who is vying for one of those critical World Championship qualifying slots as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Didi. There's going to be definitely a race within a race because a lot of the top men have qualified and secured their spot on the start line for Nice, but there's some big names that haven't. You mentioned Ben Canute, also Kieran Linders, who finished 8th in Kona last year and actually took 2nd place here last year. He had an unfortunate crash in Texas earlier on this season, so he'll be looking to bag his spot to Nice today.
Absolutely. Of course, we remember back to a year ago when we had a very similar situation where a lot of our top seeded athletes had already qualified, and I think a lot of the men thought those slots would roll down, but we had some breakthrough performances from athletes like Kieran Linders. The slots didn't roll out of the top 10 last year. We'll see if that happens again here out at the Langener Waldsee, getting ready to get underway for this Mainova Ironman Frankfurt Men's European Championship. We're going to have our top seeded athletes announced momentarily. Start time in just about 10 minutes. That's going to be 6:20 local time. And let's get it off. This is bib number 1 from Norway. He's an Ironman world champion as well as an Ironman 70.3 world champion, Christian Blumenfeld.
Bib number 2, hailing from this region, the local lad, Patrick Lange from Germany, of course, the 3-time and defending Ironman world champion.
And wearing bib number 3, this is the tall figure of the Danish athlete Magnus Ditlev. He finished 2nd to Lange at the 2024 Ironman World Championship in Kona.
Bib number 4 from the USA, Mr. Consistency, Rudy von Berg, 3rd at the Ironman World Championships in Kona last year, and also 3rd at the recent Ironman Texas.
Wearing bib number 5, he is from Norway. This is Gustav Eden. He was the Ironman World Champion and 2-time Ironman 70.3 World Champion. Got off to a great start in Oceanside. Let's see what he can do today.
And wearing bib number 6, also from Germany, Jonas Schomburg, representative of Germany at the Olympic Games, as well as taking a 3rd place in his debut Ironman performance in South Africa earlier this season.
Wearing bib number 7, he's from the United Kingdom. He had a breakout performance at this race a year ago. He was 8th at the Ironman World Championship in 2024. And as I said, 2nd here a year ago today. This is Kieran Linders.
And wearing bib number 9 from Australia, Cameron Worth. Cameron has represented Australia at the Olympics for rowing all the way back in Athens 2004. He's a cyclist on the Pro Tour, and he also finished 8th in Ironman Texas this season.
And wearing bib number 10 from Denmark, under the tutelage of a new coach this year, which landed him a 4th place finish at Ironman Texas, Daniel Bakkegaard.
And rounding out our seeded men, wearing bib number 11 from Norway, Kasper Stornes, Olympic representative for Norway and also 5th place finisher at the Ironman North American Championships in Texas earlier this year.
And those are our top seeded athletes, but there are so many more that we'll be talking about throughout the day today. Craig, athletes getting back into the water now to finish up their warm-ups. We will get underway at 6:20 local time. That's in about 7 minutes. We talk about the race within the race, and I noticed, Craig, in the pre-race interviews, a lot of these guys were really sheepish. The question asked, do you think you can win on Sunday? None of them really took the bull by the horns and said confidently yes, and I think that speaks to the level of competition we've got out on the race course today.
Yeah, it's one of the best fields ever assembled. We mentioned that. I think as we're seeing the athletes putting the finishing touches on their warm-ups here, it's always a nervous time before they call you back to the start line. But, I mean, I think Christian Blumenfeld was very vocal about his ambitions. He's always keen to win.
That's right, Christian Blumenfeld. Probably, if we had to say, and it's a dangerous thing to say in this field, the favorite for today, would you say?
He's got to be one of the favorites. I think he's one of the greatest triathletes on the men's side we've seen in our sport. He's consistent. He's had a couple of little hiccups, but he is the defending champion here. you know, he raced here last year 10 days after the Olympic Games, and we all thought, myself included, he would be underdone and laid down one of the great performances. So I think you write that man off at your own peril.
And I think a lot more on the line for an athlete like Magnus Ditlev, who's got a lot more to prove. Certainly has a really strong resume, but has yet to topple some of the greats like Christian Blumenfeld. And then, of course, we talked about Patrick Lange wanting to win here in his home region, hometown. Rudy von Berg, another one of our heavy favorites here. You said it in his intro, Mr. Consistency, always on the podium, often overlooked for the win. Could it be his day? And then a lot of buzz about Kasper Stornes as well.
Yeah, they're all, I think, some of the athletes that we'll be looking at today, they'll feature at the front of the race. I think Patrick's race last year was lost here in the swim. He lost 4 minutes, so we need to keep an eye on that. Kasper Stornes is a man who I think is in form. He went toe-to-toe with Christian in the recent Ironman 70.3 race in Aix-en-Provence, ran a 1:07, so he obviously brings great form to this race. And Rudy von Berg, as you mentioned, no one gets on podiums, particularly in big races, more than Rudy. I think the question for him is, as an athlete, if I'm a consistent podium finisher, can I take the next step and become a consistent winner? And so today's a great opportunity for him to do that. He's no stranger to big fields. I mean, every race we see Rudy in, it's a stacked field. So I don't think he will be in awe of his competition, but I'm sure he's very keen to take that next step in his development as an athlete.
Yeah, another one of the athletes that's going to have to mind his P's and Q's during this swim to not try to give up too much time is Cameron Worf. He's another one of our athletes today looking to secure his qualifying slot to the Ironman World Championship in Nice. And then Daniel Baekkegard, it's a name that we sort of lost touch with a little bit. He had some setbacks in his career, but this year has gotten off to a really strong start. He's got a new coach, and he could be another surprise performer here today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there's a lot of great swimmers here in this field, and Daniel's one of those. And I think knowing who else is in the field, a lot of these good swimmers will be looking to push the pace early. But I think Daniel's a guy who has great pedigree. I mean, I remember him winning Ironman Western Australia 2 years ago when he did a 7:34. Had a couple of lean seasons. He had a bad injury with his back and new coach, as you mentioned. So I'm sure he's keen to get his season up and running. Following on from a great fourth place finish at the Ironman North American Championships, I'm sure he's definitely got his heart set on going a little bit better here today and maybe stepping onto that podium.
And let's take a look at some of our notables with their color-coded swim caps. Helps us keep an eye on them as they get into the Roka swim course. Of course, we've got Christian Blumenfeld wearing green, Patrick Lange wearing light blue, Magnus Ditlev will be in pearly pink, Rudy von Berg in royal blue, Gustav Eden in pearly pink.
And then we've got
Jonas
Jonas Schomburg in orange. We've got Kieran Linders in light blue. Cam Worth in neon red. Daniel Baekkegard, one of the good swimmers in this field, he'll be wearing an orange cap. Kasper Stornes in green. And then we've got Christian Hugenhog and Benjamin Canute in violet.
And you had said, Craig, there we've got Cam Worth there. Quick look as we go back to an overhead shot. The size of the lead pack in this swim could be significant and change the whole dynamic of the race. Talk to me quickly right before we get underway. How does that impact the dynamic of this race?
Yeah, well, with so many big favourites and big names, the dynamics in this race are going to be crucial. And they say you can't win it in the swim, but you can certainly lose it there. Patrick Lange did last year. And knowing some of the quality swimmers, Willie Hirsch, Johannes Vogel, Jonas Schomburg, I'm sure they're going to want to get on the front foot early and create some separation. And we need to see who of the big favourites can latch onto that front group.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Patrick Lange able to cling on to the back of the swim group at the Ironman World Championship a year ago. Proved to be sort of a critical thing for him. Will he be able to do it again today and seize this Ironman European Championship title that has thus far eluded him? As we take a look down the lineup of our professional men, we are less than a minute away from the start.
Yeah, that's a great last camera shot panning across the pro men. I'm sure a lot of the nerves are settling now. As an athlete, this is what you've trained for. This is what the men have been waiting for, and they're about to get launched here.
And a beach start here. They'll take a couple of high knee steps, dolphin dive their way into the Langener Waldsee. can hear over the local speaker, we're 30 seconds away from the start. So, Craig, it's getting awful real.
Yeah, no, it's good. And as you mentioned, it's a beach start with an Aussie exit. So I think that always factors into the dynamic here too. It's not your traditional deep water start. That's a specific skill, having to get out of the water and get back in, and watching to see some of these athletes get away quick with their porpoising, or dolphining as we call it down under in Australia. And a lot of the good swimmers like Jonas Schomburg, I'm sure, want to get out really quick here.
And here we are underway at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. And as we see a couple of dolphin dives, and they're off. Again, we're looking for some of our key swimmers here. Wilhelm Hirsch, Johan Vogel, Ben Canute should be up there. Daniel Beckegaard, Rudy Van Berg, we expect to be in there. Patrick Lange, let's look out for him. Can he hang on to that front pack? Magnus Ditlev, how much time will he lose? Will Christian Hogenhaug be able to stay in touch?
Yeah, these are all the storylines we need to look out for in the swim here. There's certain athletes like a Magnus Ditlev. He has enough power on the bike that he can bridge a gap. So it doesn't matter. I'm sure he'd prefer, of course, to be in the front group, because we're getting a nice shot of the athletes now. About 100 meters into this swim, things are already starting to thin out. We see two distinct groups forming. But some athletes, I think, like Patrick, his race will be determined by where he comes out of this swim.
And we see a couple of yellow caps there. That is Wilhelm Hirsch, no surprises there, and Paul Schuster, two familiar swim leaders taking to the front of this race. I saw the green cap of Christian Blumenfeld there, also off to a good start. And as you mentioned, Craig, the Australian exit, I think we're going to see our swim leaders with their heads on a swivel when we get to that stage to see strategically how big is this group, who's here, and who have we dropped. A lot of these guys are thinking about Patrick Lange and how much distance they can get on him, both in the swim and the bike, because he is revered for his run speed.
Yeah, particularly if the temperatures get up here. We know Patrick doesn't mind running fast when it gets hot. I think he was the big omission from Ironman Texas earlier this year, and that certainly changed the dynamics of that race. You mentioned Wilhelm Hirsch already leading. I think he led the swim out here last year. So I always love a swim with an Aussie exit. I think it gives the better swimmers an opportunity, as you mentioned, to take stock of where everyone is and really push the pace at the start of that second loop. That's where you tend to see some separation when you get a swim course that's set up like this.
And as we talk about this Roka swim course, we would be remiss if we did not mention the course best owned by Jan Siebersen at 42:17. That's a smoking fast swim. We'll see how the men go at it today, but we are well underway here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship with our men just now 2.5 minutes into racing. As we take a look back at the swim start, just 3 minutes ago.
Definitely some athletes much more aggressive in that start.
Certainly when you're dealing with this size of a field, some of those swimmers who are less confident, I would say, might take a small pause to try to get on some of those feet. But as our race leaders are here well and truly underway, I do see a yellow cap there, likely Wilhelm Hirsch there at the lead, in second place right now, and trying to get eyes on our early swim leader. A little bit of separation there at the start. I'd like to see who I believe is Wilhelm Hirsch there in second place get up on his feet a little bit more, would be much more beneficial. There's a red cap there.
I think that might be Andreas Solversberg out in front. He's a noted swimmer, comes from a short course background. Love to see athletes take it out hard like this. I think you can tell a lot about an athlete's intention, how they start the race. And, often with athletes like Patrick, you mentioned he came out, I think it was 4th or 5th place in Kona last year. This is a different swim. It's a lake swim, not a saltwater swim. But, with the beach start and that Aussie exit, I think if you're a little inconsistent with your swim performances, the start is crucial. Getting yourself in a great position, getting on a good set of feet, and not missing the break or missing where some of, often in these swims, people drop the feet and the gaps can really open early. in the swim, and it can put you on the back foot for the rest of the swim.
You know what I'm seeing here, Craig, and it's always fun, I think, for us here in the booth to talk about how we think the race is going to play out, and then, of course, it never plays out according to plan. So much talk before the race about how it was going to be such a big lead group in the swim. I'm surprised that less than 5 minutes in, our leaders are already pretty, strung out.
Yeah, what's interesting is that from the overhead shot, we can see it's not really a big group. It's almost single file. And that's always a pretty good indication that the pace is on early. So if that is Andreas Solversberg in the front, he's laying down the watts, as they say, early. And I don't mind that strategy. I think if you're a good swimmer, you've got to race to your strengths and put everyone else on the back foot. I'm sure athletes like Magnus Ditlev, with all his experience, he knows he's not going to be at the front of the race at this point. And he's just trying to lay down his best swim. And, you know, there's so much firepower to come on this bike course that many of these athletes, it doesn't really matter if they lose a couple of minutes in this swim. But for others, it will make a huge difference to their race.
And again, we see our professional men here getting a little bit strung out, single file in the very early stages of this Mainova Ironman Frankfurt Men's European Championship. This is a star-studded field, and we've got quite a day ahead of us in racing.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Hoka. Fly, human, fly. Well, that's it. We are back and truly well underway as our men are in the water here on the first outbound section of this two-loop Roka swim course. Our men are strung out, single file. Craig, this is not at all what I expected.
No, normally you see one or two off the front and then a group, but this is definitely single file. The pace is on. Just trying to identify that lead swimmer. I thought it might have been Solversberg, but it could be Johannes Vogel, who we know is also a great swimmer. I did see the violet cap of Ben Canute up towards the front, and I think it's Wilhelm Hirsch as well in that front group. So there's some swim pedigree in this group, and they are single file on each other's feet as we see them making the turn, and they'll head back now towards the beach for their Aussie exit. The pace is on here. The pace is on. I like this strategy from the swimmers in the field.
How much, Craig, do these guys talk before the race? Like, would some of the swimmers get together and say, "Hey, this is how we want to take this. This is our chance." Do the cyclists get together and sort of strategize about working together, so to speak?
Yeah, it happens. I mean, I think the athletes know each other's strengths and weaknesses very, very well. So sometimes it doesn't even need to be spoken about. I mean, I'm sure, for instance, Magnus Ditlev and Christian Hugenhog, they just know that at some point they're probably going to be together on the bike and they won't need to exchange too many pre-race plans. It'll just be go hard and bridge the gap, and then set about, eating into the lead. So I think it's the same with the swimmers, but some of them might have had a chat. There's probably only 2 or 3 swimmers in the field who realistically could lead. There's a lot who could be in the front group. And maybe there was a couple of words spoken yesterday or even this morning about keeping the pace high. And loving this strategy by the swimmers. I think it's a good strategy. It puts everyone on the back foot. Once the gun goes off, they just launch into top speed, and it's a race right from the get-go. No one's playing tactics here, particularly these guys at the front of this group. So, we did expect to see some separation, maybe not so early on in the swim.
And one of our notables who is likely not at the front of this swim is Cameron Worf. We had a chance to talk to Cameron about how critical this swim would be for a non-swimmer in this race.
How's this weekend going to play out for you? How do you see it?
The swim's always crucial, especially now, as you said, there's so many strong guys. Christian, Magnus, they're all great swimmers. So, they swim together at the front of the race, and the momentum of the race can be at the front. I guess I was fortunate in Texas to be able to get myself back into the race because I guess Robert Killian was there and Christian Hogg and a bunch of those guys that you just mentioned, but I was able to get myself back into the race, but that's not a given anymore. So I really need to swim well and either be with them or at least very close to give myself the best chance to be a part of it. And and obviously I also proved in Kona that I can also be patient and if need be, be confident in the speed that I ride at that isn't that easy for a lot of people. And if I have to, I'll just run them down like I was doing there. So I think I've got a lot of different options, which is probably quite an advantage now.
Confident words from Cameron Worf. I would expect nothing less.
Cam Worf, the runner. I love it. I mean, he did have a great race in Kona. He came off the bike probably a lot further back than he expected and that everyone watching expected, but he had a great run and got himself in the 7th spot there. So he's one of the few athletes who has the bike strength. It doesn't really matter where he comes out, but he'll still be able to get about his business and lay down a good race. Many other athletes, their race outcome is determined by who they're on the bike with or what group they're in. So I love Cam's maturity. He's matured as a racer and his experience, and he knows he can play a few different cards, but ideally he would like to be closer to the front. It's so interesting watching this race as we see our leader again, just beautiful open water swim stroke, nice high elbows. Typically you see the separation come in the back half of the swim, not in the front half. So I really feel there's this swim is going to blow open even more on the second lap here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not necessarily playing to it's certainly a different dynamic than we saw a year ago where a lot of the real contenders could kind of be in a big group on the bike, sit in, not do so much work, bank their run strength. And right now, some of the swimmers are really sticking it to the field here and shaking up the dynamic of this race literally from the gun.
Yeah, I think in that front group there, I did see Ben Knut, and I think Andreas Solversberger is in there somewhere too. And it's interesting to note that both those gentlemen came out of the water in the top 10 at the Rio Olympics nearly a decade ago. So they've got that swim pedigree. They've got that ability to push the pace. And yeah, it's interesting. We did debate before the gun went off how big this front group would be as we see the age groupers lining up here about to hit the water for their day. When the really elite swimmers go off the front, it probably makes it more of an even race behind because some of the pre-race contenders haven't got themselves into that front group, like a Christian Blumenfeld or a Rudy von Berg. So, oftentimes you can see some of the big favourites latch onto this front group and they get a free ride in the swim and maybe get an extra 2 minutes over and above otherwise what they would have. So I'm liking the way this race is playing out. I think we're going to see, some individuals and a lot of smaller groups at the start of this bike ride.
Now, we talked about last year how Patrick Lange sort of lost the race in the swim. He had a nearly 4-minute deficit coming out of the water. It seems to me with the swim pace being what it is and there not being quite the same size group, that might spell trouble for Patrick again from the get-go.
Yeah, we'll have to see at this Aussie exit at halfway where Patrick's position in this field. But generally speaking, when you've got a big field and a quality field, there's always someone to fill the gaps and to grab the feet when those gaps start opening up. When the field thins out like it has here, everybody's got to do their own work. So I agree, Didi. It makes it a fairer race. The onus is on each individual athlete to do a lot of their own work here, and I think that makes for a very interesting race dynamic.
And of course, we just saw some of our 3,000 registered age group athletes get underway here in Frankfurt. Triathlon here in Germany, so very popular. I raced one time here in Frankfurt and was struck by the level of popularity. I mean, these German athletes in particular are like rock stars here in the country. They are like major league sports might be in the US. I don't know what the equivalent would be in Australia.
No, I agree. I mean, I think it's one of the countries, I read that one of the few countries who do a live coverage of many of our bigger races. The Ironman world champions and the Olympians, all the triathletes, the top name, like our Jan Fredinos and Sebastian Kienle's, Patrick Lange's, they're household names in Germany. It's a country that really love their triathlon and they show up in force to support the athletes. And we're going to get that today. We're going to get big crowds, great atmosphere. And I think that's why a lot of the athletes love to travel here to race.
Yeah, they get lots of support out on the course, no doubt, particularly on that run course as we take a look at our swim leaders making their way back to the beach for that legendary Aussie exit. Racing, did you like the Aussie exit? Did you despise the Aussie exit? How did it play out for you?
Oh, I liked it. I mean, that's what we grew up with down here racing. Most of the races were beach starts, and I think any athlete will tell you, you just get used to doing it if you do it so often. So it was just our bread and butter. I think it's something that we don't see as often in races these days. And I know a lot of these athletes would have included some of this into their specific preparation, doing some in and out sessions and, just the physiological requirements of getting the blood from your arms and shoulders down to your legs again, that little spike in heart rate.
Yep.
It's a very uncomfortable feeling when you hit the water for the second loop.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's something that as a pool-trained swimmer, I did not especially enjoy, but can be a strategic advantage if you take advantage and practice it at home as we see our athletes. I'm eyeballing this, Craig, and I'm saying about 15, 16 guys, but really strung out single file here through the first lap of this Roka swim course.
Yeah, these athletes on the back of this front group, they have to be very vigilant here. It's very easy to get dropped coming up the beach. And of course, the first athlete hits the beach and he'll be running while the athletes on the tail end of this group are still swimming. So, if you're on the back of this group, you'd be making sure that you just get in and out around this Aussie exit and back in the water really quickly as we see our first athlete hit the beach.
And every single one of these athletes, their head, the first thing they do, that head turns around and they look around, I think looking at some of those color-coded caps to see who's with them. But to your point, those athletes who are get up and on their feet seem to be getting a gap on some of the chasing athletes. As we look, it is Schomburg in the lead with Vogel, Ben Knut at third feet, and Kasper Stepniak in fourth position. And it looks like that little group of four has gotten away just by a second or two.
Yeah, see, Kieran Linder's up there as well, having a great swim. Interesting, I wasn't able to pick Jonas Schomburg's cap color, but he is a noted swimmer, as is Johannes Vogel. So, Johannes Vogel doing his first Ironman. This is his debut Ironman, but he comes off his first pro win earlier this year. So he's positioned himself nicely as we see some of the other pro men coming up and around here. We've got, that looks like Casper Stornes or potentially Christian Blumenfeld going in.
Yeah, it looked like Christian Blumenfeld was at the very tail end. Actually, it's sort of in the second cap of the chase group, chasing Rudy von Berg. That lead group was 9 athletes strong that included Casper Stornes, as you said, Daniel Beckegaard, Christian Hogenhaug in that group as well, and then the second chase group including Rudy von Berg, Christian Blumenfeld, De Walcher, and Patrick Lange in that group as well. So far, a very good swim for Patrick Lange.
Yeah, he's with a good little group there. Obviously, not too far behind Christian, so I think he'll be happy. But again, I feel it's this second loop where we'll see a bit more separation, even more than the first loop. The stronger swimmers tend to perform better on the second loop with an Aussie exit. So let's see if it plays out that way.
Well, in particular, too, the second loop's slightly longer than the first in this swim by about 800 meters. Magnus Ditlev sitting at 1 minute back through the first 1.5K of that swim. So we can see from our overhead shots here, really kind of 2 distinct groups as some of our chasers continue to make their way out of the Aussie exit.
Good to see Kasper Stepniak up there in the top 5 around 2. It was interesting watching some of the techniques. Some of the athletes really attack that second entry into the second loop, get their hips out of the water, really stride in, and that can save you 5 or 10 meters. Of course, you're going from a fast discipline running to a slower discipline swimming, so any speed you can carry in the water, it doesn't seem like it would be much, but it's very easy to lose 2 or 3 body lengths going through those Australian exits.
And absolutely one of the advantages these athletes would have had here with this being a lake swim, this being a sand and gravel quarry, you're not dealing with tides. Oftentimes you go to a swim venue the day before and tides will be different than on race day, but the athletes will have practiced those entries and exits, knowing exactly how many dolphin dives to take. We are into the second loop of this Roka swim course at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We are back with the action here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. Our pro men through the first loop of this Roka swim course into the second lap. We had Jonas Schomburg as our men's leader. through the first loop of the swim. He was with Vogel and American Ben Canute, just a half a step ahead of Kasper Stepniak, Kieran Linders, Andreas Salvesberg, Daniel Bakkegaard, Kasper Stornes, and Christian Hogenhaug in our lead group.
Yeah, it's a quality little group. Interesting to see Christian Hugenhog in that group. I mean, he's noted for his cycling. I think he'll be really happy with that first loop of the swim. And, you know, I always think it's a huge advantage for the noted Uber bikers, as we call them, to launch their attack early and from the front if they can. If it takes them 2 or 3 hours to catch up and bridge that gap on the bike, I always find it's less impactful. Someone like Christian, if he can get on this bike early and launch his attack early, again, it'll just throw a spanner right in the works of this race, I think, and it'll play to the hands of other athletes like Magnus Ditlev as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of the athletes around him could take advantage of his cycling prowess as well. Looking at Jonas Schomburg, again, our leader through the first lap. We had a chance to catch up with Schomburg pre-race, and here's what he said about this swim and the day ahead.
We had a great first Ironman in Ironman South Africa. What did you experience from that, and what did you learn that you're going to bring into your second Ironman here in Frankfurt?
I learned that I'm good in the heat. I actually knew it before, but I love the heat. The hotter the better, and I hope it's going to be like 30 plus degrees here, especially on the run, and it makes them suffer.
Fellow compatriot Patrick Langer, he also likes the heat. He also does well in the heat. How would you rate yourself against Patrick on a course like this?
Last time I raced him was probably like 10 years ago. But I think it's hard to race against him or my strategy is completely opposite. I will try to be the front from the start to the finish, and he will eat up the race from the back. But I think I would try to make it fast as possible to make him suffer.
Well, there you go. Jonas Schomburg with that outstanding performance earlier this year, third at Ironman South Africa. Believe it or not, he was a gymnast when he was a younger athlete, transitioning to triathlon. I think he made a pretty good call there.
Yeah, well, if he was a gymnast, we know he's got great core strength, and that probably helps him in some of these disciplines. But I love his mindset and his mentality. He knows his strengths as an athlete. He knows that he's a great swimmer, and we've seen that throughout his WTCS short course career. He's typically at the front of the races in front groups, and you need to be a good swimmer to do that. So he's racing to his strengths, and he understands that if he sees Patrick, it probably will be later in the race. I just like how he's focusing in on his own race. It's a great little front group. Daniel Bakkegaard's in that group. Kasper Stepniak's in the group. Kieran Linders, I think he will be really happy with his start to the race so far. He wanted to, he had designs on getting in that front group, and we know he's one of the athletes who's yet to get that qualification spot for Nice Worlds later this year. So, and then it was about 45 seconds back to a second group. So 2 distinct groups have formed in this swim, and still what's noticeable to me, Didi, is they're swimming in single file. It's not bunching up at all behind the lead, the arrowhead. So that to me says that the pace is still quite solid here in both these groups.
And causing these athletes to do quite a bit more work. That arrowhead formation, we know, creates a little bit of efficiency for the drafting swimmers. So single file still an advantage to be sitting on the feet, but a greater advantage if the group is larger as opposed to the single file.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So interesting to see Patrick Langer. I think he'll be happy with where he's positioned. He had some of the other big pre-race favourites around him, most noticeably Christian Blumenfeld. And I think one guy that we really need to keep an eye on today is Kasper Stornes. He's probably what you would say the unheralded of the 3 Norwegians, but
the other Norwegian, as we call him.
Yeah, well, he's like the stepbrother, I guess. We don't give him too much love, but he's a well-rounded athlete. He has won a WTCS race in Bermuda 8 years ago. He's represented Norway at the Olympics, as we mentioned, and finished 11th there. I mean, just recently, he went toe-to-toe with Christian at Aix-en-Provence, and he ran a 1:07. So we know he's in form, and I mean, to lay down a run split like that, we know he's got pedigree. He actually led this race 4 years ago when he was solely focused on short course racing, lost his nutrition on the bike, and still figured up towards the front of the race halfway through the marathon until that sort of nutrition depletion came back to haunt him. But I think he's got a lot more experience now. He finished 5th earlier this year in Texas, so he's certainly a guy I think we need to watch. I think he'll be towards the front of the race today.
Yeah, certainly building momentum towards becoming one of the better known Norwegians, as opposed to sort of the third man, the third wheel, so to speak. So lots of potential in the future for him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's one of the up and coming short course speedsters, and that's a natural transition we see. That is the transition that you see. I mean, most athletes have a short course career, and then they step into the longer racing, and it's just a matter of fine tuning, I guess, your fat oxidation and your pacing and your nutrition. But you bring that threshold and that speed and all those weapons with you into this racing. So excited to see Jonas Schomburg today, as well as Casper Stornes.
Taking a look, too, at Kieran Linders, who had that breakout performance here a year ago, coming in second. How important is it for the athletes to come back to a course they've done well at the past, or to take an athlete like a Patrick Lange, for whom a hugely accomplished, one of the greatest athletes in our sport, sort of this is the missing piece of his puzzle, the piece that he hasn't gotten, the one that's gotten away. It almost seems like you want one or the other. You want unfinished business because you want that hunger, that anger, that motivation, or you want to come back to a course where you've got really good vibes, you remember how well it went a year ago, and then that fills you with confidence.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture of both of those, depending on your personality. What was interesting there, Didi, I think it was Schomburg. He just rolled over and did about 15 or 20 meters of backstroke and said, "Hey boys, who else wants to do some heavy lifting up front here?" So it's nice to see someone else take up the pacing here. But no, I think it's a great question that you raise. I think it's a very individual thing. As an athlete, I always felt, when you return to a place that you've raced at before, you know the course well, you know the conditions. And hopefully, if you've had a good race there, it lessens the anxiety. I think there's always good feelings. So I'm sure Kieran will be riding the wave of positivity from a great performance. We heard him talk about how this race changed the trajectory of his career last year. So I'm sure that comes with a lot of positive emotions. And, Patrick, I think, is an athlete who does thrive a little bit on maybe proving people wrong. And we certainly saw him cross the finish line in Kona last year and looked like he was carrying a lot of anger with him and get that up you, stuff you, everybody. So, I think he'll be wanting to set the record straight for his resume. He's never won this race. I don't think he's even podiumed on this course. So to have the resume that he has without that, I'm sure he feels that's a jewel in the crown that's missing. So he'll be highly motivated as well. But that comes with pressure as well. I think when you are one of the favorites, it comes with a lot of pressure.
Pressure indeed, but I think we can talk about, his performance here last year and in previous years, coming up a little bit short, being the local guy and wanting to do well in front of the hometown crowd. And a lot of people have talked about this race as sort of given the strength of the field, as sort of the men's Ironman World Championship version 1.0, where we're getting a test of mid-season fitness for a lot of the guys that we expect to contend in Nice. And when we look back to a year ago and how great and surprising Christian Blumenfeld's performance was, and how sort of disappointing in, oh, poor Patrick again, but then fast forward to the Ironman World Championship a year ago, and the tables were turned. We had, of course, that outstanding performance from Patrick Lange, where Christian Blumenfeld sort of struggled. And I think if you ask both of those guys which way you'd rather be, I think you'd rather be Patrick.
Yeah, no doubt. Although Christian doesn't strike me as the kind of athlete who lacks confidence even after a bad performance because he has so few of them. But just looking at the conditions here, Didi, the conditions look beautiful. There's not a lot of texture on the top of the water.
Yep.
It looked like it was Wilhelm Hirsch leading the swim there. And as we can see, the shots we're seeing, that sun is very low. It's probably hard to sight. It looked like Hirsch had to sight a little bit more than he would have liked then, keeping the head above water. We also saw Johannes Vogel in there. So, but this group's ticking along nicely. They're not getting in each other's way. Single file, I think the pace is still quick, and I think they'll be motivated to at least try and squeeze this lead out to 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, that lead group was 9 strong at the Aussie exit at 1.5 kilometers. They are getting a little bit strung out, so could potentially lose 1 or 2 by the time they make it to the exit of the Roca swim course.
Can still see Ben Canute tucked in there in third spot. Looks super comfortable. So he's doing what we know he likes to do. He's a great swimmer. He's a front pack swimmer, has been his whole career. So he's having a good swim there. And it's just interesting, the dynamic. I mean, these guys will all be motivated to push the pace, although we did see Schomburg roll off and do some backstroke. So he was probably sick of doing all the pace making. But that second group, who's going to get on the front there? Who's going to do the pace making? It's all the big favorites. So, really they should share that pace making and the heavy lifting on the front of that group. But that's not always how it works out. And that's why we tend to see, the chase groups lose some time and lose it quickly.
Yeah, they tend to not be as organized or as motivated. And I think a lot of people trying to strategize and not wanting to burn the matches and wait for somebody else to sort of take charge and get it done. It looks to me like that group, again, that was just a quick eyeball shot there from overhead, but it did look to be about the same size group, so it doesn't look like they've lost any of their strength there from that group at the halfway point, or the just slightly less than halfway point. Still about 9 strong, so no one spit off the back there.
Yeah, and as we flash back to the leaders here, and Kasper Stepniak just tucked in nicely in second spot. Very nice, relaxed turnover. And even though he is on the feet here, we can still see him siding every 3 or 4 strokes, which is always a good idea. Never put your race in the hands of the person in front. Navigation can be hard. As you know, Didi, you led your fair share of swims. And when the sun's this low, it is hard to sight. And you want to take the tightest line, swim the shortest distance that you can. So, the really great open water swimmers, not only are they physically great swimmers, but tactically and technically in the water, they sight well, they navigate well, and they swim the shortest distance.
Well, and that sun, though, I mean, you talk about it. I remember years ago at this race when it was a women's race, that sun playing a big factor. A lot of the women swam pretty significantly off course because of that sun glare. We've seen even great swimmers. I remember at Boulder 70.3 years ago, our 2 lead men got tangled up in the sun glare, and lost considerable time as well, but not a problem for our men today. I did see Ben Canute, who looked like he was moving his way into 3rd position. Looks like he's sitting just in 4th, but currently still feeling really, really good and pushing the pace, trying to get to the front, potentially as they make their way to the Ruvi transition zone. But Ben Canute, one of our athletes looking for a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship. He broke ties with his former coach, made a lot of changes, moved his family in the U.S. from Arizona up to Colorado, started working with a new coach there, just a different stimulus. And that's good for an athlete from time to change things up, particularly if you've had a long-term relationship with a coach.
Yeah, we tend to see that happen quite regularly, and often the relationships don't end badly. It's just a change of scenery that an athlete needs, a new voice, a new stimulus, as you mentioned. And Ben's an athlete with a lot of history in this sport. Of course, he's a 2-time podium finisher at the Ironman 70.3 World, so we know he's one of the best in the world when he gets it right. And I feel athletes like Ben and Daniel Bakagar and Kieran Lindis are getting a nice little ride in this group. They're not having to do the pace making, but they're just getting a nice little tow along, saving a little bit of energy and getting a little bit of a gap back to some of the other pre-race favorites.
Yeah, and that's a great place to be, right? I mean, particularly any one of those guys, I think, is likely strong enough that they could be at the front of that. So a good choice. Again, we saw Ben Canute sort of pecking his way forward in that group, but to stay off the lead, save those matches for later in the day.
Yeah, and that's what we talk about, the race dynamic and the tactics within a race. Like, you have your A1 scenario, you want to have as fast a swim as possible, spending as little energy as possible, which means having a fast start and getting in a group where someone else in the group is motivated to push the pace, like a Wilhelm Hirsch or a Jonas Schomburg. So it's playing out really nicely at the moment for Daniel and Ben and Kieran and some of the other athletes who we don't just expect to figure in the swim, but we expect to figure in the top 5 or top 10, by the time we finish this race today.
And as you look, we mentioned it quickly, Christian Hogenhaug, a part of this group at the tail end of it, at least through halfway. Looking at this group, he's sort of the powerhouse on the bike. So for him, could he, should he, will he bike away from this group? And could we see a solo break off the front?
For me, that's the storyline of this swim so far, is that Christian Hogenhaug's got himself into this front group. If I was in his shoes, and I'm not, I'm sitting here comfortably behind a microphone, and he's got his heart rate up in the high 100s, probably close to 200. I think he would revel this opportunity to attack early on the bike. And he has so much experience. It's not going to be a crazy attack, but he needs to, again, race to his strengths. He biked a 3:57 on this course last year. He was, and I know it was a historically fast year last year. I did a little bit of research before the race, and I think the top 10, 7 or 8 of the top 10 last year actually had 8 of the top 10 all-time biking performances on this course. Only the legend Sebastian Kienle had a comparable time from years past. So we know that meant it was a historically fast year. The conditions must have been, favourable. But Hogenhaug still did outbike the rest of the front group by 6 minutes. So, if I'm in his shoes here, I'm thinking this is my A1 scenario. This is, if I have visualized this race, this is what I would hope to get myself into this front group and to really, play my ace early on the bike.
Yeah, and get away. I mean, I think we mentioned it, very quickly earlier, but a lot of these athletes thinking about Patrick Lange, who runs particularly well in the heat, has unfinished business on this course. If Hogenhaug can get away early, potentially get far enough away to make Patrick really work for it once we get to that run, obviously hours from now. But these are the things that aren't necessarily at the forefront of these athletes' mind, but in the back of their minds playing through these scenarios. And I think Christian Hogenhaug has to be thinking, this is pretty ideal for me so far.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I would be readying myself for the best T1 of my life if I was Christian, and I would be taking it up the road, because I think, you mentioned it's probably not in the forefront of all these athletes' minds. Well, it better get there quickly, because we're coming towards the end of the swim, and if you are in that second group and you get out of the water and you hear it's 2 minutes to Christian Hogenhaug up the road, then I think that sets the table nicely for someone like Magnus Ditlev then to bridge across, and really leads to a very aggressive start to this bike ride, as opposed to what we typically see is a lot of the moves coming after 100 kilometers. We could flip the script here with Christian up the road.
Yeah, let's put some of these favorites to bed early. Let's use our strengths in the swim and the bike to distance ourselves from some of the faster runners. We could see, Blumenfeld try to bridge that gap as well. Rudy von Berg, another athlete who's very strong on the bike, will want to do some work to distance themselves from some of the faster runners indeed. And you talked about once they get to transition, leveraging that transition. Every second matters, of course, here in the Ironman Pro Series. That transition, it's a pretty long run, about 200 meters up the beach into transition. So while it doesn't look like much, it is a pretty challenging transition zone, and an area where athletes can, again, take advantage. All it takes is a few seconds, and then you're, off the front and gone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think some of those athletes you mentioned, I think if it's splintered early, particularly onto the bike, because that suits Christian Blumenfeld as well. He's an aggressive racer. We saw him leading the race in Oceanside before he flattered, so he's not scared of getting his nose in the wind. And Rudy von Berg as well. Rudy loves a hard bike ride, so I think this early dynamic, and it is early in the race, but I think this early dynamic may play to Rudy's strengths as well.
And as we take a look here at a preview of our run up from the exit of the Roca swim course into the Ruvi transition zone, our cameraman running very, very quickly into the run. Again, we saw a little bit of an uphill slope here, and then athletes making their way all the way to the end of transition. They'll go into those transition tents, drop off their swim skins, grab their helmets. Helmets must be clipped. Again, knowing particular race rules, must be clipped before they exit the tent. I believe some athletes in the past have actually gotten dinged for not knowing local rules, but most oftentimes it's your helmet has to be chin clipped before you put your hands on your bike. But here in Frankfurt, in past years, some athletes have gotten dinged for not having it clipped out of the transition tent. So always good to review those athlete books and attend athlete briefings and learn local triathlon rules, because every venue, while they're similar, local triathlon rules tend to be slightly different. So always good to know that. But you can see we're still running through transition here before we make our way to the bike racks.
Yeah, I mean, I think the time you spend going through T1 it's not race ending, but again, you don't want to be stationary while others are moving. So hurry slowly is the mantra most athletes use. You want to get through as quickly as possible. And you see a lot of the top pros, they will not waste any time through here as we flash back to the swim. And again, still in single file, Didi, which I like. I think it means the pace has been, probably slightly harder in the swim than a lot of anticipated. We haven't seen that bunched up sort of group form in behind an arrowhead, and it's great. It's great to see some of the pre-race favourites like Christian Hugenhog, like Daniel Bakagar, like Kieran Linders get themselves into this front group. I think it gives them a few options as they're about to, hit the beach and run up into T1.
Yeah, we've got just about, I'm going to eyeball it and say that's about 100 meters to go. Those sight buoys typically tend to be about 100 meters apart, so we'll call that less than maybe a minute now until they reach the shore and make their way into the Ruvi transition zone. Again, course best here, 42.17. That is long gone from Jan Siebersen, so his course best will stay safe for yet another year. We're at 46 minutes and change on our race clock with less than a minute to go in this Oroka swim course.
That's an unbelievable swim by Jan Siebersen. Yeah. 42 minutes. That's just, and we know he was the former course record holder at the Ironman World Championships in Kona as well. And of course, the founder of Sailfish wetsuits and swim skins. And to have a 42-minute swim, very impressive. But this is an impressive swim by these men, 46 minutes. I mean, I think the conditions are good. Obviously, it's a non-wetsuit swim, which slows things down a little bit. But the better swimmers prefer non-wetsuit swim. I think it's an advantage to them. They get to, utilize that strength and gain a bit of a lead over the lesser swimmers in the field.
Yeah, for those who don't know, wearing that wetsuit, that neoprene provides a little bit of buoyancy, which helps the body position, particularly for the less strong swimmers who don't have that sort of natural body position in the water, perhaps not the drive of the kick behind them. The stronger swimmers prefer the non-wetsuit swims because they naturally have that better body position. So a little bit strung out here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in the lead, and then another second or two to the last 4 in that group. So just a hair, but those small gaps can grow incrementally through transition.
They can, but I think on the back of that group, Christian Hugenhog, I think he'll be more than happy with this swim. In fact, I think he'll be over the moon with it. As I think it's Andreas Salversberg leading out here. I saw the Swiss flag on his sleeve. Johannes Vogel in this group, Kieran Linders in this group, Kasper Stornes. So it's an elite front group. Willem Hirsch in this group, and we'll get a good split. I think they've swum about a 47-minute swim. So fast start, not the 42-minute swim course record, but still a fast start to this race.
And of course, we knew the gap between this lead group and the chase group was 45 seconds at 1.5 kilometers. We'll see what damage has been done by these fast swimmers by the time all is said and done at the conclusion of our Oroka swim course. As we take a look at our swim split from our swim leader, Andreas Salversberg, 47.42, presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival. Official swim split, 47.42 from Andreas Salversberg.
Yeah, well, Andreas was definitely one of the athletes you identified in the pre-race as having great swim background. So he was up there. Ben Canute, we just see flash across the screen. Jonas Schomburg looks completely comfortable. He was our early leader, led the first lap, and I think did his job, then rolled over and did some backstroke and let someone else take up the pace for this second loop. And this is a great little group. Now all eyes on how much time they have gained on this second group, which also contains many of the pre-race favorites.
Yep, I've been eyeballing that clock, but these guys, as you said, eyes forward into transition. They know they've got the likes of Christian Hogenhaug amongst them. There we see Ben Canute with the Stars and Stripes on his race kit. Very strong swim from him, not a surprise. Again, I think to your point, the surprise was Christian Hogenhaug as we look at Rudy von Berg leading that chase group out. He is a minute and a half down, joined by Christian Blumenfeld, Patrick Lange, and Paul Schuster, the next bunch out of the water.
Yeah, I think Patrick will be over the moon with that swim. You know, he's got some of the other pre-race favourites around him, as we see Ben Canute here putting his helmet on. He won't waste time in transition. We saw Johannes Vogel run into the change 10 on Ben's shoulder, as we see Rudy von Berg leading this second group out. So they lost, about 47 seconds on this second loop. So they've held pace okay. I don't think anyone in this group will be too disappointed with that, although they will be surprised to hear that Christian Hogenhaug is up the road. I'm sure that will be a surprise to a lot as we see Johannes Vogel make his way out now, Kieran Linders, Andreas Solversberg. So these gentlemen are not mucking around. They will want to maximise every second of lead that they have out of this swim.
And back at swim exit, Craig, we've got Magnus Ditlev, another one of our notable super strong cyclists. He is at just over 2 minutes back, so he's at the very, very tail end, about 30 seconds down from Rudy von Berg, who led that chase group out. So another 30 seconds back is Magnus Ditlev, but they're all together. So there's another 11 guys that are within 30 seconds exiting in that chase group.
Yeah, so nothing has really been settled as we knew it wouldn't in the swim, although again, I'm just interested to see the early kilometres of this bike, what Christian Hogenhaug decides to do. You know, a lot of the pre-race talk was that Magnus Ditlev and Christian would come out together, and that hasn't been the case. There's 2 minutes difference as we're following Andreas Solversberg out now. He crosses the mount line, flying mount, beautiful work there. He'd be no stranger to very fast transitions coming from a short course background. We see Kieran Linders in there. We see Johannes Vogel in there too. So the gentlemen are now on the early part of this bike ride. And for me, the big storyline here is Christian Hogenhaug. What a great swim. And I'm really, really interested to see what his tactics are in the early kilometres of this bike ride.
And also of note, this isn't the size group we thought it might be coming out of the swim. How does that affect early dynamics on the bike, particularly as the athletes are sort of sorting themselves out? Some of the stronger cyclists maybe making their way to the front. There's less congestion, less potential for those, head down, trying to make your way forward, mistaken penalties that can happen. Smaller groups than we might have expected.
Yeah, I think in this early stage, and we know it's like 12 or 13 kilometres before they get into sort of the business district, I think it makes it faster, a smaller group, especially on narrower, windy roads. Fast transition, there's no congestion, and especially if Christian goes to the front and the pace is on, I think this group will be moving quickly early. There certainly won't be playing tactics here.
And some other notable athletes, Gustav Eden at 1 minute 50 seconds back. He's just a couple of seconds ahead there of Magnus Ditlev. Robert Wilowiecki, another athlete looking for a qualifying slot to the Ironman World Championship in September. He's at the tail end of that group at 2:06 back. As we take a look there at Gustav making his way through transition to the mount line. Again, Gustav Eden had a couple of years of struggle with injury. Back had a great performance in Oceanside, on the podium there in Oceanside. A little bit disappointing at Ironman Texas, so a lot of eyes on Gustav to see what kind of race he can put together today. A little foreshadowing into whether or not he could get his way back to being a contender at the Ironman World Championship in September.
Yeah, and let's hope so. I mean, it's not that long ago that he was considered the best or one of the best in the world at Ironman 70.3 middle distance and also Ironman distance. I mean, he broke the course record. He ran a 2:36 in Kona. It wasn't that long ago as we get a good look here at...
That's Daniel Bakkegaard.
Daniel Bakkegaard at the front of the race, and had a great swim. Sorry, my screen went blank for a second there. I apologize. But Daniel with the distinctive Canyon bike and the Red Bull helmet. I think he will be very, very happy with his positioning early on in this race. But yeah, just back to Gustav. I mean, I think 12 months of not a lot. Yeah, 12 months of injury, personal struggles for Gustav. And I think when you take that much time out from high-level training and high-level racing, it takes at least 12 months to get back. And we've seen glimpses of the Gustav Eden we know. We did see him get on the podium at Oceanside, and he just hasn't got that high level quite back yet. And as we see Kasper Stepniak on screen here, great swim by him. Of course, top 10 finisher at the Ironman North American Championships earlier this year. So he's a guy we'll be looking for a top 10 finish here as well. Another great swim by Kasper. He's always in the front group. So yeah, just be great to see Gustav feed and get back to the Gustav we know and love, that consistent sort of vivacious personality. He was great for the sport, and he's heading back in that direction. So let's hope he can take another step in that direction today with another solid performance.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, cheering for him to make his way back there. Certainly is surrounded by greatness in his training partners. That Norwegian squad, very, very strong. So to be surrounded by that, I'm sure when he has his moments of doubt, he's got two great training mates there that sort of lift him up and continue to drive him forward. As we check in with Ben Canute now, also looking to get himself a qualifying slot to the Ironman World Championship. So a lot of, as we mentioned before, races within the race, 5,000 Pro Series points up for grabs, an $87,500 prize purse, and of course the title of European champion. So well and truly underway here as we have started our bike course here, the conclusion of the Roka swim course, and now athletes making their way out onto the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, we see the leaders here. We saw Ben Canute tucked in nicely at the back of that group. He'll be more than happy with his positioning after the swim, and he's typically an aggressive racer, Didi. We have seen Ben, test the legs of the other athletes. We saw him do it in Eagleman not long ago. He was up the front and off the front of the race for a little while. So I'm wondering if he's going to play it a little more strategic today. He has got the strength to do that. As we flash back to Daniel Bakkegaard here. Looking nice and comfortable. Daniel, of course, changing coaches this year, as you mentioned right at the top of the show. Working with Philip Seep, who's Laura Phillips' husband, and Philip's one of the best tri coaches in the world. So I think that's a good change for Daniel. He wasn't that long ago was regarded as one of the best Ironman racers. I watched the race Ironman West Australia in 2023, where Daniel just went solo off the front and raced to a 7-hour 34 Ironman finish. Just incredible performance. And I feel that his race in Texas was starting to show again glimpses of that form from a couple of years ago.
As we take a look quickly here, staying with Daniel Bakkegaard, but our top transition times presented by Ruvi. That's Nick Heldlorn, Kasper Stepniak, and Schomburg with our fastest transition times at 2:56 and 2:58 each. So taking advantage of those quick, efficient transitions, top Ruvi times. Sorry, top transition times presented by Ruvi, easy for me to say. But yeah, Daniel Bakkegaard, a name that we talked about so frequently for so long, and then just really, again, issues with injury. So it's great to see him glimmers, again, similar to Gustav Eden, glimmers of what he once was, and as he continues his sort of comeback story under new coaching tutelage as well.
Yeah, and we get a close-up look here of Jonas Schomburg as well, and got the mouth a little open. He doesn't look super comfortable, which would lead us to believe that the pace is quite quick here at the start, but there we see him take a quick peek over his shoulder. Just comparing the two positions we just got close-ups of, Daniel, I feel, has a much more comfortable and aerodynamic position. Of course, he's got a lot more experience at this kind of racing. He's probably done a lot more testing in the wind tunnel and on the velodrome than Jonas has, but Jonas's Ironman debut was really impressive earlier this year. Ironman South Africa, finished third. As we're getting a look now at who is this coming through transition. Whoever it is, they've got 4 or 5 minutes to make up. They haven't had a great swim, so not a great start to their day. But yeah, just getting back to Jonas Schomburg, that third place, you know, Ironman debut, sub 8-hour race. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where, you know, breaking 8 hours was considered an exceptional time. Now we see athletes doing it on debut, as we saw Jonas do earlier this year. And again, he's just replicating that sort of form up the front of this race. And I'm sure he'll want to stay in this front group for the majority of this bike ride.
I think I caught bib number 50. I'm not sure I quite saw that right, but not a lot of urgency out of this athlete, a little bit of confusion, not sure what to do with that transition bag. If you're watching along at home, this is not an example of how to transition. Certainly took his time there at the rack. But getting underway now, making his way towards the bike. He'll grab it and get underway. I did see a few bags still hanging there, so a couple of guys behind him. Maybe he'll pick up some company and get a move on.
It was interesting watching this transition as opposed to Kasper Stepniak, who you mentioned before had the quickest transition. And you know, Kasper with a lot of experience and understanding the race situation he was in, wanting to get through Ruvi T1 as fast as possible, had a lot more urgency. So yeah, they say that the transition is the fourth discipline, and you tend not to win races in transition, but you can certainly make your job a lot more difficult if you're just trundling through while other athletes are already on the bike at 47, 48 kilometers an hour. It makes it a hard chase.
Yeah, a hard chase, and maybe he's sort of resigned to the fact that this is where he's at, but I think the quicker you can get in and out of transition, the quicker you can make your way. I mean, presumably, if you're a pro athlete and your swim is not as strong, you're maybe a stronger cyclist and you're going to want to get on that bike as quickly as possible. But this athlete here finally underway. A couple more still to come out of the swim course, but most of our favorites well up the road.
Yeah, as we get another visual on Kasper Stepniak here. Great swim, great transition, looking comfortable on the bike early. It's a great little front group. We can still see that Christian Hogenhog is on the back of this group. Casper Storns is in there as well, Ben Knut. So some of our pre-race favourites are in this group, and no doubt all these athletes have done a head count and taken a roll call coming through T1 to see who's in the group and who's not in the group. So they'll be well aware of that chase group, who's in it. They probably won't have got a split yet as to how far behind that chase group is, but I'm sure they could imagine it'd be 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And Jonas Schomburg again here, pushing quite a high gear compared to Kasper Stepniak. Kasper's cadence was a little higher. Jonas pushing a bigger gear, and again we see the hydration setups, Didi, the bottles just covering off that gap between the arms and the two bottles behind the seat. Interesting that a lot of athletes don't carry the drink bottles on the bike frame anymore. They just do so much testing these days in the tunnel and on the velodrome. They know, and aerodynamics is such an individual thing. A lot of it is your position on the bike, but also things like hand placement, head positioning, drink bottle placement. It all adds up to lowering your CDA and saving watts. And these athletes, they do their homework. The men's and women's, they spend a lot of time testing. They get a lot of support by their partners to do that, and they come into these races with the optimal setup.
Yeah, it would have to be optimal. I think in conditions like this, too, perhaps everyone looking to maximize the hydration on board, with temperatures going to be certainly a factor today. But athletes out of the water and on to the Zoot bike course. We are at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of IRONMAN Europe.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Hoka, Fly Human, Fly. And Craig, as we're back to the action here on the Zoot bike course, I was taking a peek back to some of our splits, and I'm just gonna throw a number at you and say thumbs up or thumbs down. Cameron Worf, 8.5 minutes back.
Oh, that's a double thumbs down, unfortunately, Dee. I just, that split just caught my attention as well. I think that's a little bit further down than Cam would have liked and planned for, but we know he's a fighter, so it's going to be a long day. I think Cam would have been resigned to the fact that he would have been solo for a lot of the race today, but I'm sure that's a little bit further back than he would have liked, and it's certainly a lot further back than we've seen him previously. As we come up again next to Daniel Bakkegaard here, and just a relaxed position as they've made that sort of 10 or 12 kilometers from the Langen of Waldsee and Langen up into Frankfurt. They're going through the sort of the streets of Frankfurt here, and we'll probably get a great view of the skyline shortly. And I just got word also that Christian Hugenhog did lose about 30 seconds into T1. He stopped to put, I think, calf guards on, which a lot of the athletes use. Of course, if it's a wetsuit swim, you can normally wear them under the wetsuit, but when it's not, you have to put them on in T1. So a lot of the good work that Christian had done in the swim, he lost about 30 or 40 seconds of that. But again,
to your point, he would have studied that in the wind tunnel, right? So done that sort of cost-benefit analysis of knowing, hey, I'm going to lose 30 seconds in transition to put these on because I can't swim with them. Rules dictate in non-wetsuit swims, you can't have anything sort of below the knee there. So, but he would have done the math to know those are more than 30 seconds to him across an Ironman bike split in terms of aerodynamic savings.
Yeah, 100%. He would have crunched the numbers, and so he would have known the aerodynamic savings and the time savings. And it's a long race. It's a long race. You know, a lot of the guys and girls have a team around them. They have a very scientific approach. There's a lot of testing that goes into these racing. It's not just train hard, you know, and get out and flog yourself. It's, you know, the modern day triathlete, they're not only are they superstars in terms of their physiology, but just the planning that goes into these events, their race scheduling with the Ironman Pro Series, now the testing of equipment, it's next level. So as you mentioned, Christian would have done all the testing, and he would have known that it's a non-wetsuit swim and that he was going to take that time. As we see another athlete with calf guards on here, that is Christian. That is Christian, who's ripped through the field on his Quintana Roo. I was wondering who that was, but so he's made up that 30 or 40 seconds already. So there you go, Didi, to your point. Whatever time he's given up, he's back into that group. We get another little slow-mo of Christian going past Daniel at warp speed.
Yep, we've got Christian Hugenhog making the move past Daniel Bakkegaard. We did chat with Daniel Bakkegaard about some of the dynamics here in Frankfurt. Here's Daniel Bakkegaard.
You're in Texas.
Yep.
New coaching setup. Is there anything you've taken from the building to Texas that you're bringing into Frankfurt this weekend?
Speaking of new coaching setup, I think to be honest, the first year I see it more as a learning experience, one big learning experience in terms of you know, obviously Philip Saib have done really well with Laura. You know, it's just about basically learning how to be a professional athlete. They have a lot of different expectations, or Philip have a lot of different expectations compared to what I've been used to, and it's a good change. It's also really tough. And then coming off last season, discovering torn discus in my back, it was like basically starting from scratch. And that's kind of how I approach this race as well. One thing is definitely, you know, being back at full fitness again and being able to actually race properly and race hard, but also, you know, the whole setting with the Ironman Pro Series is something we've not really seen before in this magnitude. So basically, I'm really stoked to be here, and it's nice to be on the start line again, where I actually feel healthy and ready to go.
Great to see him back and healthy and able to race and energized by a new coach. I would say if his expectation was for a year of learning, he's off to a good start, because he had an outstanding open to the season. It was his best Ironman race certainly since about 2023. So good to see him back racing and not shying away from top competition here. I think when you take a hit like that in terms of injury and underperformance, you might want to shy away and get your confidence back at some less aggressive races, but not for Daniel Bakkegaard.
Yeah, I think Daniel's always been a very confident athlete, confident in his ability, and a lot of that would have come from his preparation. So he had a very inconsistent year. We just heard him talk about the injuries that he had to battle. You know, and yet even last year, sporadically, we did see the Daniel that we're used to seeing. He got on the podium at a T100 event in London. So always mixes it up with the top level competition. As we get a look at Kieran Linders here, who again, he's just set himself up nicely with a great swim. You know, we're through this kind of technical part of town here. We're not on the fast open roads in sort of the neighbouring countryside or outside and around Frankfurt yet. The athletes are still sort of navigating through the streets of Frankfurt, but still speeds are high here, and Kieran Linders has got himself in a great position. He is one of the athletes you mentioned, Didi, who's yet to qualify for the Ironman World Championships in Nice later this year. So whilst he would want to try and replicate his podium performance here last year, I'm sure in the back of his mind is also that just need to, you know, to punch his ticket for the World Championships. Obviously, he had an unfortunate incident in Texas, crashed going through one of the aid stations, and when your season is so meticulously planned out, as the athletes have to do it now with this Ironman Pro Series, one little hiccup like that can just throw a spanner in the works for the rest of the season scheduling. And I'm sure Kieran is very, very keen to get that Kona qualification done and dusted today.
Oh, absolutely. And it's the level of racing is so high that there really isn't much margin for error when you do have a catastrophic event like that, particularly when you're vying for the Pro Series. If you're going to want to sub in another race, factoring in all of that travel, these athletes have to be absolutely at the top of their game every time they toe a line, with the level of competition being as high as it is. Craig, I'm looking down some of these splits just through 13.5 kilometers, and the likes of Christian Blumenfeld, who was, 2-ish minutes down, now 3.5 minutes down. So the front of this race is moving very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we talked about having sort of an athlete like Christian Hugenhog in this front group, one of what we would call the uber bikers, the really strong bikers. I mean, these athletes are so well-rounded, but they do have their strengths, and they're known for their strengths. So I think the other athletes in this front group saw Christian in that group, and they have not messed around, the opening kilometres of this bike ride. And it seems like the second group that was a minute 30 back has lost a little more time. But again, it's still very early days in this race, but it is interesting dynamic just to see experienced athletes like that lose 30 seconds so quickly into this bike ride.
Yeah, we would have expected Christian Blumenfeld, Rudy von Berg to really, get after it on the bike and go after that lead group out of transition. But to have them losing time, I think speaks both to how fast the front of this race is moving, and perhaps how maybe that group is a little disorganized through the city sections, a little bit more technical there, so not as easy to make those moves.
Yeah, potentially. As we mentioned, a smaller group navigates the twists and turns of a technical course a little bit quicker. Interesting that Magnus Ditlev has now made his way up to Christian Blumenfeld, so two of the big pre-race favourites together. But even Magnus has lost time to the front of this race. Yes. So that's an interesting dynamic in itself. But again, early kilometres of this bike ride, and I think things will change slowly but surely. But again, I'm just loving that Christian Hugenhog is up the front here. He looked like his, to answer your question, Didi, what would his tactic be? Well, it looked like the way he passed Daniel Baekkegard, that his tactic is just to take this race right up the road very, very early.
Absolutely, and why wouldn't he? I mean, certainly I don't think he has any reservation about going it potentially solo when he gets to the front of this race and making a move off of the front. Why give athletes, like Christian Blumenfeld, like Rudy Van Berg, a chance to grab on, right? He's going to want to get away and get gone. He knows how this race played out a year ago, where Christian Blumenfeld, found himself in a group and was able to sort of bide his time, and then put together such a strong run. I don't think anybody wants to leave a dynamic like that to chance, particularly with Patrick Lange being not that far back out of the swim as well.
Yeah, and Patrick is tucked in with that group. So he's got a visual and he's very close to Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blumenfeld as we see Jonas Schomburg navigate this little up ramp over the freeway. And, I'm loving this tactic from Jonas. He's probably the catalyst or one of the reasons why this front group has splintered so quickly. And, from a group that was separated by 10 seconds out of the swim, they're now separated by over a minute.
Yep.
Just saw a split that Daniel Baekkegard is a minute back from the lead here. So very, very aggressive racing as Jonas Schomburg takes a look back down to see who's back there and how far back they are. And yeah, I like this tactic. It's aggressive racing. It's the new age of racing. We get a lot of, fast courses, but we have fast athletes on fast courses. And that with aggressive racing, that leads to really exciting dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Schomburg rode super well in South Africa and definitely seems to be taking the bull by the proverbial horns here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. We are on the Zoot bike course with lots of action still to come.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology. You do the
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You are watching the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. I'm Didi Griesbauer, live in studio alongside Craig Alexander. We've got Schomburg off the lead with about a minute over the chasers. This is one heck of a ride so far from this athlete who's only in his second Ironman.
Jonas Schomburg was known even in his short course career for launching attacks on the bike. And not just mindless attacks. He, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but he's an aggressive racer and he's racing in his home country. He's had a third on debut. You've got to imagine that he learnt a lot from his first Ironman race in South Africa, and he's bringing a lot of that knowledge here as we get some vision back in the field. The athletes coming up that overpass that we saw Jonas go over 2 or 3 minutes ago. I mean, he has really lit up the early kilometers of this bike course.
And how much, Craig, does that alarm the guys in the chase pack? I mean, you've got Christian Hogenhagen there, who is probably one of our sport's strongest cyclists. Are they just letting him go, thinking he's an unknown entity? He'll come back to us. This is too aggressive. Like, what's the mindset there in the pack?
Yeah, I think the more experienced athletes are probably thinking, historically this kind of move doesn't work on the bike. So in the end, as we see Rudy von Berg here, this is the first good footage we've seen of Rudy von Berg on the bike. And, Rudy's one of the better bikers in this field. So there's a lot of kilometres still to play out on this bike course, obviously. They've only just got onto the first loop. But I'm loving what Jonas Schomburg is doing here. I mean, he did race, as we mentioned, Ironman South Africa earlier in the season. That was a big Ironman Pro Series event, which Magnus Ditlev won. So he's not without experience, Jonas, and he's raced a couple of other Ironman Pro Series events. He raced in Axon Province recently. So he's an experienced athlete. He doesn't have the Ironman experience that a lot of these other athletes have, but he certainly has raced at Olympic Games. He's got quite a few middle distance or Ironman 70.3 races, under his belt on his resume. So I wouldn't say this is a suicide attack by any means. Maybe his plan was to shake things up early, and then at some point he's going to settle into more of a steady state, all day long threshold pace. But, I'm loving this. I reckon it would be sending some alarm bells through some of the field here.
I would imagine so, because they're probably getting some splits. I mean, we're still in a pretty densely populated area, so these guys getting shouts out from the spectators on the course as to what the time gaps are. And I think if you're Schomburg, whether or not this attack sticks, I think when you're in only your second Ironman, you're gaining such valuable experience about what works, what doesn't. He's qualified for the World Championship. He's got to learn what kind of race dynamics work for him. And granted, the World Championship in Nice is going to be a completely different race dynamic to this one. But I think the more aggressive you are in your race strategies, the more you learn and can put towards future races.
Yeah, and obviously, and maybe he's playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers. Maybe he's thinking, if I just ride hard early, at some point, Magnus Ditlev, Christian Hugenhog, potentially Christian Blumenfeld will bridge across, and the pace will settle, and we'll have a nice little group at the front. I mean, I'm not sure what his strategy is, but he knows his numbers, he's experienced, and it's going to be interesting to see what does unfold over the next, say, 20 to 30 kilometers of this bike course. So it does look from, the expression on his face that he's pushing here. He's pushing, and it's quite early in the bike leg to be doing that.
Particularly on a day where the temperatures are going to be soaring, you want to be mindful of that core body temperature as those temperatures rise. But again, Schomburg threw 24.3 kilometers, and that was minutes ago, and we have yet to see the chase group going through. Our GPS tells us it's about a minute and change, but by my watch, it feels like it's been longer than that since he went over that 24.3 kilometer timing, Matt. Again, the Ironman tracker giving those timing updates, the numbers you're seeing on your screen based off of GPS locations from trackers the athletes have on their physical person. So right now, Jonas Schomburg, very, very aggressive through the early stages of this Zoot bike course.
Yeah, and we're getting various data to look at and analyze here. We're getting some GPS data and also the timing data. And interesting to see that Kieran Linders is 3 minutes back at 23.4 kilometers. So that's 3 minutes, they were side by side out of the swim together. So yeah, Jonas Schomburg, he's playing his cards very early, and we can see what his strategy is. For me, it's just going to be interesting as the kilometers tick away here, and some of the more established bikers who we know have a track record of biking close to 4 hours, like your Magnus Ditlevs, your Christian Hugenhogs, Christian Blumenfeld. What, potentially, if they bridge up to Jonas, this could if he's still got some juice left in his legs, this could be a great tactical move with the majority of the field 2 or 3 minutes back.
Yeah, and it is just that. It's 2 minutes back to the chasers. They're 7 strong. Wilhelm Hirsch, Kasper Stechniak, Andreas Salzberg, Ben Knut in that group, Johannes Vogel, Christian Hogenhaug at the back of that group, interestingly, perhaps biding his time, and Kasper Stornes rounds out that chase group through 24.3 kilometers.
As we see Didi, Jonas Schomburg now out sort of in more of the rural areas surrounding Frankfurt, the open roads, and it's out here where the average speeds are a bit higher. Aerodynamics becomes a little more important. Jonas's position is probably not as aero as some of the others. It's hard to eyeball and know exactly what someone's coefficient of drag is, but typically as the average speeds get higher, aerodynamics becomes exponentially more important. We went through the technical part of the course early, some cornering, through the sort of the business district of Frankfurt, close to where T2 is. And now we're out on the open roads, higher average speeds. So I think we're going to learn more about how this race is going to unfold in the next 15 to 20 minutes, particularly as, some of the more noted bikers get out on these open roads.
As we look at Schomburg here, a little bit toey in his position. I think you could generate a little bit more power by driving that heel through the bottom part of that pedal stroke, and a nice high cadence, which is not atypical for athletes coming from short course. I think they tend to spin the legs at a slightly higher rate, but Schomburg with a real toe down position and a nice high cadence.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? You're just analysing the different positions of the athletes, and just like with open water swimming strokes or even run techniques, there's no real right or wrong. The main thing is can you answer the question, is it effective? And some athletes have more of a toe down position, others sort of drop their heel and rake more across the bottom of the pedal stroke, which in theory, what we learn is that's a slightly more powerful position, but tends to work with a lower cadence. Athletes who spin a high cadence tend to have this sort of toe down position. As we can see back here with Ben Knut, he's got that high cadence sort of toe down position as well. So, when your heel is not dropped at the bottom of the pedal stroke, it lends itself to a high cadence. And, athletes have their own sweet spot with cadence. It can be anywhere between 80 revs per minute and 100 revs per minute. An athlete that comes to mind with a low cadence was Chrissy Wellington.
Sure.
She biked with a lower cadence, but it was no less effective for her. So it's just interesting. I'm like you. I'm a fan of the sport, watching the different techniques and the different strategies and how they go about it.
And athletes can have a different sort of sweet spot on that cadence for different sort of power targets. You might find athletes in Ironman racing with a slightly lower cadence, but when they get into 70.3 or even shorter racing, ticking with a higher cadence. So it really just depends on, taking time in your training to realize where that sweet spot is at different energy levels. And we chatted with Ben Knut before the race about his upcoming experience here at Frankfurt. And here's a check-in with Ben Knut.
So after Eagleman, you said you didn't execute your racecraft to your full potential. What would be a good execution looking like in Frankfurt?
Yeah, I think Eagleman, when you're training for Ironman, it's just so hard to get the 70.3 exactly right, especially when you're racing some of the best in the business there. So I like to sometimes give those race reviews when it's still pretty raw, because you get those firsthand impressions. But looking back on it, I think there's just a lot of little things that really could have, worked against me. But mainly here, I had the calm and present, being in the present down. In Eagleman, it just didn't have that slight bit of aggression, and maybe that was just getting a bit stuck in Ironman pace, a bit of fatigue from Ironman training. But here I'm tapered and rested, and really for this race, I want to be racing, present, making the right decisions, and just moving through the race and really letting all the training that I've done show in the race. And that could be, if I'm super fit, I always believe that I can play for the win, but it's really competitive nowadays. So it could be 10th, could be 15th, but as long as I'm racing and competing for the slots and against other guys and able to extract everything I can out of myself, that's always a win.
There you go, Ben Canute, just happy to be in the hunt here. Again, business for him, securing a slot for the Ironman World Championship upcoming in September for the men in Nice, France. Of course, the women will follow from Kailua Kona in October. But right now, this is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana. This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship, and you are watching race leader Jonas Schomburg with a technical malfunction. Right before we went to break there, his aero bar came completely undone. He has stopped. He had a 2.5-minute lead on the chasers, and he is giving that up now. The entire front of his aero bars fell off the bike. Craig, what's going on here?
I tell you what, when I saw that happen, I got the same sick feeling in my stomach that I got when Christian flattered in Oceanside or when Magnus Ditlev double flattered in St. George. It's just robbing us of an interesting scenario here. I was going to comment that I thought it was a good tactic to go so fast early in the morning when the temperature's still 20 or 21 degrees before the heat gets up. And maybe that was his plan, to maximize these cooler temperatures, knowing that it's forecast to hit 30 degrees by midday, 30 degrees Celsius. So unfortunately, he's hit that cobble section and the whole aero bar has come off. It looks like it's sheared straight off.
I'm wondering if it is like a stripped bolt or if it is all of these athletes would have double checked the bolt tension after traveling, going into a major race like this. You would leave nothing to chance. So I don't know if this is like a fracture. This is not a quick fix. He's lost considerable time here, and that mechanic is not having an easy go of it.
No, it looks like it looked like some of the carbon or the spacers had been sheared or broken. So that needs to be repaired. He's probably lucky he didn't shear the internal cabling as well as he's just going up that cobbled section there. Just heartbreaking. I mean, we often sit here and talk about, the technology in the last 5 or 6 years with these bikes and how it's enabled some of these faster times, the comfort and the aerodynamics in the front end cockpit. But unfortunately, this is the downside, with a lot of the athletes being 180 plus centimeters tall. They have a lot of spaces. They have their arm pads and the actual aero bars themselves are 100 mil plus off the base bar, and that puts a lot of tension and torque through that, especially when you hit a cobbled section. So unfortunately, all the aerodynamics and all those gains that you get, you know, and the carbon manufacturing is better than it's ever been, you can still get this, you can still have this happen.
And here's the other thing. I mean, you see that mechanic, he was trying to figure out, can I put the bar together without, but he can't leave the other part of it off because that's his whole hydration. He has nowhere else to put hydration on his bike. That's a critical part. So even, you know, if that strip, the mechanic's got to figure out how to rebuild it exactly the way it was if Jonas wants a chance to drink anything for the rest of the race.
You know what, if I'm Jonas, I would just be saying, don't worry about the drink bottle, just get the bars on there. Plenty of aid stations on this course, whilst not ideal. What's also not ideal is stationary here on the side of the course while everyone else is at 45 plus kilometers an hour. So heartbreaking for this young man. I mean, he's had a great start to the Ironman Pro Series. He was one of our leaders on the Ironman Pro Series scoreboard after, you know, if we're just looking at one Ironman result and one Ironman 70.3 as we see him get going here. Hats off to that mechanic, because that looked like it was going to be a 30-minute fix. So I want to say he's lost 4 to 5 minutes as we see some of the other athletes shoot past, but his race is not over. It's not ideal, but his race is not over.
It is heartbreaking though, but the mindset has to be, you know, you got to have a short memory and forget about what had transpired, the lead you had built, and just put yourself back into the race and the race dynamic. Have a short memory. As they say, be a goldfish, the shortest animal with the shortest memory span. Forget about what has happened and just stick yourself back into the race where you are. Stay in the moment. And hope like heck it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, well, that's got to rock his confidence a little bit. And, you know, we see Christian Hugenhog here looking really nice and aero, great head position, face sort of tucked in behind his hands there, beautiful cadence, making a little adjustment in the saddle as we see the athletes do. But yeah, I mean, you just look at the front ends, Dee. You look at the cockpits on the bike. I mean, how they've evolved in the last 5 or 8 years. They're almost like a motorcycle fairing. They're way more aerodynamic. They're way more comfortable. They take so much more of your upper body weight. But I think with that weight and that transmission of weight through the front end, if you hit cobbled section or bumps on the road, there's always the danger that this can happen. We saw it happen in Ironman Frankfurt, you know, just 3 weeks ago in the Women's World Championship. You know, an athlete's front end, the whole aero bar came loose. So it's not something that we see too often, but it's something that can happen.
We have seen it happen before, and of course the risk is these athletes travel from a great distance, and reassembling their bikes, one would think you go over it with a fine-tooth comb, but because the front ends are more complicated, you get the torque wrong on one bolt, and like you said, that bumpy section of the course, that can very easily unwind that bolt. It's so sensitive to torque tightness and how tightly, you know, over tighten it, and that spells danger, under tighten it, and it spells danger in a different direction. So lots of complexities, not the best turn of events for Jonas Schomburg, but to your point, his day is far, far from over. But I think those chasers singing a pretty happy tune. They just got a gift.
Yeah, well, it certainly changes the early dynamic of this race. And, you know, just watching this temperature slowly creep up, I didn't mind the tactic by Schomburg, going hard early while it was cool, you know, potentially doing a lot of his work and creating those gaps and that separation to then settle into more of a steady pace as the temperatures got up there. But
well, not only that, I was going to say, not only that, Craig, but forcing the others to play catch up when the temperatures get hotter, right? So not only advantage for the leader, but putting the pressure on the chasers to do it when it's hotter.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was a great tactic by the young man. But you know, one of the things I took away from those pictures we were seeing, Didi, was he didn't look stressed. He looked quite relaxed. I guess that comes with having raced at an Olympic Games and regional championships, world championships. He's a composed, you know, experienced, mature athlete, and knows it's a long day, whilst not ideal. But yeah, I just got a sick feeling in my stomach when I saw those pictures. I just thought, you know, it just, when an athlete's on a flyer like this, you're just so interested to see how it was going to play out. I was really looking forward to the next half an hour or an hour.
No, absolutely. But now we have the next, 6 hours to look forward to see if he can get it back. I'll say he's he's a decent runner. He's a very strong runner as well, and he's far from out of it. It's just it's a different dynamic, but I think if you're Christian Hogenhaug, you're pretty excited about that turn of events as we look at Christian with a nice gap now on the rest of the field.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Looking back, there's no one even in sight. So we talked in the swim about what card potentially would Christian play, knowing that, that he biked a 357 here last year, that this is his strength. He said in the lead up, he's had a great preparation for this event. He feels his run's in the best place it's been in. So, one man's bad luck is another man's good luck. And so interesting to see that Schomburg's still in the top 10, which is incredible, really, that so early in the bike he'd amassed such a lead. So I guess one of the advantages for him is that his race is definitely not over. He's still in contention here. And but as we cast our eyes forward to Christian Hogenhaug, who's leading this race, looks super comfortable on the bike, just immense power that he's putting down through that drivetrain. And Didi, he's here on these open roads outside Frankfurt. I'm hitting 45, 50, 55 plus kilometers an hour on some of the flatter, faster sections. It still places everyone behind him on the back foot because a lot of the big favorites are still 2 minutes down.
Well, and this is, honestly, this is the dynamic I expected out of the swim when he was in that lead swim group, was that he would jettison himself to the front of this race and go for it on his own. What I didn't expect was Schomburg, and then of course absolutely didn't expect for Schomburg's mechanical failure, but it spells absolute success for Christian Hogenhaug as he takes a look over his shoulder, grabs some nutrition, sees an opportunity there with no one coming, cooling himself off, which tells me that the temperatures are rising. Let's listen to Christian Hogenhaug about this bike course.
You were originally down to race Eagleman, but withdrew to focus on Frankfurt. How's the focus preparation gone into this weekend?
Really good. You don't want to speak too profound of yourself. I think that you can sometimes jinx it, but it has gone really well. I would say it's the best I've been in a swim, bike and run. And yeah, the run is in a really good place. I think I have a number I think I can run, but it's always like, yeah, you never know.
How is the heat for you? Do you like to race in the heat, or does that play a disadvantage, or what's your?
Yeah, a little mixed, I would say. It's harder to, I would say, make a difference on the bike, because when you produce a lot of power, you also produce a lot of heat. So it's I would say you have to work together with someone. So like maybe the overall power can be a little bit lower. But in that regard, I think we're just very well prepared for the heat. And I've had a long heat block since April actually, so also really good prepared for that. But some small mistakes can end your race in heat.
Well, that's the key right there, isn't it? The heat tends to magnify those errors either in pacing or fueling. Of course, we saw Christian Hogenhaug with a great bike performance back at Ironman Texas, but he really struggled on that run, running 3:15 back there in the woodlands. But he says he's done a lot of heat prep, so maybe that is going to work out differently for him today. We've seen there's another bottle launch there. I don't know who that was. Oh, both bottles for that athlete there. Is that Casper Stornes, who's going back for his bottles? That's Kieran Linders.
Kieran Linders going back for his bottles. I mean, it's quite astonishing, Didi, to be honest, the number of times we see this at races. These bottles, I know they're aerodynamic in the placement, but the physics, they tend to shoot out at regular intervals. So, I mean, Kieran's gone back there. I don't know if the bottle is shot out or actually the bottle and the cage, the whole thing, the whole contraption has come loose and come off the bike. So certainly not ideal for Kieran chasing his Ironman World Championship qualification slot as he watches the next group. slowly ride by. He just needs to get back on his bike and go.
I think you're right. Like I think there's nowhere for him to put those bottles. It's if it were just the bottles launching, he'd have stuck them back in and gotten back going. But he was trying to figure out where to put them because he was on the side of the road longer than just shoving a bottle back into the cage. It's like a comedy of errors out there.
Yeah,
or a comedy of tragedies.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's heartbreaking for these athletes. They invest so much time and effort and money into preparing for these races to have these sorts of mechanicals come around, but it's part of the sport. I mean, as you mentioned, you need to get your bike, someone's got to go over your bike with a fine-tooth comb. You need to test it in the days leading up on the cobbled sections. And you know what, even doing that, it still may happen. Things can work loose in races. So unfortunately, it's just a part of the sport.
Well, tragedy there for a couple of our athletes. Schomburg with a completely dismantled front end, but opportunity for other athletes as we check in here. This is Jonas Hoffman.
Jonas Hoffman. Yeah, Jonas Hoffman is having a decent race and moving him. And what's noticeable about Jonas Hoffman is he's got a 10K PB of low 29 minutes and a half marathon PB of 104, 105. So he's known as a runner and apparently still runs in some national level competitive, running competitions, track races, half marathons. So comes from a running background and has running pedigree, but has multiple top fives to his name as well. I think a fourth place earlier this year was at Ironman South Africa. So has pedigree in triathlon as well. So interesting to see him still in the mix and moving through the field as we see Christian go through one of the aid stations out on course here. El Diablo there supporting the athletes with his little pitchfork. You mentioned before, Didi, the temperature starting to climb. So I think we'll see, the athletes be super vigilant with their hydration, on the bike, and also just tipping water on themselves, that convective cooling, keep the core body temperature as cool as possible. A lot of this course is still in shade, as we can see Christian Hugenhog riding through a shaded section here, but when they come out into that direct sunlight, the core body temperature does go up. I mean, we heard Christian say in his Fighting Chance segment a minute ago that, the higher the watts you want to put out, the higher the core body temperature, and he's trying to put out some high watts right now.
Yeah, we did see him grabbing that water and cooling himself off, and also speaks to potentially why Kieran Linders was so mindful to go back for those bottles. I think if conditions had been different, he might have just pressed on, but lots of action here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship with lots of action yet to come.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. And if you're just joining us, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer, joined in studio by Craig Alexander, and this has been an action-packed opening couple of hours here at the Mainova Ironman European Championship here in Frankfurt. We had Christian Hogenhaug with an extraordinary swim, setting himself up to have an extraordinary performance on the day, but it was Schomburg who went off the front, and as we see here, suffered mechanical catastrophe, standing on the side of the road for over 2 minutes, while the mechanic brilliantly got that front end built back together. And then it was Kieran Linders who suffered a setback launching his bottles. We don't know if he's been able to get those back on and get moving, but lots of non-triathlon related triathlon issues out there this morning, Craig.
Yeah, and we see Schomburg again. He looks very reluctant to put any weight through that cockpit, that front end area. And yeah, I'm guessing if you've had one catastrophic equipment failure like that, you would be a little reluctant to put all your upper body weight back through the front end of the bike. So yeah, this is not ideal for Jonas, but as we mentioned, he seems to be up and running again, and we'll keep an eye on him as we go back to Christian Hugenhog here, who is just doing what we've seen him do at a lot of races, is just really lay down the power on the bike. And it's not like he goes at any crazy pace. He'll be able to maintain this throughout the course of this bike. I mean, he biked a 3:57 on this course last year. Different conditions. It's going to be much hotter this year. I think they got some rain on this course last year as well. So, but for me, this is a really interesting storyline. It sets the race up nicely because, you know, looking at the time splits, a lot of the big pre-race favourites are together about 5 minutes back of the lead. Christian Blumenfeld, Magnus Ditlev, Rudy von Berg, Patrick Langer is in there keeping them company as well. So, you know, a lot of the names that we were talking about pre-race, the guys who have figured on the podiums at the World Championships in recent years and won a lot of the big regional championships, they're just making their way through this race with little fanfare early. And we know these races, they're long days and they take many twists and turns throughout the course of the day. But I'm liking what we're seeing from Christian Hugenhog so far, Dee Dee.
Oh, absolutely. And he looks so smooth and so in control. We've seen him a couple of times getting water on himself to keep that core body temperature down as the temperatures here continue to rise, as the sun continues to rise. Hogenhaug now with a 1.5-minute lead on the chasers, including Andreas Salvesberg, Kasper Stepniak, Kasper Stornes in that group, Ben Knut hanging in there as well, Jonas Vogel and Wilhelm Hirsch. It is the next group of chasers that was about 3.5 minutes back with a lot of our favorites, Ditlev, Blumenfeld, Rudy von Berg. They've been a little sluggish to make a move given the cycling power in that group. Craig, do you think?
Yes and no. I think they're so strategic, those guys you mentioned, and so experienced. They'll be racing to their strategy and to the situation that's been presented to them within the race as well. So interesting that group behind Christian Hugenhog that you mentioned, that's the remnants of the front group, and they're still all together a minute 30 down. You know, and some of our pre-race favourites are in that group. You know, Kasper Stornes and Ben Knut are in there. So Johannes Vogel, who it's his first Ironman today, but he logged his first pro win earlier this year, so he'll have some confidence coming in. You know, they're hovering about a minute 30 back of this man on screen right now, and I think they're still in a great position. But I mean, the fireworks are still to come. You know, typically on a 180 kilometre cycle, it's about the 100 kilometre mark where we've seen in the past Magnus Ditlev catch up and a few of the other super bikers, and that's where the race, I mean, that's certainly where it came apart in Texas, and often where it does come apart. It's the last third of the 180 kilometres where we learn a lot more about who's gone too hard early, who's really racing to their strategy, who's saving a little back for the marathon. But at the moment, on face value, Christian Hogenhog just looks amazing to me. He looks relaxed. He's no stranger to the front of the race, and he's just doing what he normally does, which is ride at his own pace. And, you know, we talked about his strategic decision in T1 to put those calf guards on, but the biggest part of this race is the bike ride. Aerodynamics is so important now. We regularly see bike splits around the 4-hour mark to the 4-hour 10 mark. You know, the whole top 10 last year rode under 4 hours 10, so we know how important aerodynamics is, and so far that's proven to be a good decision.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, to your point, the fireworks starting sort of in the last third of this race, and with the temperatures increasing, any of those pacing errors, nutrition errors, overcooking yourself, quite literally will overcook you on a day like today, as we see the remnants of the chasers coming through that 45.5 kilometer mark. It's Daniel Beckegaard who is alone in 8th place at 3:25 back, and then the big group of chasers, Gustav Eden has moved to the front of that chase group, with Jonas Hoffman, we got a quick look at, Rudy von Berg, Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, and Patrick Lange still hanging into that group as well. So a big story developing back at 4.5 minutes back.
Yeah, and also Jonas Schomburg is tucked into that group. So, you know, he saw his 2-minute lead disappear or just evaporate right before his eyes, but he's still in the race, and he's with a lot of the big race pre-race favourites. So there's still a lot to salvage for him today as well. But yeah, interesting that Patrick Lange is still in there, and you know, a lot of those names that you mentioned, Didi, their MO is always to just fly low under the radar early in the race, knowing it's going to be a 7.5-hour day or thereabouts. And you know, in the end, the marathon is where it'll be decided. I mean, it's where it's always decided. And you know, you overcook or burn too many matches, as they say in the bike, that can cost you 3 or 4 or 5 minutes in the marathon. And you know, last year the top 10 was separated by 15 minutes. From 1st to 10th place in this race was 15 minutes. So you know, that just speaks to the competitiveness of the racing these days in the men's and the women's racing, as we see Wilhelm Hirsch here making a pass on, is that Ben Canute in the group there? So this is the group that's 4.5 minutes back, Didi, that you mentioned before. And you know, Wilhelm Hirsch, knowing the draft rules, he can't slot in here if these athletes are correctly spaced at 12 meters. He's got to keep making forward progress and put out those big watts until he gets on the front of the group. He's just made another pass, and now, ooh, he looks like he's going to try and slot in, or no, he's staying out. He's got to make the pass, so he's got to go all the way to the front here.
Well, they have a technical official right there with them, and of course, with the help of Race Ranger, we know, you know, he can see the indicator lights on the back of every athlete's frame and know that there isn't the opportunity there to slot in without risking a penalty for himself. So he had to burn a match there and go all the way to the front of that group, found himself caught up. But you can see lots of watchful eyes on this group, so it makes sense to burn that match to keep yourself out of the penalty box.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can see the motorbikes down there. Some of those are media, but absolutely some of them will be technical officials. And you know, with the Race Ranger in play now, the athletes and the officials are very clear about the spacing, and you know, the rules are if you're passing a whole group that's correctly spaced, you do have to make that move right to the front of the group, and that's what Wilhelm Hirsch did. Now he can put his head down and keep going with that. As we see, it's a group of six athletes. They're about 4.5 minutes down from the lead, and you know, you mentioned, Didi, the forecast is for, you know, 30 degrees Celsius by midday. So it's certainly not the 19 degrees Celsius it was when the gun went off. The temperature's starting to get up there now. So these athletes have to be super mindful of their hydration, their nutrition, their pacing, and they'll be getting splits. They'll know exactly who is up the road and who's behind them on the road. So, you know, very tactical. I think this group kind of has ridden together for the first sort of hour. And it looks like no one's making any moves to try and bridge up to Daniel Beckegaard, who's a little bit up the road.
And it also looks like they are increasing their lead on the chase group even further back. The Magnus Ditlev group, Rudy von Berg group, average pace through that last segment certainly supersedes that next chase group. So I like how this group is looking. They're moving well together. Certainly being second, third wheel here is a definite advantage. Taking advantage of the aerodynamics, the legal benefit that you're getting from riding even the legal draft distance creates a great efficiency there. And this group looking very, very strong together, not terribly worried about what's up the road, but also distancing themselves from what's behind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is the remnants of the front group. And I made a mistake there. Daniel Bakagar is actually off the back of that group. He has drifted off the back of that group. So, yeah, it's nice to see, you know, that group stay together, and a lot of experienced athletes like Ben Knut's in that group. I'm sure he's quite content just to ride a nice, steady, even pace as we look here.
Gustav Eden. Yeah, Gustav. This is back to the second chase group now. Gustav at the front of that group. And you know what I'm noticing, Craig, is the difference in Gustav's position from what he rode at the Ironman World Championship back in Kona in October of last year. He was very much more stretched out. He looks a little bit more compact here, potentially a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more support under his core there. He's got that head tucked nice and low. Aerodynamically, he looks absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he looks good. He's always been great on the bike, Gustav. Technically, has great skills, cornering, descending. And yeah, I think what we saw, I mean, the Norwegians, they love to experiment. And he really extended that body position out to that Superman position that we used to see back in the day, the pure pursuiters on the velodrome used to ride. And, you know, I think at some point the rules would change where your aero bars couldn't extend out in front of the front wheel. So it sort of brought the center of mass and the body position a little bit back over the bottom bracket. But Gustav looks great. He's always been, I think, very aerodynamic. He's been strong on the bike, and yeah, he's not scared to do a lot of the work for this chasing group here. This is the group that has his countryman Christian Blumenfeld in it. Patrick Langer's also in this group. So, you know, a lot of the pre-race favourites here, but Gustav, when he is in form, he is not scared to put his nose in the wind and do a lot of work on the bike. So I'm hoping this is a good sign for Gustav's race today.
Yeah, again, we saw moments of brilliance from Gustav at the start of the season, landing on the podium at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. Wasn't quite as strong at Ironman Texas, but again, we see Gustav continuing his comeback story. Of course, he had injury, he had the loss of his mother, but seeing sparks of the Gustav of old.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer, live in studio alongside Craig Alexander. This has just happened a moment ago as we take a look at Casper Stornes, who had moved to the front of Chase 1. In doing so, the moto came up, had a little conversation with him. I don't see a card, but definitely a pointed conversation between athlete and technical official here, Craig.
Yeah, I think that official needs to make his point and then get out of there because he's disrupting the flow of the race. If a penalty was assessed, you know, sometimes the official, because of safety, can't come in and communicate with the athlete at the point that they do see an infringement take place. And they're under no obligation to give a warning either. So hopefully it was whatever that official saw was minor and he just thought maybe he needed to communicate something to Casper. Because this front group is moving nicely and they're in a good position. It's interesting, Dee Dee, where is the momentum or the balance of power in this race right now? I mean, a lot of the pre-race favorites are in that group that's about 4 minutes 20 to 4:30 back. You know, your Gustav Edens, Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, Patrick Langer's in there, Rudy von Berg is in there. So to me, the balance of power and the momentum is still sort of with that group. I mean, they're not losing any more time to the front of this race, it seems. Interesting that Casper Stornes, who to my mind and to my way of thinking is one of the pre-race favourites, he's 3 minutes up the road from that group though. So he seems to be in a really nice position, but we'll just see how that little conversation with the technical official, if that comes to anything.
Yeah, I did not see a card flash, so we will wait to get word down from the course if anything did materialize from that. You know, Craig, in addition to the pros who are out on course today, there are nearly 3,000 age group athletes competing alongside at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. Among them are a number of athletes using TriDot. TriDot is the official training platform of Ironman to help athletes get race ready. These TriDot athletes get a unique benefit of expert coaching from AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits to guide their strategies. Today's TriDot athlete feature is Matthew Fullerton. Let's hear from Matthew about his goals and strategy for executing his race plan today that he got from TriDot.
Hello, my name is Matthew Fullerton. I am from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and we are currently in Frankfurt about to race the Ironman. I had never been to Europe before. It gave me a great opportunity to go across the pond, travel Europe a little bit, and then more importantly, I just wanted to choose a really big, scary race. Being amongst a bunch of pros and a bunch of people who've done it a bunch before, it was a pretty cool opportunity for me to do my first one. TriDot was massive. I think more times than not when most people sign up for an Ironman, they just get a pre-built training program sent to them and then they just start doing it. What was really unique about TriDot is it took my data, it studied my data, and then made tons of suggestions along the way. And I think standing here today, I'm probably much more prepared going the TriDot route than just doing a generic training program. Goals race day, personally, I'd love to finish in the 11.5 hour mark. If you ask my coach, just with some of the injuries and hiccups along the way, she'd probably say 12.5 hours. So timestamped 11.5 hours. And then I think the most important thing is I'm in Europe doing an Ironman. It's a pretty cool experience. I just want to have a lot of fun. My coach is Vanessa Ronxley. She's also from Calgary, Alberta. Funny enough, she has been family friends since I was all the way in a diaper. So I was playing sports university, noticed she got into triathlons. And as soon as I graduated, a few years went by, I reached out to her. She's a pretty remarkable human being. She's someone that's not only a great coach, but has been a great mentor through this whole journey. And as much as the training hours were on me to get them done, probably wouldn't be here without her. Yeah, so once the Frankfurt Ironman's done, hopefully no injuries, hopefully I'm in good health, and then crazy enough, 20 days later, I'm doing a 70.3 in my hometown in Calgary.
Well, you can see there his predictive times of 1:19 for the swim, 6:13 for the bike, 4:34 for the marathon, and just shy of 12:19 overall. We'll be checking on Matthew's progress later to see how close his actual times are to his predicted splits. At the end of the race day, Ironman and TriDot will post his finish time along with his splits on their social media pages. So check out TriDot if you're looking for a new coaching plan. And back to the action here. This is still that chase group Wilhelm Hirsch there, getting moved past, that's Johannes Vogel, moving past Wilhelm Hirsch, so that chase group at 2.5 minutes back of the lead. But of note, the chase group, the second chase group of Eden, Ditlev, Von Berg, etc., not really losing time to the first chase group. So that gap staying around 2 to 2:15 between those two big chase groups.
Yeah, and it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that was my point before. Where is the momentum at the moment? Where is the balance of power? I think that group that's 4:20 down will be quite comfortable where the race is at the moment. As we see Johannes Vogel here on screen, he just made the pass on Wilhelm Hirsch. And yeah, this group's still moving well, but they have lost another 35 seconds to the freight train up the road that is Christian Hugenhog, and I think he's just going to slowly edge away from this race, Christian. But it'll be interesting to see, in the last 60 or 70 kilometers, if, for me, the big storyline is, will there be any of the other super strong bikers who launch out of that group? I'm sure, Magnus Ditlev he's firmly entrenched in that group that's 4:30 back with Blumenfeld, with Eden, with Langer. He will not want to get off the bike in that group and with those other athletes. So, he's probably just waiting for the early miles of this bike to tick over, for the heat to get up, for the conditions to get a bit tougher. And then I'm absolutely positive at some point we'll see Magnus Ditlev bridge across firstly to chase Group 1 and then try and get some open spaces and, make some inroads into Christian Hugenhog's lead. But yeah, that chase Group 1, Johannes Vogel, Kasper Stepniak, Wilhelm Hirsch, Ben Knut again, just quietly going about his business. Andreas Solversberg, Kasper Stornes, they're in a great position right now. They're only 2 minutes back of the lead, and we're almost coming up on 1/3 distance of this 180 kilometer, should I say, Zoot bike course. So they'd be really content with their positioning so far.
The other thing I really like about this first chase group here, Craig, is that they do seem to be, whether intended or not, sharing a lot of the load at the front. So we've seen a lot of changes at the lead chaser currently, Vogel at the front of this. Of course, he's coming off his first pro win at 70.3 Valencia, with a really strong all-around performance. But this chase group, this first chase group, really sharing the load here. We've seen Hirsch at the front, we've seen Stornes at the front, now we see Vogel at the front of this group. It's really been Salvesberg and Knut who have been a little bit safer at the back of that pack, but for the most part, trading the leads up at the front, which I think is a pretty efficient way to go about it.
Yeah, and Didi, I agree 100%. And I think when the group's a little smaller, like this chase Group 1 is a little smaller than the big group behind, I think it's easier to share the workload like that without getting in each other's way and keep the legal spacing. And often when you've only got half a dozen athletes, 6 athletes, and they're motivated, you can space out further than the 12 meters and actually still move quicker. So you don't have that dynamic of rolling into the zone or having to be careful. You can just keep the gas on. Keep the throttle wide open, keep the spacing a little greater, but still move along and carry great momentum, over this flat sort of part of the course, slightly undulating part of the course. But they are moving well, chase Group 1. Still losing a little bit of time at each check to Christian Hugenhog off the front. But I think they'd be more than content with their positioning in this race so far.
I think when you talk about that second chase group, the cycling power in there, the Magnus Ditlev, you say you expect a move from him at some point, Blumenfeld, Von Berg. Patrick Lange is in that group. To my mind, Craig, is it at all surprising that they're not being more aggressive to dispense of Patrick Lange or sooner rather than later, as opposed to giving him, I don't want to say a free ride, but giving him a ride along with this group? I would think that they would be mindful of trying to distance themselves from Patrick Lange sooner rather than later.
Yeah, no, I think it would be in the front of all of their minds. I mean, we saw Rudy Von Berg talk about it in some of the pre-race interviews that he did, that there was a lot of talk that, in Kona last year, Patrick didn't draft, but he got a free ride in that group, so to speak. I mean, there's no free rides as such, but, that maybe the onus is on some of the other stronger bikers to show their strength and distance Patrick. No one wants to get off the bike with Patrick. He's shown he can consistently run. 2:35 or better if the conditions are favourable. I think he ran a 2:37 here last year, which was surprising, given that Christian Blumenfeld ran a 2:32. You know, I put Patrick in that sort of upper echelon of runners, of course, with Christian. So, but again, we're only at 60 kilometres, Didi. There's 120 to go. But it wouldn't escape the attention of Magnus Ditlev and Christian Blumenfeld and Rudy von Berg that Patrick is still with them in that group. And each kilometre that ticks past and he's still in that group, it's less and less time and less of a lead that they can build up over him.
Well, that certainly is a storyline that will develop as we continue to move through this Zoot bike course. But you're looking at Vogel, who is leading that first chase pack, including Kasper Stornes, Wilhelm Hirsch, Kasper Stepniak, Ben Knut, and Andreas Salvesberg, with Daniel Backegard sort of stuck in between the two chase groups. But it is Christian Hogenhaug off the front, who continues to outpace both chase groups. Not surprising, we saw him with a very, very strong swim, but now alone at the front of this race.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great for Christian, isn't it? I mean, it's great for him. We know he's a strong biker. We know he led off the bike last year, as we get another close-up visual of Johannes Vogel here. And he's got that aero position, the forearms, you know, angled up, hands in front of face. I mean, that seems to be the standard position. Now, there's a little variation between each of the athletes, but, you know, in the drink bottles, it's interesting, Didi, one thing that hasn't escaped my attention, most of these athletes are carrying at least 3 litres of fluid with them at all times. So I think they're all super mindful of the temperature and the conditions. But, you know, I'm really intrigued to see Christian Hugenhog run today. I mean, he's known for running in the mid 240s, but he's just come from a really specific heat prep and a really sort of focused build up for this race in particular. So I think he'd have his sights set on 240 or better. You know, in Cairns, just a few short weeks ago, we saw Matthew Marquardt break 240 for the first time. He ran a 239, and I think that's the benchmark now that a lot of these athletes are aiming for, and it's the minimum requirement to win a big race. As we see this group slightly, Ben Knut trying to make a move there. You see this on undulating courses, don't you, where you know, you're on a flat, fast section at 50 kilometres an hour, and then you hit a little uphill and the speeds drop to under 40 kilometres an hour, and the group tends to bunch up, and they have to be super careful here, this group. We can see all the motos with them there off the side, just monitoring their spacing. You know, they've got to keep a minimum of 12 metres, and I think it's always good course management to, you know, in a group that's only got half a dozen athletes, to space that out to 15 or 17 metres. Just because of this concertinaing, you've got to be super careful you don't encroach that draft zone, because the rules state that if you do enter the draft zone, you've got to keep making forward momentum until you make the pass. So, you know, all the athletes know the rules, and they know that there's plenty of TOs out on course here.
Well, and of course, with Race Ranger, they'll know that once they do encroach that draft zone, if you do get that sort of accordion effect going up some of these rolling sections of the course, once that light turns red, they've got to go. They're under a lot of surveillance there. You can see all of the motos, of course, some of them media, but a lot of them will be technical officials. And so you don't want to get caught, to your point, up with that red light, because you've got to burn a lot of matches to move yourself to the front of this to keep yourself safe.
Yeah, and just interesting at that last time check, Didi, that Christian Hugenhog is just riding away from everyone, even the second chase group. I mean, I thought maybe they would potentially hold the gap, or but he's slowly but surely just riding away from the entire field. Again, we're still very early into this bike ride, and I just cannot imagine a world where Magnus Ditlev is going to want to ride this whole 180k with some of the athletes who are in that chase group 2 with him. You know, Christian Blumenfeld, we know he's one of the better runners, if not the best marathon runner in this race. I'd put him up there with Patrick Lange, but he's also aggressive on the bike, and I don't think he just wants to watch the race ride away up the road like it is at the moment.
Well, and it's not just Hogenhaug. I mean, if we look at some of our GPS data now, it looks like Chase 1 is actually even pulling away now. That gap was at around 2 minutes, went to 2:30, and now we're seeing it at 3 minutes. So I think that Chase 2, while there's a lot of miles left to go, or kilometers, depending on where you're watching, they can't be too complacent. They've got to be mindful of managing that gap.
No, absolutely. I mean, every kilometre that passes here on the bike course and every time check that we go past, if that gap grows even by 30 seconds or a minute, that's a 20-kilometre chase to shut that down again. 20 to 30 kilometres of higher output, higher core body temperature to shut that down at the back end of this bike ride when the temperatures are getting up there. So, let's keep an eye on that Chase Group 2 with a lot of our pre-race favourites, because they need to stop the bleeding here, particularly to this Chase Group 1, but also to Christian Hogenhog up the road. And Ben Canute, we just got a great shot of him there. He looks great, and he's in a great position here. Super experienced athlete. He knows how to find his way onto the podium of big races, and I'm sure he's really delighted with how his race is playing out so far.
Oh, absolutely. I think he's managing this really well. I had said just moments ago that he was one of the athletes in this Chase 1 group who hadn't put his nose at the front of the race, but whether it was because he got caught up in that rolling section and saw that race ranger turn red, this is the first time we've seen him at the front of that group taking a turn. But yeah, I think he's managing this really well. Swam in that front group as we expected him to, manage the swim really well as well. We never saw him right on the front, but he was sort of third and fourth foot, so to speak, if you're talking about the swim course, and had saw him riding third or fourth wheel in this Chase 1, but for the first time at the front. Of course, Ben Canute, saying it again, needs a qualifying spot to the Ironman World Championship, so that certainly is a priority for him. To secure that qualifying slot. Came a long way over here. Could have waited, stayed a little closer to home at Ironman Lake Placid, but wanted to test himself against this really high quality field, and I think has every reason to be pleased with how things are going thus far.
Just watching Christian Hogenhog take that sweeping left at speed there. This road surface looks beautiful. They're carrying their speed through the corners, and I just love the different positions. He's even though they're more aerodynamic, the hip angle is open more than ever because of the new triathlon specific bikes. And just looking at Christian's front end here, it seems to be different. His arms, his upper arms are not sort of at the same angle as a lot of the others. They're sort of at a different angle, but it seems to work for him. He can maintain that position in that high power, comfortable position that he likes, and closes the gap right off between his hands and his face. There's not a lot of gap there at all for wind to create turbulence in there and hit that frontal surface area of his body. But yeah, he's making his way off the front of this field, and yeah, no, I agree 100% with, I think Casper Stornis is another one who fits into that category that you talked about with Ben Canute just there. Like, he's in just a really good race situation right now with a fast, motivated group that's edging away from a lot of the pre-race favorites, and it's not too big a group to manage on the road here.
Yeah, again, I just watching Christian Hogenhag take that corner back there brings me back to a year ago when we had very different conditions. Again, we had a bit of rain, and Christian Hogenhag was one of the athletes that actually skidded out on this course a year ago on one of those turns, but very different conditions now, able to take advantage of those great technical skills. Every second matters as we continue on the journey through the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
Ja, ich habe Jonas tatsächlich dann
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. I'm Didi Griesbauer, live in studio alongside Craig Alexander. You are looking at Christian Hogenhaug, who is riding away from a very, very strong field overall. We've had two distinct chase groups take form, each with about 6 to 8 athletes each. The first chase group sits at about 2 minutes back, with the second chase group at about 5 minutes back. And this race, Craig, has not been without drama. We have had a lot of technical malfunctions for the athletes, notably our early leader, Schomburg, lost his front end, stopped to have it repaired, lost a gap of time, which allowed Christian Hogenhaug to make his move towards the front of this race, and now he sits alone.
And he looks great, taking these corners at speed on the open roads outside Frankfurt now. And yeah, he's having a great race, Christian Hogenhaug. It started with a swim. He tucked himself nicely into that front group. And, you know, apart from Jonas Schomburg's early breakaway, which culminated with a mechanical, as you just talked about, Didi, as you just touched on, it's been all Christian Hogenhaug at this point. But interestingly, we just got word from the course that Jonas Schomburg's whole front end has just come off the bike, and he's tossed it into the field there. So he's riding this bike like a road bike. And, you know, let's keep an eye on it. I take my hat off to him because there's a significant aero disadvantage, but we did see Solveig Lofset do something similar a month ago at the Ironman Hamburg European Championships for women, where her whole aero bar came loose. So she sort of had one arm in the aero bar and one arm on the base bar, and she was able to battle on, as we see Schomburg.
He's having a conversation with he's having a conversation with the race official now. My question, and what's going through my mind at the moment, where did he dispose of those aero bars, and is he going to get a penalty for littering or abandonment of equipment?
That would just rub salt in the wound. But if that motorbike gets any closer, Jonas can hop on the back of it. I mean, he needs to just get out.
At this point, he may want to.
He just needs to move left. I mean, let's give the guy a break. What was he meant to do? Stick it in his back pocket? I mean, truthfully, he's just. I mean, I know the rules are the rules, and we have to abide by the rules. But he's had terrible luck. He's now riding without the front end of his bike, and it looks like they're remonstrating, or the race officials remonstrating with him, because as we know, Didi, there is a rule about intentional littering and even unintentional littering. It's just not permitted at all.
Yeah, we're getting word from now down from the course and from our technical team on the ground that the race officials have decided that his bike setup in its current condition is not safe, either for himself or other riders around him. He was riding in a group, and they just think that it's not a safe position. He's lost the ability, certainly, to shift from at least a different location. One would assume he's got shifters on that base bar, but technical officials deciding that in the current condition, given the fact that the bike seems to be falling apart, I think maybe there's some concern other parts may not be secure as well. Would that base bar be in jeopardy of falling off? So at the moment, technical officials telling him it's not safe. He's going to have to cease and desist from the rest of the race, which is terrible, because this guy was giving it the old college try despite some really ill fate out there so far. But his day is going to come to an end.
That is unfortunate. I mean, I think it's a safer position than being down on the aero bars, to be honest. I mean, he's just riding it like a road bike almost, given that, yeah, it's not a road bike setup. His weight's way further forward, but it's not a super technical course. But anyway, they're the rules. He was probably going to be assessed an intentional littering penalty anyway. So just a really unfortunate turn of events for Jonas Schomburg, who's raced for the first hour to an hour 20 couldn't have gone any better, but it's actually turned into a nightmare for him.
Yeah, I mean, and really, really unfortunate because it seemed like it was going to be, I mean, early on his day, he was taking some chances there, strategy-wise, flying off the front out of the swim all on his own until disaster struck, and disaster has gone from bad to worse. He did get some help from a mechanic out there to get the bike back together, but it doesn't look like it held, and technical officials just deciding that it is not a safe thing, so it looks like he will soft pedal his way. This is a 2-loop bike course, so he will soft pedal his way back into the city, and his day is unfortunately done. The good news is that he has a qualifying slot. He's not one of our athletes who needed a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship, but given the fact that this was only his second Ironman, I think he was probably looking forward to gaining that valuable race experience, which is why he was sort of sticking it out despite less than ideal circumstances with his bike. But you can see there, maybe that's why it's not safe. You've got that stack there pointing up like a dagger, and if anything should happen, he certainly don't want to impale himself or anybody else.
Yeah, and that's clearly not safe. Looking at that sort of top tube section or whatever you want to call it, the stack height really, that's just it looks like a lethal weapon there just sticking up towards his head. So the officials have made the right call. It's just an unfortunate situation. It's a part of racing, and you know, Didi, I love how you're glass half full. I'm more glass half empty on this one. I mean, I feel for Schomburg. He was one of the contenders for the Ironman Pro Series. You know, he may need to look at getting himself on the start line in Ironman Lake Placid in a few weeks, because if he wants to figure on the podium of the Ironman Pro Series at the end of the year, he needs a third Ironman, to score points. Because, of course, the way the series works, it's 5 races count towards your series tally at the end of the season, and 3 of them are Ironman races. So he needs that third race. And you're 100% correct, Didi. The race official just pointing to that sort of stack that's just exposed right at the top of his base bar, which does look like almost like a knife just jutting out of his aero bars there.
Yeah, I mean, all it would take was for him to go, over a bump and go sort of butt over teacups, as they say, so to speak, for that to become a real hazard to him. So technical officials making the right call. His day is over, unfortunately, but that is not the end of his season. We will see him again. That start list for Lake Placid closed a couple of days ago, so whether he's on it as a hedge or not, he's going to have to reshuffle his season, because to your point, yeah, Pro Series points matter, but at least he's got his berth to the World Championship.
You know, we're just getting word.
And here we are back. I believe this is still Chase.
Casper Stornes.
Yeah,
This is Chase 1, yeah, Casper Stornes. And they're, through that last split, they're holding now to the lead, 3 minutes back. And interestingly, that the group behind this group, with a lot of the big pre-race favourites, has gained 10 seconds. So certainly nothing to scream from the rooftops just yet, but we'll watch the pattern of these splits as they unfold. And we're getting word from the course that Cam Worth is doing what he does, what he loves to do, which is eat his way through the groups ahead of him. And so we'll keep an eye to whether he can sort of latch back onto that group that's 5 minutes back of Christian Hogenhog at the front of the race. And that would be quite an effort for Cam if he's able to do that, because, I mean, he was spotting, KB, Big Blue, Langer, Magnus Ditlev about 3 minutes out of the swim, 3 or 4 minutes, I think, maybe even more. So if he's closed that down in 75 kilometers, that's some great riding by Cam Worth.
Also, you talk about some of the dynamics in the Chase 2, putting 10 seconds into Chase 1, but also starting to shed Patrick Lange a little bit through 69.5 kilometers. Lange now, not a lot, but about 20 seconds back, actually probably 30 seconds back of the front of Chase 2. So that group starting to make a move away from Patrick Lange as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that was, I don't want to say it was inevitable, but I mean, you and I have been talking about it, Didi, and I think it was all the talk before the race. For Patrick Lange, where, the storyline for him is, where does he come out of the swim, and also how does he find this dynamic on the bike, because we know, none of these gentlemen, not one of them, not one single one of them want to get off the bike with Patrick Langer. I still feel Christian Blumenfeld can match him when it comes to an Ironman marathon. But I mean, if you feel like you can distance him on the bike, why not? Why take the chance of getting off the bike and rolling into T2 with him? As we see Jonas Schomburg talking with the race officials here, I'm sure they're organising potentially a lift back to T1.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment and frustration in his face, but that's fuel for the fire for the rest of the season, and certainly for the future. Took some big risks, and I think we both were applauding his aggressive riding and the race strategy early on. Not meant to be today. He'll have to save it for another day.
And there will be another day. One of the benefits of the Ironman Pro Series is, it's a season-long affair, but these athletes are very particular. I think one of the things that the Ironman Pro Series has done is just make a lot of the athletes, much more meticulous with their race planning. We heard Rudy von Berg pre-race talk about the need or his desire to get 8, 10 or 12 week blocks in between his big races. And, these athletes schedule their season well in advance, but, they're also professional athletes. They do factor in some flexibility and contingency plans as well.
Well, that's just the thing. They have to be meticulous about the planning because the level of competition is so high. And as we said earlier, they really need to be firing on all cylinders at every single race. They can't have a race where they're slightly off because the level of competition is just so high. So yes, they have to be meticulous, but they also have to be flexible because things like this do happen. And there are flat tires, there are things that happen. And so while you need to be meticulous, you also need to be flexible. So it's the series is phenomenal in that regard because it requires just that level of focus, but also balance and flexibility.
No, absolutely. As we see our leader cresting a hill and just being really disciplined with pouring that water on his neck, in his armpits, in his groin, trying to keep himself cool. But no, I agree, Didi. For me, one of the huge revelations the past couple of seasons has been the advent of the Ironman Pro Series. We just see a season-long narrative now. We see greater depth in the bigger races outside of the World Championships. There was a time there where you would, particularly in the Ironman distance racing, not so much in the middle distance or Ironman 70.3, because I think we've always seen great depth in those races. But with the Ironman races, we would really only see world-class fields and that really sort of that great competitive depth at World Championships or maybe some of the European Championships. And, as fans of the sport, we're just getting treated to it a lot more often now.
And a lot more names coming into the sport. Certainly the opportunity with the Pro Series to make significant amounts of money that professional triathletes haven't seen historically, certainly is bringing a lot of people up to the longer distance who might have stayed at the middle distance. So I think we're seeing a lot more athletes, and the depth of field just absolutely skyrocketing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a $1.7 million prize purse at the end of the season, $200,000 for those athletes good enough and lucky enough to win. Last year, of course, in the women's racing, that was Kat Matthews, and for the boys, it was Gregory Barnaby. So it's a professional sport. These athletes need to be rewarded accordingly, and they are, and I think they earn every cent that they make. It's such hard racing. As we get we're getting a visual now of Kasper Stepniak, he's still in that chase group one. He's one of those athletes you talked about, Didi, like Ben Knut and also Andreas Solversberg, who had a great swim and have just been sort of, meandering. I don't like to use the word meandering, but they've been navigating the early kilometres just in a really uneventful way, riding to their plan, really steady. This group seems to be moving well, and Kasper, comes into this race. He had a 10th place finish earlier this year at Ironman Texas and North American Championships, so we know he comes in with reasonably good form and fitness, and I'm sure he's looking to improve on that 10th place and an 8th place finish that he got here last year.
And another athlete along with Ben Knut looking for that qualifying slot he still is in need for of one of those, so that will definitely be playing in his mind. You know, I think for some of those athletes, and we mentioned Kieran Linders, Kasper Stempniak, Christian Hogenhaug, and Cameron Worf, some of our top named athletes who need qualifying slots for the Ironman World Championship. Do they race slightly more conservatively here to try to protect that spot, as opposed to sort of going for broke for more points for the win, et cetera, et cetera? Because there are so many points, like there's no chance you compete at the Ironman Pro Series if you're not at the World Championship. So a lot of those athletes without the slot are going to be trying to defend that slot, I think, almost as their top priority.
Yeah, potentially. I think it's a good point. I think their mind and their thinking might sort of drift to that later in the marathon when they maybe perhaps need to go into damage control. I think at this point in the race, your major priority is to win the race. I mean, if you win the race, you bag the 5,000 Ironman Pro Series points, and you also get the Nice qualification slot if you haven't already got one. So, you know, a lot of those problems go hand in hand. If you win the race, I think a lot of those other scenarios that we talk about sort of take care of themselves. But again, to your point, if it becomes a real death march in that run, the heat gets up, and you need to make a decision whether do you go for the win and roll the dice, and potentially at some point the wheels may come off, or do you sort of circle the wagons a little bit and race a little more conservatively just to lock up that World Championship qualification slot and more Pro Series points? I mean, they're definitely decisions that each athlete will be faced with at some point in this marathon, I think.
As we look at here at Hirsch, who is a part of Chase 1, we look back in the tracker to Chase 2 to see that sort of power group, that momentum group. Christian Blumenfeld, Magnus Ditlev, Rudy von Berg, they are stacked up 1, 2, 3 in that chase. They've got Daniel Baekegaard with them, Gustav Eden still holding on. But of note, Patrick Lange through 75.5 kilometers is now almost a minute back of Chase 2, so he's losing a lot of time. Once he lost touch with Chase 2, he is bleeding time in a big way.
Yeah, well, let's keep an eye on that, because I think...
I mean, that was in 6 kilometers.
Yeah, that would raise your eyebrows, because normally when if the pace is too quick and you start drifting off the back of a group, you want to do it in sort of a well-managed way. You don't want to lose a minute in 6 kilometers. So either he suffered a mechanical, something's happened, he's gone through a real flat patch, or the other boys are just saying, you know what, we've had enough of him being in our postcode, and we're just going to, you know, open the throttle up a little bit here, as we see a nice close-up of Kasper Stempniak. Again, just a really consistent athlete on the Ironman Pro Series. He's bagged some good results. 7th here last year, 10th earlier this year in Texas. I think I said he was 8th here last year. He was actually 7th. But still looking good, still looking comfortable. Upper body completely motionless. He just looks, relaxed as he crests this little hill out on course. We're at sort of a more exposed part of the course here, Didi, where the wind could be a factor, although we're hearing the winds are quite light. But, you know, this course is quite exposed. If the wind gets up, that could certainly play into the hands of the stronger cyclists. But yeah, it was interesting, that last check you just gave us, how Magnus Ditlev has now moved to the front of Chase Group 2, and I think we expect to see some fireworks.
Well, not only that, but I'm just watching the time gap, and the gap between Chase 1 and Chase 2 is actually starting to come down. So I think those big boy bikers in Chase 2 are starting to get a move on, moving towards Chase 1, but also moving away from Patrick Lange.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together. And by Bulldog, man's best friend. And we are here still on the first lap of this Zoot bike course. Lots of race dynamics playing out. Christian Hogenhaug at the front of the race. There's a small chase group, including Casper Storns, Ben Knut, Johannes Vogel, Andreas Salvesberg, and Kasper Stepniak. But the big movers on the course are Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, Rudy von Berg, Daniel Bakkegaard closing in on Chase 1.
Yeah, and we're with Chase 1 now. We're with Willem Hirsch at the back of Chase 1 there. And that group is, just getting about their business. Very uneventful for them. I think very manageable number of athletes, 6 or 7 in that group. And they seem to be sharing the workload now. It's interesting though. I think, the big, I guess, storyline for me in the last 15 minutes is that Patrick Lange has been distanced from Chase Group 2. And it looks like, as you mentioned, the some of the big boy bikers are putting their big boy pants on, and they've had enough of just being sort of bit players in this thing, and they want to get towards the front. And I think, for someone like Magnus Ditlev, that first, I guess, priority is to close the gap down to Chase Group 1 and then get himself up into thin air off the front of the race, as we see Christian Hogenhaug doing right now.
Yeah, Christian Hogenhaug continuing to dominate this Zoot bike course. Mindful that the temperatures are rising, so through the aid stations, getting that water to keep that core body temperature down, not only in the body, but on the body to maintain that cooling. As we take a look at the skyline there, that is where the athletes are headed back into the city before they will head back out for loop number 2 on this Zoot bike course. And I think it'll be really interesting to see if this dynamic continues to play out, how the dynamic changes when the fraction of Chase 2 of Magnus Ditlev, Christian Blumenfeld, Rudy von Berg, Arnold is in that group as well. When they converge with Chase 1, that's going to be a much larger, less agile, manageable pack. I would anticipate that Ditlev, Blumenfeld, and the stronger cyclists in that group are not going to stick around. They'll bike through it, but certainly for a time, that's going to add some congestion, potentially at a point when these athletes are still in the more dense urban city center.
Yeah, just interesting watching Chase Group 1 here in the back of the group, Willem Hirsch, when you see athletes at the back of the group stop pedaling so they don't encroach on the draft zone ahead, that to me says the pace is not super hot here. When the pace is hot, you're always at your limits, and I think this group is almost riding within itself. But no, I agree. I think when we get to that 100, 110, 120 kilometre mark of this race, the heat's getting up there, and we know the pedigree of Magnus Ditlev on the bike. We know Rudy von Berg, how he can ride, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, particularly if Gustav is finding some form. And I just feel that those athletes that I mentioned, they will ride a very hard last third of this bike course. So yeah, that's the dynamic we need to look for. And as you mentioned, when they, as we see Christian multi-skilling here. I love this. Elbows in the, looks like he's unwrapping a Mars bar or a Snickers, as we call it down in Australia, but I'm sure it's a
precision
like
hydration chew bar.
Yeah.
It's a chew bar.
There you go. So he's being sponsor correct. Nice work, Christian. The sponsors are no doubt watching. And yeah, so when they get back after lap one and they have to negotiate or sort of navigate their way through that technical part of town, it's a perfect play for someone like Magnus Ditlev if he can be on the front of the group already to launch an attack from. So, I think, Didi, in recent times, one of the things we have seen, with the racing, the men's and the women's racing, is just the top athletes, how they're able to even split their bike ride and their marathon. And I think part of it is training, but a big part of it is also the nutrition. I really feel the nutrition has come on leaps and bounds in endurance sports the last 5 or 8 years. Just the quality of nutrition, the athlete's ability to keep their carbohydrates up, to keep their, to minimize or mitigate their electrolyte depletion. And, it's a big part of performance for the muscles to be able to contract and generate maximum force, maximum output. The athletes are mindful of all of those things. And we're always mindful and knew about these things, but it was just hard to find products where you could, manage your losses as well as the athletes do these days, as we see Casper Stornes here. Again, just really looking smooth and rhythmical, tucked into this chase group one. He seems to have kept himself towards the front of this group, Didi, and out of a lot of trouble that you can get yourself into on the back of these groups.
Yeah, certainly through that last sort of turn, we saw a little bit of overtaking and athletes getting a little jumbled up. Certainly safer to be at the front of the group rather than at the back, where you're going to have to respond to the according effect of what's going on ahead of you. And it looks like Stornes may be going off the front entirely here. Up again, another conversation with a race official. That's Salvesberg. So that conversation, this is from a moment ago. So that's Salvesberg, who was at the front of that group, having a conversation with the official. Again, I don't see a card.
No, he needs to move, though, that official. He needs to do it because he's just bottlenecking the course there. But you're right. Sometimes, because of safety concerns, the motorbike can't come up and talk to the athletes. So they may assess a penalty, but not be able to communicate that to the athlete for 1 or 2 or 3 or even 4 kilometres down the road. But I just found at that particular point of the course, that was a pinch point on the course there, and the athletes were just encroaching right from behind that motorbike. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on what was happening there with Andreas Salvesberg.
Again, it's where you want to have like mics on all the athletes down there to see what these conversations are going on. But right now, mostly what we've seen are conversations. We haven't heard of any penalties yet from our technical officials, at least not amongst our favorites. But we have seen quite a few conversations between athletes and officials out on the course as we take a look there at the gorgeous Frankfurt skyline. Such an interesting course, such a densely urban city, and yet a lot of the mixed topography of the course, the athletes really do get out into the open countryside. A great mix of technical riding throughout the city and then open riding out more in the countryside, as Christian Hogenhaug, our current race leader, making his way to the end of the first loop of this Zoot bike course. At last time check, he was about nearly 3.5 minutes up from Chase 1. Chase 2 making their move. They're 4:20-ish down. They are making about a minute down now on Chase 1. So those two chase groups, 1 and 2, converging, and again, possibly right in the city center. So that'll make for some exciting riding.
Yeah, that's going to be fun to watch. That's perfect timing, that if that Chase Group 2 does catch up, that they tack onto the back of Chase Group 1 coming through sort of the technical section in town, as we see Christian coming to the end of his first loop. And this is a magnificent course, Didi. I mean, that skyline of Frankfurt, it's not too often you get big races in urban settings, and I love this. You get a mix of everything. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this second loop on the bike. I think we're going to learn a lot more about how this race is going to unfold. I can't imagine that Magnus wants to be anywhere near some of the guys he's with on the bike here. And the temperatures are getting up there. So yeah, it's interesting that Chase Group 1, there's been a lot of remonstrating between the athletes and the technical officials, but we don't think there's been any penalties assessed as of yet, which is a good thing. Just for me, that a lot of the strength, apart from Christian Hugenhog, who's off the front, a lot of the bike strength is in that Chase Group 2. You know, Rudy von Berg, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, Magnus Ditlev, obviously. So they will not want to be anywhere near some of these other guys coming into T2. So they've got the second loop of this bike to really do some damage, and I think we're going to see some grenades dropped at the start of this second loop.
Yeah, you and I were sort of speculating. We knew that group would form at some point. I thought it would happen sooner. They were very patient before making that move, certainly, and I'm wondering, we haven't had cameras on them, and hopefully when these groups converge, we will get our first look at Ditlev, Blumenfeld, von Berg, that group on the bike, who the instigator in that group is. We've seen on the GPS that it hasn't been just one. I've seen Ditlev at the front. I've seen Blumenfeld currently at the front of that Chase 2. Who the instigator of that was to get that group moving, but they are certainly on the move now, as we anticipated that they would be. And here we have Hogenhaug lapping their age group athletes, so he is well into now the second loop of this Zoot bike course. And I don't think, given the nature of the course, that he will get eyes on the guys behind him. I think he'll be good and gone by the time they make their way into the city. But Hogenhaug out for loop number 2.
Yeah, and he's looking amazing. He looks good. He looks like he did 2 hours ago, and I just got a split there. He rode that first loop 2:02, so he's looking great, Christian, and I think he'd be really happy with his race at the present. But yeah, I mean, all those names you mentioned, Didi, I mean, take your pick. It could have been it could be any one of those. Von Berg, Ditlev, Eden, who really want to be agitators in that Chase Group 2. I think they all have the power to do it. I think, tactically it's smart to do it coming into town. I mean, when the average speeds drop off, it's easier to attack. Out on the open roads, when, the group's rolling at 50 kilometers an hour, it's hard to get away. So I think those, experienced, powerful bikers will be wanting to make a move and not only hurt some of the other athletes in Chase Group 2, but bridge up to Chase Group 1 and just blow straight through Chase Group 1. I imagine they're not going to want to sit around and take anyone along for the ride on Loop 2.
Well, no, and for the first part of Loop 1, they were taking Patrick Lange around for a ride, but Patrick Lange now the one hemorrhaging. He's lost almost 2 minutes in the last 20K to Chase 2, so things not going Patrick Lange's way at present, but off to lap 2 on the Zoot bike course.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
I'm Craig Alexander with Didi Griesbauer, and you're watching the Mainova IRONMAN Frankfurt European Championship for Men, race 11 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And we're here at the start of the second lap with our leader, Christian Hugenhog, who really is having, I don't want to say the race of his life, but he's having a great race. He had a great swim. He got himself into an elite little front group, and now he's distancing himself from his competition as we flash back to the Chase Group 1, who are navigating the technical part at the end of lap 1, start of lap 2, coming back through the main part of Frankfurt here and starting to pass some of the age group athletes who are just heading out, starting their day. And Didi, it's an exciting race, but I'm really looking forward to this second loop on the bike because I think we're going to see some fireworks.
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen a lot of excitement in the first lap, including the swim. Again, pre-race, big name Cameron Worf, over 8.5 minutes back out of the swim. He has yet to make an appearance. He is still chipping away. We had two distinct Chase 1, Chase 2. Chase 2 now converging with Chase 1. We've had some technical issues that have seen poor Jonas Schomburg have to withdraw from the race. So we've seen certainly a lot of action, and I think we're only going to see more as we continue through this Zoot bike course.
Interestingly, Patrick Langer started losing touch with his group towards the end of Loop 1 there, and you know, honestly, I'm not concerned yet because maybe that's a tactical decision. I think Patrick has the ability, even on a hot day, to run a low 2:30 marathon here. So I think he can spot 7 or 8 minutes potentially to many of the other men in this field. And provided he finishes the ride with some juice left in the tank, he needs some gas left in the tank. So, you know, if an athlete overbikes and the wheels come off, that's a different scenario. But if it was a tactical move or a strategic move by Patrick to ride with a lot of the contenders for as long as possible and then slowly edge his way off the back of the group, but you know, maintain his output and manage himself, his core body temperature, his fueling, his hydration. You know, if he's doing all of those things and checking those boxes, I'm confident he can run a 2:30 to a 2:35 marathon somewhere in that ballpark here. And you know, at the very least, I think that can be good enough to get a top 5 or a podium, if not better.
Yeah, and he's not alone out there. I mean, while he has peeled off the back of Chase 2, he's still in a small group of 4 athletes: Paul Schuster, Morten Schmidt, and Dries Mathies. So he's not alone out there, which helps, but I wouldn't say that that's the kind of firepower he's going to want to hitch his cart to for the whole second lap of this bike, but that is the fate that he's got, and we'll see how close he's able to stay to some of our big name contenders through the second lap.
Yeah, for sure. We'll keep an eye on his splits, and you know, if the gap's slowly widening, that's not as concerning as if, you know, he just falls off a cliff and, you know, starts losing chunks of minutes at each time split. So we'll keep an eye on that. We see this part of the course here is, again, it's the technical sort of narrower section in town. Got some of the age group athletes on course, so these guys will be looking to make their way through and out onto those open roads again and hit the heights, 55k an hour. I think the road surface looks good, average speeds look good, and you know, I expect to see some moves in this second lap.
Yeah, again, and our athletes having to navigate some of the traffic in the technical sections with the lapped age group athletes certainly adds a degree of difficulty through the more technical section here. Athletes wanted to capitalize because this is where, to your point, once you get back to the open roads, it's harder to make a move. They could make a move here, but they've got to navigate those age group athletes as well. But it's an opportunity if you're willing to take the chance.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, these guys have great bike handling skills, great technical ability. So they'll be, as we had a look now at Patrick Langer as he starts his second loop, and yeah, he looks, I don't know, I wouldn't say he looks comfortable. His cadence a little lower than it was before. And
we typically, when we see Patrick riding well, he's got a little bit of rhythm in his shoulders, and his rhythm, I agree, Craig, looks a little off.
Yeah, he looks a little off to me for sure. I mean, I think he's certainly not a natural bike rider like some of the other boys, but we've seen him. I mean, he biked a 4:06 in Kona last year. So this man can ride a bike. He looks a little off to me today. I'm not sure. But again, I am still backing in his ability to, I mean, his body language to me still looks like he's up for the fight. And I think he'll back himself in, if he can stay close enough. I think he's always confident in his ability to have, if not the second fastest run on course. And so all's not lost for this man just yet.
Nope, definitely not. But I am eyeing this GPS data that says Chase 2 is just 40 seconds behind Chase 1. But sticking with Patrick Lange, we met with Patrick pre-race for our A Fighting Chance series. Here's a visit with Patrick Lange.
Yeah, I can only imagine how great the feeling must be to finish this race on top of the podium.
Hey man.
Hey man, hello.
How are you?
Yeah, good. Good to be back. Fifth time racing here in Frankfurt. So yeah, excited as always. And no, I think it's gonna be a great day. It's a special place for me indeed. I grew up actually in the northern part of Hessen, which is the state we're currently in. So it's 150 kilometers up north. And it's just cool to see so many familiar faces and friends coming out to this race and cheering me on. And it's definitely home turf. I had a really bad swim here last year, but we analyzed what happened, and I think I know what to do better this year. And if you look at the swim in Kona, was out of the water in fourth place, so it's not that I'm not capable of it, and I think I proved it many times that I'm like a pretty solid all-round triathlete and not just a runner. And so yeah, I just want to keep this positive momentum from Kona, especially the good swim there, and so I know I can do it. I know I can be close to the front on the bike as well, and for the run I have no doubt.
I suppose the ultimate question is, what's it going to take Patrick Lange to snag the European Championship title here in Frankfurt this weekend?
As always, we have to be thinking close to course record times. And if you look at the time that Christian posted here last year, it's insanely fast, also taking into consideration the conditions. So yeah, we will see times sub 7:30 here to take the win, which is yeah, just smoking fast.
A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our Race Week series that pulls the curtain back and gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the everyday lives of our elite triathletes. Thanks to our friends at Hoka for that visit with Patrick Lange. For more on A Fighting Chance, you can check out our Instagram at Ironman Tri and full episodes on proseries.ironman.com or on our Ironman YouTube channel.
We're here with our men's leader, Mr. Christian Hugenhog, and he, again, is just really set about extending this lead. It's slowly extending over Chase Group 1, but I want to say holding steady with Chase Group 2. Didi, it looks like You know, a lot of the stronger bikers in Chase Group 2, they're not making inroads on this man, but they're keeping the gap as it is. And I'm just interested to see. I mean, there's got to be movement from this second Chase Group. I think there's too much depth of talent, too many strong bikers, too many athletes with their hearts set on winning this race, just to ride as one big group, kind of like a procession for this second loop. I really think Magnus Ditlev is going to launch at some point, and he will take possibly Rudy von Berg. We heard Rudy talk about having to make that decision at different races, and it's a case by case, you know, depending on how his legs feel, but he feels he can up the pace towards the back half of the bike and not burn too many matches. So yeah, there's still some interesting dynamics to play out and some interesting storylines here, but Christian Hoogenhog is just having a great race so far.
Yeah, very aggressive on lap 1 and definitely holding that gap to Chase 2. We're going to catch up with Chase 2 in just a second here. Moto's getting back there. I want to get a read, Craig, on their body language to see sort of who's instigating, what their intent is, how organized they are. So looking forward to getting eyes on that, which we will have momentarily. But right now, Christian Hoogenhaug very much in control. Still looks remarkably well to me. I see no change in his demeanor, his energy level, in perceived power that I can see going through those pedals. He just looks outstanding.
Yeah, he looks exactly as he looked 2 hours ago. Same cadence, same posture, a little bit of a shoulder roll, a little bit of a head bobble, but not a lot of upper body movement. Super efficient. And he's opened up a 3.5 minute lead. So, I mean, it'd be interesting to know what kind of a lead or what kind of a number he has in his head that he thinks he needs. I think it's going to be 7 minutes he'd want. I don't think he's going to get 7 minutes over everyone in the field, but over the majority of this Chase Group, I think he might get that amount of time. I think there'll be breakaways from the Chase Group, as we mentioned. It's got to be Magnus Ditlev, Rudy von Berg. I'm thinking Christian Blumenfeld as well. So, but again, there is a lot of talent and a lot of depth in that group, and it's hard to break away when the average speeds get higher, and they do once they get out of the town here into the open roads around Frankfurt. The average speeds are higher, and as we always see, it's just harder to bridge a gap or to break away from a group when the average speeds are just higher.
And you said, Craig, that to your mind, a reasonable number for Hoogenhagen, a number that he might find manageable, is 7 minutes. That's 7 minutes on who? Like, when we look at, I mean, again, we still have a lot of riding left to do, but certainly we saw Christian Blumenfeld run extraordinarily well here. Rudy von Berg, I don't tend to think of him. I mean, he's consistent as all get out. Is he an athlete that could run 7 minutes into Christian Hoogenhaug? I'm not sure, you know, that's a finer line for me. Who amongst these chasers, and if we even blend Chase 1 and Chase 2, does Hoogenhaug have to be worried about? You know, you threw down that number of 7 minutes. Is that just Blumenfeld?
No, I think he'll have around 7 minutes on the remnants of that group who's ever in it. But I think he'll need more than 7 minutes on Christian Blumenfeld if he wants to win, because I think Christian will run low 230 here. He did it last year, 10 days after the Olympic Games. We saw him just even have sort of misadventure throughout the run. He was vomiting, he had toilet stops, and he still ran a 232. Unbelievable, really. I think this is a very fast course. Notwithstanding, there's some twists and turns and it's lapped, so there'll be a bit of lapped traffic, as we saw with the women at the European Championships in Hamburg just 4 weeks ago. I think, you know, the third and fourth lap, they had a bit of age group traffic to navigate through, but that's racing, and these athletes are used to that. You know, the upside is the age group give you a lot of emotional uplift and support. So, you know, I think if Christian H, as opposed to Christian B, wants to win, Christian H needs more than 7 minutes over Christian B. I think, you know, he'll have about 7 minutes on the front group. The question is who's going to be off the front of that front group. I think Magnus Ditlev for sure. I think Rudy von Berg as well. You know, so, you know, there's a lot to play out in this race, and if it gets too tactical, that group, and that's why I don't think someone like Magnus Ditlev will play tactics here. I think he'll just blow straight through Chase Group 1, and he'll just ride a very even-paced, high output second lap, I don't think he'll bridge across to this man. The lead's too big now. I just think the remnants of that front group will have about 7 minutes deficit to the leader off the bike. But the question is who's between the leader and that group?
Well, exciting times to come. Christian Hogenhaug through 106 kilometers, but behind that, the fireworks are starting to go off. The gap between Chase 1 and Chase 2 is only about 20 seconds, which with that many athletes, if our spotters on the course are giving us good information, which they always do, that's going to create a 13-man group, which is going to take time to sort out, turn inside out, and then have, to your point, the Magnus Ditlevs sort of bike through them. But it's going to be a little congested there for a while. But those two groups 20 seconds apart now, so it's all happening.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see who in Chase Group 1, you know, they would have been getting splits. So really experienced athletes like Casper Stornes, he probably has been anticipating this catch. And the question is, have they sort of managed their effort a little better the last 10 or 15 minutes, dropped the heart rate 5 to 10 beats just to regroup, knowing that Chase Group 2 is about to attach onto the back of their group and knowing exactly who's in that group. I think they're expecting fireworks just like we are.
But Christian Hogenhaug continuing to dominate his lead over all of the chasers now, 4.5 minutes. So Hogenhaug continuing to ride strong, but lots of action happening behind him with the two chase groups 1 and 2 converging as one, with 13 athletes now amongst the chasers. And now looking back even further, Patrick Lange at 7:46 back. Again, still wedged into that smaller group. He is at the front of that now. But with a group of 13, again, as they're getting out of the city into more open roads, they're going to get out and get gone, which could be bad news as we take a look for the first time at Christian Blumenfeld in Chase 2, soon to be Chase 1.
Isn't it amazing? We're 3 hours into the race and we're only clapping eyes on Christian right now. So I think it just speaks to the depth of the racing and the quality, and a lot of these younger athletes who are keen to swim hard and take the race up the road. And it's great. It lends to, you know, as us as fans of the sport watching, it leads to a really great and interesting race dynamic. But again, this man has so much experience. I'm sure he's not panicking. He knows what kind of a Ironman marathon he has up his sleeve, and he'd be crunching the numbers. It wouldn't have escaped his attention that Patrick Lange has drifted off the back of this group, but he'd also have eyes on the front of the race. I mean, he's a champion. He has a champion's mindset. He's thinking about nothing other than victory. He's not thinking about Ironman Pro Series points or the $28,000 first prize paycheck. He's thinking about winning the race and adding a European title to his incredible resume. And it's interesting, you know, this sort of congested, narrower part of the bike course, Didi. It's harder and easier. I mean, with the sort of the stop-start nature here, gaps can form, but the speeds aren't as high here, but the gaps can still open up for this group of 13. And I don't think it'll be a group of 13 for very long.
Yeah, and as we take our first real look at Christian Blumenfeld, let's take a chance to visit with A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka, our Race Week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of our elite athletes. Christian Blumenfeld is certainly one of those athletes. Let's have a visit with Christian Blumenfeld.
The world champs outside of the world champs. So yeah, it is the European Championship though. And as you know, like the strongest triathletes in the world come from Europe, so it makes sense that it's a tough one.
Hello. Hey. Don't film my sweaty armpits, please. Don't film it, okay?
Nutrition for a weekend.
Oh, that's a lot of more than gels. How many gels do you have?
I don't know. That's actually nutrition for 2. So a lot of sugar. Easy swim, easy run, or maybe a little bit of some strides on the run.
Last year was a runaway race for you.
Yeah. But you know, last year I just came here to validate. So I think I will have the same mindset this time around. Like I'm just here to finish, to validate my slot, and then we will see where I'm ending up.
It's our tactical mindset.
Yeah. I'm just here to validate. Been back home in Bergen since Aix-en-Provence, and training has been good. It's obviously way easier to do the Ironman specific sessions in the weather in Bergen compared to what we did like going into Texas. So the pace on the run has been good and the power has been good. So I just hope that that can translate into a good race here. We'll head back home to Bergen after this race, and then we'll do a 5-week block in the French mountains before heading down to the French coastline and preparing for Nice.
Thank you. I can do my socks even higher. Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
What's up, baby? Okay. Og så går han ut bort til den hvite bojen der.
Team Norway against Team Denmark against Team Germany this weekend, by the looks of it.
Yeah, but of course we have to make sure that it's. We would rather see 3 Norwegians on the podium than 3 Germans or 3 Danish people. So we might have to talk a bit to the German team in order to work against Danish.
Now in the hands of the starter.
How was the water?
Collecting the last 10 meters on land. 3K. No, it's nice. It's not too warm.
Not too warm?
Hopefully it's better with like 24 degrees than 21.9, because then it's a bit warm with it. So
how long are you gonna run for?
Like 45 minutes. We have to leave from here in 65 minutes. So need to put in enough time to get a shower as well.
Bye-bye.
Thanks to our friends at Hoka and to Christian Blumenfeld for spending time with us on A Fighting Chance. And if you want another look at Gustav Eden in knee socks and a Speedo, you can check out full replays at proseries.ironman.com and on our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Back to the action here, Craig.
Yeah, interesting to hear Christian talk about he hasn't done as many Ironman specific sessions as he had done into Texas. I'm just wondering how many Ironman specific sessions he did last year when this race was 10 days after the Olympics. I mean, I don't think it matters for that man, to be honest. But what was interesting there, Didi, was watching a bit of the chaos through the aid station there. Some of our pro athletes trying to grab some aid, very congested part of the course. But again, the pros and age groups are used to that and know to manage themselves well through those aid stations as we sort of start hitting more of the open roads out of the urban setting now. And, this race, we sit here and talk about Magnus Ditlev needing a lead or needing to separate. It's also, again, that race in Kona last year where Magnus went on a long chase of Sam Laidlow on the bike, you will remember, and probably overbiked himself a touch. Well, we know Sam overbiked and Magnus did as well, and ended up 6th or 7th off the bike and yet ran himself up into 2nd place. So Magnus Ditlev, like all the athletes, we tend to gravitate towards their most well-known discipline or their strongest discipline, but they're all well-rounded. So, I mean, Magnus Ditlev would be more than confident. I know in Challenge Roth, he's run 2:34 before. He's got a number of mid-2:30 marathons to his name. So I'm sure Magnus is very confident in his marathon ability, but he would still like to have some separation. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, I think he'd absolutely like some separation, but I think he also will remember the price he paid, to your point, for pushing the pace at the end of the bike. I think, as soon as he crossed the finish line at the Ironman World Championship, that first 10K of the marathon were some dark times. So that's a lesson that stays with you. So maybe he's being just a little bit more controlled this time. We'll find out.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is where I wanna be.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of IRONMAN Europe.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship, and this is race leader Christian Hogenhaug, who is enjoying a 5-minute lead over all of his pursuers. Some key components here, Chase 2 and Chase 1 have recently, are about to very quickly merge, and some of our race favorites will quickly move to the front of that Chase group. Quite a race so far. Craig?
It's been a great race so far, and I'm loving Christian here, just taking these corners at speed, cutting up the inside. To be honest, the amateurs are being amazing. They're staying right and they're staying off the sort of the turning line, the apex, and Christian's able to carry all his speed through these corners. And yeah, he's on a mission here today. He's had a great swim, set himself up really nicely. It was an elite select little front group in the swim. And I think the big storyline coming out of the swim was his presence in that front group, being one of the better bikers in the field. And he's just slowly and steadily just added to his lead throughout the course of this bike ride so far, as we see that Chase Group 1 and Chase Group 2 coming together. And, we're expecting to see some movement now in this second lap. I imagine that some of the athletes in that group are maybe just on their limit and maybe even overbiking, where there's a lot of the more experienced athletes and the sort of the higher level athletes, like the athletes we've mentioned, Magnus Ditlev, Rudy von Berg, Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden. Typically he'd be an athlete you'd consider in this group as well. They won't slow down on this second lap. They'll keep the pressure and the power on, and at the very least try and hold Christian's lead here to what it is, and also do some damage to athletes not in that group, like Patrick Langer. And it's interesting, the start of his season was similar to last year. I think he got 17th in Oceanside this year. He was 16th last year. The big difference was last year he then went on to win Ironman Texas a few weeks later, and he didn't get to race Texas this year. So, without a good race here, his Ironman Pro Series is hanging by the balance.
Absolutely, for the Pro Series. And I think there are also some questions. The reason he didn't race in Ironman Texas, he had a adductor strain, I believe it was, a bit of a, I don't know if you'd call it, athletes like to differentiate between a niggle, which is not a full-blown injury, and an injury. I don't know how much it sidelined him, certainly kept him out of Ironman Texas. And no one really knows the status of that. I mean, obviously he's fit enough and healthy enough to be racing here in Frankfurt. So one would assume that he's not going to turn up and jeopardize the rest of his season if he's not at full health. But he missed a bit of running, and so there were a lot of questions as to what his form would be in the wake of that injury. The bonus side of that is that he's going to be fresher than some other guys that have put in a lot of hard racing in the Pro Series thus far.
Yeah, I think at his age, sort of the 38, 39, missing a bit of training's not as important as just being healthy and injury-free. I read it was an adductor injury, sort of an inflammation of where the adductor attaches to the femur, and that injury actually can escalate and become a stress fracture quite easily. So he did the right thing resting, but it'll be interesting to see what kind of run form he brings into the marathon today. As again, we're just looking at Christian Hugenhagen. He is absolutely flying. He's just a picture of efficiency, effectiveness. Look at his upper body, Didi. It's just, that head position, the hand position, his cadence. Nothing has really changed for this man over the last 2 to 3 hours, and he still looks like he's laying down a lot of power. He's now on the open roads. He's well into his second loop, and his lead is steadily growing. It's steadily growing, and he's having a great race. He's having a great race. The question is, if he wants to win this race, what lead does he need?
I look at his aerodynamics, just looks so perfect. The way the helmet sits nicely between the shoulder blades there. He's so still. My question is, honestly, there he goes. From a practical perspective, yeah, he's laying down good power, but how is he even seeing a power meter number at the moment? His hands are so close to those thumbs. That would be hard for my aging eyes to be able to see, but so smooth. You could put a cup of coffee between his shoulder blades. It would sit right there. He just looks outstanding, and you can tell because he is now 5:14 up on the chasers. Again, continuing. It's not massive time gaps, but it's, since halfway through the first loop, it's been 10, 15 seconds almost every timing station.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to how he's managing himself and how he's riding to his own power and schedule. I don't think he's overbiking, even close to it. I love your coffee analogy. It reminds me of the old chocolate milk challenge where the swimmers used to put the glass of chocolate milk on their heads. So we could certainly do that with Christian right now. He looks great. Cadence is still good. Nothing has really changed for this man, but yeah, he will be riding to his strategy, to his pacing strategy, and he'll be getting splits as well. So I think he's just going to keep chipping away and adding to that lead. And I think he'd be happy with 7 or 8 minute lead. Now, will it be enough? I don't know the answer to that, particularly if Christian Blumenfeld, the other Christian, and it's not too often we refer to Christian Blumenfeld as the other Christian, is within 7 or 8 minutes. I just have that memory of him running a 2:32 last year indelibly imprinted on my brain. It was amazing to watch, and I know the conditions are different. It's forecast to be a little hotter, but I still think this man has the ability to do it.
So many questions still to be answered. Again, the conditions that, you look at Christian Blumenfeld and potentially running that low 230s. The heat, Christian can do well in the heat. He doesn't always. We've seen him certainly at the Ironman World Championship a year ago struggle. That was more nutritional than I think the temperatures. But the conditions do factor in. The thing that Blumenfeld has going for him is that he's been tucked into a group for the entire race, and Hogenhagen's been, while not overbiking, doing it 100% on his own, and there is a big difference there.
Oh, no, absolutely. There's an energy saving in the group, even at 15 or 16 metres. So as we now see the big man, Magnus Ditlev, this is where I think he's going to start going to work. He's known for just even splitting his bike ride, just keeping the power steady and high. As we see him catching up, we can see Chase Group 1. They're just tacking onto the back of Chase Group 1 here. That's Willem Hirsch there on the right. He's coming up to pass. And a lot of the guys in Chase Group 1, this is Johannes Vogel up the road. He's coming up to pass her up out of the saddle. You know, Magnus is just staying down in the aero position as he rides up through the group. See Johannes Vogel having a little remonstrating with the officials here. But it's water off a duck's back to Magnus Ditlev as he's just going to ride right through the group. And he's just going straight to the front. That was Rudy von Berg we just saw there too. So, you know, a lot of those, the big players that you mentioned, Didi, they're starting to, you know, the cream is rising to the top of this second group. And it'll be interesting to see because, I mean, from the front group's perspective, or the chase group one, Kasper Stornes and Ben Knut, I think looked great. So I think they've been anticipating this catch, and it'll be interesting to see what the tactics are moving forward here.
Well, that was going to be my question as groups 1 and 2 converged. We've been speculating, and I think we'll see it play out right now with Magnus Ditlev making his move here. Who group 2, which will become group 1, picks up from the old group 1 and carries along throughout the second lap. So, to your point, Kasper Stornes, Ben Knut, we said, was riding conservatively, not doing as much work at the front as some of the others we'd seen. Who picks up and tries to go with the big bike boys in Magnus Ditlev, Blumenfeld, et cetera, But right now it is Magnus Ditlev doing a lot of the work on the front. We had a chance to visit with Magnus Ditlev in our ever-popular A Fighting Chance series presented by Hoka.
You've got a compatriot in Christian Hogenhaus. Talking tactics, maybe.
Yeah, we have actually. We can't tell all the stuff we've been talking about. Of course, that would be pretty cool to do some damage together. Yeah. Start of the season went very good. Nice race, South Africa, and went to St. George. Thought I was gonna smash the Americans and double flatted on the bike. So yeah, obviously that didn't happen. And Lionel was also extremely strong. So yeah, either way it would have been tough. It's good sometimes to get that things are not going on a straight line perfect all the time. For me at least, I get some motivation and feel that I'm extra focused after something like that. I went on an altitude camp afterwards, and I've been in Font-Romeu in France. It's always tough when you are in the camp. Yeah, like you can't do what you can do at sea level, obviously, so you have to trust the process, and then when you get down and you see the numbers, then you get the confidence back again slowly.
Har du selve kraften oppe?
The heat.
It's starting to get hot.
He's only taking this break to get the core temperature down.
It's strategic.
It's going to be hot. How do you like the heat?
I think it's actually okay for me. Maybe I'm not the natural heat performer, but I think I can compensate a bit of that by being smart about the racing I do. There is no magic sauce to swimming. Yeah, it's a process. I'm really enjoying it, and I'm seeing small steps. I'm hoping to find myself in the first big group of people. If there is like 3 or 4 people up the road, then it's no problem.
Going to be quite special, the Danes versus the Norwegians versus the Germans.
Yeah, we have Daniel also, so 3 Danes, I believe. It's just a very big field with so many great athletes. The plan is to do well here. I might have to then go to 70.3 Swansea if I want to perform really well in the Pro Series, but I will assess that after Frankfurt. Either way, I'm all in on Nice, and that's my biggest goal of the season. The short trip to Swansea can be squeezed in. Yeah.
Well, there you have it from the gentle giant, from the man from Denmark, Magnus Ditlev, soft-spoken, but really, really a likable guy. I think he's got a quiet confidence about him. There's never a hint of arrogance from him. He's put in a big effort to improve his swim. He said at the start of that A Fighting Chance series, thank you again to our friends at Hoka for that visit, that he was hoping that he would have a compatriot in Christian Hogenhaug, but unfortunately Hogenhaug is 5 minutes up the road, but Magnus Ditlev doing all he can to move through. We see quite a bit of congestion right now, a little shaking of the head at some of the dynamics going on there, and we expected that because now chase groups in 1 and 2 have converged, and there's 13 guys in that group also trying to overtake lapped age group athletes, so it's a bit of a lesson in patience and perseverance.
Yeah, just noticing there, Didi, as Magnus is out of the saddle, the angle on his seat. I'm not sure if he normally rides that. I want to say that maybe the tip of his seat has dropped maybe over the cobble section or something. So I don't know if that explains why Magnus has ridden the first lap with this group or not. And also holding that position, it's harder on your quads when you're having to slide back in your seat the whole time. So not only does it impact your bike riding and your bike power, but it may impact his running as well. So just interesting. It's not often you see Magnus pass a group and then a group repass Magnus like we just saw then. So as now we're seeing Christian Blumenfeld on the front of the group. Race number 1 there. Interestingly, no hydration in his rear bottle cages. So that's something he'll need to rectify at the next aid station. But yeah, it's just been an interesting race. It's certainly had a different dynamic to what we've seen in some of the other bigger regional championships. And it's great to see, I don't want to say an unheralded athlete, but someone certainly who wasn't being mentioned as one of the pre-race favourites, really just taking it to the rest of the field up the road and building just not an inconsequential lead here. This is going to be up around 6 or 7 minutes shortly. And as I said, there's still runners in this group who are capable of, even on the hottest of days, mid 2:30 marathons. So it's really getting to an interesting part of this race. So I'm just keen to see what kind of gaps, if this group can sort of stop the hemorrhaging of time and keep it around that 5.5 minutes, or if Christian Hugenhog just continues to increase the lead, and if he can get it up over 7 minutes, which I think would be a win for him.
Well, Christian Hogenhaug now through 127 kilometers. We'll see if the chase group, which is now 13 strong and combined our former Chase 1 and Chase 2 into one group. They are a bit disorganized, as we've seen some back and forth with the athletes in the chase group, but we will have eyes peeled to our Ironman tracker to see if that 5-minute gap is getting closer to 6, and ultimately your call, Craig, 7 minutes, which would give Christian Hogenhaug a comfortable shot potentially at winning, given some of the run ability of these chasers. But Christian Blumenfeld looking very calm, collected, obviously full of confidence there as we look at the rest of our chase group making their way past some of these age group athletes. Now this chase line extending pretty long with quite a few guys in it.
Yeah, it's a big group, and with the congestion, I think you just, as we pan back through the group, you do see a lot of athletes freewheeling, not wanting to get into the draft zone in front, and that can happen, Didi, as you talked about. When does a group become too big?
Yeah.
And when does it become clunky, and when does it become inefficient? You know, Christian Hogenhaug, he doesn't have to worry about any of that. He's just riding to his heart rate, riding to his power. He's got clean road, clean air in front of him, and it's a little more clunky and congested back here. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I think these guys really want to get a move on as we see Daniel Bakkegaard now reappear on our screens for the first time in a while, and there just seems to be a lot of chopping and changing of this group, which leads me to think it's not a steady pace. It's not a particularly high pace either.
Well, no, because we had talked about how this group was effectively going to have to turn itself inside out as Chase 2 catches Chase 1, and then sort of the strength of Chase 2 moves to the front, and doing so all in a larger group. And of course, with Race Ranger and athletes properly spaced out, in order to make those moves, you're going to have to burn a match. And so you want to pick the right opportunity to do that, given the congestion on the course. So yeah, I think in seeing this chase group effectively, as I said, turn itself inside out. It's not pretty, it's not elegant, but I think in time, eventually it will work itself out. But yeah, the pace is, again, you can see, you know, the freewheeling, and you've got the race officials out there as well. So it's definitely heads up. The last thing these athletes want to do at this stage is incur a penalty by having their head down through a complicated section of the course. That's not going to be to anyone's advantage at this stage. So athletes being very, very heads up as we are partway through lap 2 of the Zoot bike course at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with precision fuel and hydration.
I'm Craig Alexander with Didi Griesbauer, and you're watching the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships for the men. It's race 11 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And Didi, we're here with the men's chase group. We've got Johannes Vogel on screen here, and I feel this group is getting in each other's way. I think they've lost a minute in the last 10 kilometers to our leader. I just saw some vision of Magnus Ditlev, and this is not how he likes to ride. He likes to slap it in the 60-11 and just turn that gear and keep going. And he's having to stop pedaling, freewheel. It's a congested part of the course. I think this dynamic is going to play into the hands of our leader.
100%, and we had said how great it was that the groups were converging back in the city where it was a little technical, and maybe some of our stronger riders could be aggressive through some of those technical sections. It hasn't really played out that way because, to your point, that they're in each other's way. It's not a pretty sight for a group of 13 to turn inside out when the faster chasers have closed down a 3-minute gap to chase one and to sort that out and let the stronger riders ride through in a group that big when they are simultaneously overtaking lapped age group athletes has proven complicated and has absolutely slowed down the progress of the chasers. And yeah, a great thing for Christian Hogenhaug, who now sits 6:15 ahead at only 127K. So when you were talking about that 7-minute barrier, it could actually exceed that.
Yeah, and I think the irony is that he's going to be doing it in a more efficient way. He'll just be riding steady. There's a lot of chopping and changing in this group, accelerating, trying to pass the group, freewheeling, cutting in. It's not an efficient way to ride, and we just get word that Cam Worth has made his way up to Patrick Lunger's group and through that group, the group that has Paul Schuster and Patrick Lunger, and they're now 10 minutes behind Christian Hogenhaug. So yeah, Patrick hovering at 10 minutes back, so we'll keep an eye on that as we see Johannes Vogel here again on screen. And yeah, I just think when you see athletes like Magnus Ditlev and Rudy von Bergen, they're not just able to slap it in that big gear and turn the gear on the open road and hit the top speeds. I mean, here again, we see up on the base bar, not down on the aero bars. It's just not effective and efficient riding. It's not a fast way for a group to ride. They are getting in each other's way.
And not only that, you can see it sort of starting to affect them mentally. We saw Magnus sort of shaking his head a little bit. A lot of them, when they're sitting up, they're sort of shrugging with hands in the air like, what the heck is going on? And that level of frustration is only sort of adding to the fatigue at this stage of the race, where you really want to be focused in and continue to be relaxed and in the moment. I think the frustration is really building for these athletes, and that's counterproductive as well.
Yeah, we're seeing some crazy. I mean, Johannes Vogel just got passed by Jonas Hoffman there, and then he makes an immediate repass. I mean, it's not efficient riding. So yeah, we'll see how this plays out, but I think that 7 minutes that we've predicted for Christian off the front it could turn into a lot more than that.
And yeah, the free pedaling, I mean, they've got to be mindful and just keep their patience as we take a look at our AG1 supplemental stats on Johannes Vogel. 127 kilometers, traveling at 41.61 kilometers per hour, average speed. Estimated time at the next time split, 4 hours, 18 minutes. But you can see, if they can adopt the mindset of, okay, I'm having to freewheel a little bit, I'm coasting, perhaps this is a chance to let the heart rate come down a little bit, get some nutrition on board. We're not hammering at this point, but to your point, they're not making efficient forward progress in this manner.
No, not at all. As we see Gustav Feed in there on screen for the first time in a little while, and Kasper Stornes was in there as well. So there's still so much quality in this group. Ben Canute in there as well, but a lot of this chopping and changing of the lead and accelerating and slowing down, and it just, but they continue to lose time, so it's not efficient. But we'll have to see. I can't imagine Magnus or any of the Rudy von Berg, they're going to tolerate this for too much longer. But in some respects, your hands are tied, because if there is congestion or the slower parts of the course, it just does. It concertinas back together, and it's a very, very hard race dynamic to navigate when the group gets this big.
And I'm just trying to look back at the last timing split and see if anyone has gotten dispensed out of that group, and it hasn't. So the group remains 13 strong, with the likes of Cameron Worth just a few minutes back now. How long it'll take Cameron to bridge up to this group is to be determined. But at the rate they're going, if they're continuing to, through the last timing segment, Cameron's average rate of speed was nearly 3 kilometers per hour faster than this big group. So it's possible Cameron could bike into it, further disrupting what's going on here in the chase group.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it's the opposite of what we thought, or what I thought would happen. I thought Chase Group 1 and Chase Group 2 would come together and then the field could detonate, but that hasn't been the case. They've just sort of come together like a big snowball and got in each other's way, and it's just become clunky and slowed their progress in the race down. So interesting. No doubt, a lot of the athletes in that front group knew that they were being caught from behind and potentially slowed their pace to prepare for this. And You know, we're in sort of 20 to 30k into loop 2. If this continues for much longer, I just can see, you know, Christian Hogenhaug riding away and getting a huge lead. But again, that just sets up an exciting marathon, because I believe that Christian Blumenfeld has got a 230 or low 230 in him. And some of these other athletes, I think Magnus Ditlev as well, if he doesn't ride to capacity, can run mid 230s or under, given, you know, I guess notwithstanding what the mercury is going to hit on the run. And they are forecasting a 32 degrees Celsius top temperature today. So, of course, conditions impact run times, but at the moment, things couldn't be playing out better for this man right here on screen.
Well, including his ability to get through these aid stations efficiently, right? I mean, he's going through the aid station along with the age group athletes, but we saw him be able to dispense of 2 bottles, grab 2 bottles, reload his cages, and move on. When we look back to the chasers, we might not get them going through that aid station, but not only are they going through the aid station with age groupers, they're going through as a group of 13. So if you're fourth wheel, the bottle that you may be looking to grab will be gone by the time you get it there. Add to that the escalating temperatures, again, just greater inefficiency for the chase group.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt there's athletes in this chase group who are missing their nutrition and hydration at these aid stations, but that's not the case for Christian off the front. So, you know, once again, advantage to him, but again, he's worked to get that advantage. He had a great swim, and he took the bull by the proverbial horns, as you like to say, Didi, on that first lap of the bike to create a big gap, and now he's able to ride steady, ride to his plan, ride to his pacing, keep his core body temperature under control, and all of those things that we know can come back to bite you later in the race if you don't give them their due diligence early. And he's setting himself up really nicely here. I think, again, he talked about he feels like he's in the best run shape of his career. So I'm excited to see what kind of a marathon he can lay down here.
Yeah, after doing a heat acclimatization block, coming off a disappointing run that he had at Ironman Texas, where things did not go his way after a very solid ride, hoping to right that wrong here today. But so far for Christian Hogenhaug, not only is he excelling, but this chase group being dreadfully disorganized and a little congested is definitely at a disadvantage right now.
Yeah, and we're still back with Chase Group 1, and they're, again, they just seem to be at a more congested part of it. Every time we flash back to this group, there just seems to be more traffic where they are, and again, that's not any fault of Christian Hogenhaug's. He has worked hard to gain every advantage that he's got out on course today, and even from the little things like you mentioned, Didi, just being able to navigate through those aid stations a little better, making sure he's still getting the fluid. Every time we flash to him, he's got 2 or 3 bottles on his bike. As we go back to Daniel Backegar now, and I mean, he's having a good race. I mean, we talked about his change of coach last year. We talked about his injury with his back. His race in Texas, 4th place, wasn't quite on the podium where we're used to seeing him, but it was certainly a step in the right direction, and quite possibly his best Ironman race since 2023 when he did that 7-hour 34 solo effort at Ironman Western Australia in Busselton. And it's great to see him, you know, towards the front of these big races again.
Yeah, you kind of forget. It's so funny how short our memory is when it comes to sport. Is definitely a case of what have you done for me lately, and we hadn't talked about Daniel Backegaard, you know, in a little while, and for right or wrong, you tend to forget about it, but it's great to see him back, and he is looking good. We'll see if he can continue his pursuit towards the front of the race.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship, and this is your race leader, Christian Hogenhaug, who has been firmly in the lead of this race since, I'm going to say, pretty early on the bike. He had an outstanding swim and has continued to capitalize on his bike strength, and now sits, as you can see, based on our GPS data, 6.5 minutes again ahead of a very large chase pack. Craig Alexander, you had said at the beginning 7 minutes-ish would be a healthy, happy lead for Christian Hogenhaug. It's going to be bigger than that.
Yeah, I think it is. I think you're right, Didi. I think he's going to, and the dynamic behind is playing into this. It's helping him. We see he just seems to be going about his work. It was interesting watching those last shots as he navigated through the little village just on the outskirts of Frankfurt. Couple of little technical sections, and he just hasn't been hindered at all by anything, by age group traffic, by other pro athletes. He's sort of, you know, writing his own story out the front here, and I think that's how he likes to race. He knows his pacing. We've seen him just dump water continuously over his head, his neck, his armpits, his chest. He's very mindful keeping his core body temperature down. He's very mindful of staying fully hydrated, sort of replenishing all of his electrolytes, his sodium, taking on board his fueling. We saw him chowing down precision bars before, or chews, and you know, these athletes, the top men and women in our sport, even racing the Ironman distance, they're racing at intensity. So, you know, they need to be mindful of keeping up the carbohydrate consumption, and we can see Christian's doing that. And this race is playing out beautifully for him. I mean, he's going to have a sizable lead. So I'm excited. This sets up a very interesting marathon. But I just can't imagine that this big group is going to stay together. At some point, someone's going to try and steal a little march here, even if it's a minute or 2 minutes. I just think it's slowing them down. But not only is it slowing them down, it's costing them energy. The way it's start, stop, and clunky, and on the pace and then off the pace, and trying to navigate through the aid stations. It just feels inefficient and clunky.
It is, and you can see through 138.7 kilometers, not only is Christian's lead up to and through that magical 7 minute mark, 7:18. You've got Rudy von Berg at the front of that chase group currently, but if you look down, what's interesting to me, on the tracker, it tells you how many spots up and down each athlete has moved since the last timing, Matt. And to look at the movement in the chase group, up 3, down 2, up 4, down 7, these athletes are all over the place, and they cannot sort themselves out to the point where you would expect a Christian Blumenfeld to be pretty aggressive and want to stay towards the front of that group to try to blow it up and separate it a little bit. But he's the 9th or 10th guy in that group, so that he just can't get to the front because the group is too big, and it's going to have to burn too many matches for him to bridge all the way forward. So they just can't get through it all. Optimistic for Rudy von Berg, who's at the front of it, to try to separate himself, but for a lot of the firepower behind, they just can't get through the congestion.
Yeah, as we see Rudy here pushing a big gear, and he's got that little bit of the shoulder roll going, which we see Rudy have occasionally. I mean, honestly, he's probably in the best position in this group. At least he can ride steady. But yeah, the chopping and changing, it's noticeable how much slower this group is riding since they all came together. So, yeah, and there's not a lot they can do about it because they get a little bit of open road like this and they try and open things up, but then they hit a technical section or a congested section or a village, and it just, the status quo, you know, they just get in each other's way again, and it's not smooth, it's not effective, it's not efficient. So not only are they just not riding as quickly as Christian off the front, they're burning probably more energy than he is as well. And let's not even talk about the mental energy and the stress in a group like this when you can't get to the aid stations and the mercury starts hitting 30 degrees Celsius. You know, it's 8 kilometers to the next aid station. You've got half a bottle left. And the constant stress of being vigilant and not wanting to get a drafting penalty because people are just, ooh, we saw Rudy swing wide there and hit the apex, taking that corner at speed. And yeah, it looks like Rudy's made a decision. He's had enough. He's had a gutful of this dynamic and he just wants to get clear.
Well, you can see it, the sandwich of this chase group. At the front of it, obviously, Christian Hogenhaug moving really well, average pace through that last segment, 44.15 kilometers per hour. Then at the back end of that group, Cameron Wurf continuing to pick away, trying to work his way into this group, just under 44 kilometers an hour, 43.82. He's alone there. And then in the middle, this whole group moving between high 40s to 41 kilometers an hour. So they're stuck. And then Patrick Lange now 11-17 back of the lead. So Cameron Wurf has flown through Patrick Lange and his group of 4. But Patrick, going to run his way into certainly higher than he is now. But I think his hopes of trying to win this race at 11 minutes back, those lights are dimming.
Yeah, potentially, but also, I mean, this group in front's only a handful of minutes in front still. So he's not hemorrhaging time to this group. And interesting, you mentioned Cam Wurf. He's only a minute 20 or a minute 30 off the back of this group. So, potentially we could see him, hitch his wagon to this group as we see Rudy. Rudy's making a concerted effort here to get off the front. I think it's a good move. I think, I guess the common thought is that in a group you save energy, but not in a group that's accelerating and slowing. And you said it, Didi, their average speed is 41 kilometers an hour. Each athlete individually would comfortably average 44 or 45 kilometers an hour on these roads on their own. And it's almost like the group's an anchor around their neck at the moment. So I like this move by Rudy. Get clear, see if he can split the group up, at least get in your own rhythm. But yeah, it's interesting that Cam Wurf is still just chipping his way. That's what Cam does. He doesn't give up. He doesn't, just roll over with his legs in the air. He has a red hot crack, Cam, and I love it. He's, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could latch onto the back of this group. But yeah, Christian H at the front here as opposed to Christian B. We're normally used to talking about KB on the front, Big Blue, but not today. And I'm loving this. I'm loving. I hope this gets out to 10 minutes, and I'm interested to see what kind of marathon he can run with that kind of lead. I think when you have that kind of lead, it gives you the luxury and the ability. You don't have to set off too quick. You can set your pace and just get into your rhythm. And you don't have to win it in the first 10K. In fact, you just want to be holding pace, and I think that's a luxury that this man has really worked hard to earn today, and that's the luxury that he's going to get when he hits the marathon.
Also the advantage that he's got, setting his own pace, but he's forcing the hand of the runners in the chase group to really lay down an outstanding marathon to chase him down. And in the conditions like that, they're running a risk, right? They're going to have to run the risk of absolutely blowing up in the heat, in the conditions, as the mercury continues to rise in order to catch him. And so he's not only giving himself an outstanding cushion and the ability as we check in on race weather presented by our friends at Roka, 79 degrees Fahrenheit, 26 degrees Celsius, and that is only going to continue to rise based on predictions as we come back here to Rudy von Berg. Again, the long levers of Rudy von Berg. And the last aerial shots we had, it looked like Rudy was really trying to break away from that group, and some of the chasers further back. Christian Blumenfeld was stuck kind of a little bit further back. So if Rudy catches the moment right, he could break away and give himself a bit of a gap as well.
He's a smart racer, Rudy von Berg. Great bike rider too. So yeah, you're right. It looked like he was trying to go for max power the last shot we got, and it seems like he settled more into a rhythm here. But I like this move. I mean, that group's so big. There's some guys on the back of that group might not even know he slid off the front here. So as we see him take a quick look back, at the very least, he's giving himself a chance. But, you know, we talk about the race dynamic and the balance of power in the race, or the race momentum. And the longer this bike ride goes on, the more and more that sort of momentum and balance of power shifts towards Christian Hogenhaug. He's just having a great race, and I love it. He hasn't been intimidated at all by the fact he's solo off the front from so early. In fact, he's probably loving it. It enables him to ride his own race, ride his own power. But yeah, the longer with each kilometre that passes, he's just eking out a bigger lead, and the momentum and the balance of power shifts towards him.
And Rudy von Berg looking behind himself to see sort of the mess that is ensuing, and it looks from our GPS like he's got about nearly a 10-second lead on that chase group. Again, that's a dynamic number off the GPS. But yeah, Rudy von Berg giving himself a little bit of a gap on the chaser. We'll see if that holds, but it absolutely is growing for Christian Hogenhaug at the front of the race. I like how Christian looks. He's just got open road ahead of him. The ability to navigate some of that lapped traffic, a lot more flexibility there, and it is absolutely paying dividends for him.
Yeah, he looks great. His posture, his demeanour on the bike, his facial expression, nothing has really changed over the last couple of hours. We know the temperature's going up, but again, he's just making sure to cool himself at each opportunity. Looks like he's on top of his hydration and his fueling. So yeah, he's in the box seat right now. And again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, with each kilometre that passes, I think his position just strengthens a little more. And it does force the others to make some decisions either at the back end of this bike or early in the marathon.
Yeah, and they're going to have to take some risks at the start of the marathon if we look to a Christian Blumenfeld, depending on his run form, a Gustav Eden, a Ben Canute with the potential to run, a pretty quick marathon. But they're going to have to take some chances to do it on a very, very hot day. And at what cost does that come? But Christian Hogenhaug certainly forcing their hand.
It was very interesting. He missed grabbing some aid at that station just then. He was going through so quickly and he couldn't get in between some of the amateur athletes. But I noticed he's still got 3 bottles on his bike. And the aid stations do come quite regularly on course. I mean, these athletes are so experienced. They know to always carry emergency fuel and hydration with them. And I mean, this is just, it's beautiful to watch. His cadence, the power, it's elegant power. It's almost a paradox. He looks so graceful and, what we call a silent position, not a lot of upper body movement, but that he's just putting down so much power through this machine. And as we get a split screen here, and I love these split screens. We're getting to look at first and second on course. We've got Christian Hogenhaug on the left and Rudy von Berg on the right. 2 of the best bike riders in the field, but they are separated by close to 7.5 minutes, Didi.
Yeah, 7.5 minutes is a big ask, but again, it's Ironman. Anything can happen. I'm trying to look at, to your point, Christian Hogenhaug missed aid at that last station. I got a look at his front bottle, which I believe was water, plain water. Looked to be only about 20% full. I cannot see that rear right bottle, which also appears to be water. I think the left bottle is electrolyte and or fuel. But he does have 2 plain water bottles on there, but is that right one empty? Because if it's just the front bottle for plain water, he's running pretty low, which isn't super ideal, still with a decent amount of riding left to do.
No, not ideal, but I'm imagining he may have some salt tablets on board as well that he can take with that water to replenish the electrolytes. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. I always get nervous, the split screen shot on the right here. Cameraman keeps flashing down to Rudy's wheels, and the last time we saw that happen in Oceanside, it was Christian and he had a flat tyre, so let's not wish that on any of our athletes. We've seen enough mechanicals today between Jonas Schomburg and Kieran Linders to last us the rest of the season. But yeah, interesting. Both boys are similar cadence. I think Christian's is slightly higher. Both look great on the bike. You're right. I mean, Rudy has long legs, doesn't he? He seems to have long levers, long femurs, and
yeah,
he's just so powerful. Never forget both his races in Nice at the Ironman 70.3 Worlds in 2019 and also the Ironman World Championships a couple of years ago.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that very same thing. Certainly a very strong rider, Rudy von Berg, but I tend to think of this course. I love seeing Rudy on a really technical course because that's where he excels, not only because of his strength of a rider, but his bike handling is so next level that I literally am licking my chops to see him in Nice in September. Certainly a bike powerhouse and a technical course really suits him very well. Frankfurt has some technical aspects to it, but I think we're only going to see a stronger performance out of Rudy come September.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think each course has its specific performance requirements for success, and that course in Nice has a lot of sort of vertical gain that comes in two big climbs, really. The 2 climbs, and then you get up on the Maritime Alps and it's flat, but then you've got the long descent in the town. So Rudy is technically a great bike rider. Those 2 races, 2 World Championships in Nice, he's excelled on the climbing and the descending. But I think he's also underrated on a flat course. I think he can hold power for a long period of time. That's why he's so consistent and tends to get on podiums like in Texas, and he just checks a lot of the boxes. As we see, we get a pan back now and we see that group is still together.
Yep,
Rudy
still
shook
together.
things up a little bit. Yeah, he shook things up but wasn't able to break free.
Yeah, he took a swing at it, but they were able to bridge back. But again, I think an advantage for Rudy von Berg, being at the front of it, in control of it, and out of the chaos of it as riders further back. Certainly struggling with, we've got Ben Canute all the way at the back of that group now, but a lot of accordion effect, a lot of jumbling back and forth, but it doesn't look like anyone's going to be able necessarily to get away in a significant way. But it doesn't look like anybody's falling off the back either, and we've just got to wait and see if we see Cameron Worf join that group before the end of the bike.
Yeah, that group is just, they're in a holding pattern. They're just in a holding pattern. They can't slap it in the big gear like we know Magnus loves to do and just ride off the front. It's just chopping and changing. The pace is accelerating and then decreasing. It's just not an efficient way to ride. So not only is their average speed on course about 3 kilometres an hour lower than our leader, and also our big chaser Cam Worth, I think it's just burning a couple of matches too. So it'll be interesting to see the last 30 minutes of this bike ride, just how much more time they lose to our leader.
Well, we've got Christian Hogenhaug through 154.5 kilometers, so start your watches. 7:18 was the gap at the last timing, Matt. Our GPS telling us that number is increasing, both based on the rate of speed of Christian Hogenhaug, but also on the chase group's inability to get going. Our GPS telling us that's almost a minute bigger than it was at the last timing, Matt. Again, Christian Hogenhaug getting it all his way here on this Zoot bike course.
Yeah, it's concerning that each time we pan back to the group, there's a lot of freewheeling going on. I don't think it's going to be too long until Cam Worth attaches himself to the back of that group, and I can't imagine he's just going to sit idle on the back of the group. I mean, come hell or high water, he will roll the dice and just roll through and attack the front of this group.
So maybe Cam Worth is the impetus to break this group up a little bit, and so athletes going to want to be heads up. Christian Blumenfeld, when you see Cameron Worth go by, you've got to hitch your cart to that horse and get going, because there's going to be chaos in the group, no doubt.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the guys in the front of the group are perfectly positioned for that to happen.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, Magnus Ditlev is an amazing bike rider. He hasn't been able to break free. I'm interested to know if that seat, that saddle position we saw, if his seat has dropped going over the cobble section, because he doesn't look his usual self on the bike here. Not only his inability to break away from this group, which you would bet on every day of the week, but just he's not even at the front of the group. So I wonder if he's just banking on a good run as we see Christian go through some aid stations. And again, Didi, that would, to answer to your point, you know, I think the aid stations come at regular intervals, so he has been able to top up his fluid there and grab what he needed at that aid station. He did seem to be running low. He seems to have topped up the reserves, and off he goes again.
Off he goes again. Again, clear through 157.2 kilometers. 48.56 kilometers per hour through that last section. You can see the topographical map along the bottom of your screen there. That was a downhill section for him, so picked up a little bit of speed. 48.56 kilometers an hour for Christian Hogenhaug, still waiting for the chase group to come through. Rudy von Berg at the front of that, trying to be the aggressor to break that group up. We saw him with about a 10-second gap on the group, but the group able to pull him back in, so that group's still largely intact. And we will see if Cameron Worth has been able to join their ranks as well.
Yeah, that's something that we really need to look out for. But again, the group is so big, even if he does tack onto the back of it, it might take 10 kilometers for him to get to the front of it. So interesting dynamic going on here in this chase group, as we just see the leader again, just getting about his work. No mess, no fuss here. A lot of open road ahead, high average speeds, holding that aero position just religiously, maximizing everything. His efficiency, his hydration, his nutrition, cadence looks great. As we take another look back to Rudy von Berg's wheels, not sure why we're looking at his wheels, but
it's hard to tell with that shadow if it is a bit soft.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem bothered by it. He doesn't seem at all fussed, so it's hard to tell, certainly from our vantage point here in studio, if that's just a shadow or if that front wheel is a little bit soft. The cameraman does seem to be wanting to try to tell us something with the camera angle, but it's hard to tell with the shadow.
yeah, you're right. It was hard to tell. I get nervous though when we zoom in on that shot, as we did with Christian Blumenfeld in Oceanside and also Magnus Ditlev in St. George. So
take a look at the detail here. One thing that I've just noticed, this is back to Christian Hogenhaug here. His bib number inside a plastic casing or something held down. You see a lot of the other athletes just with their bib number sort of flapping in the wind. This goes back to the statement that no stone is left unturned in terms of aerodynamic efficiency. Having that flap out behind you creates a bit of aerodynamic drag, but obviously the bib holder that he's got that number in, keeping that number nice and firmly against his backside there, so not creating any aerodynamic drag there at all. That's the first time I'd noticed that.
yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I'm a dinosaur, but I even remember being in the wind tunnel years ago and them saying that that's something that can, create some turbulence and not let the wind sort of clear off your back. And I mean, I don't think we're too far away from a time where, these athletes have so many numbers on their bodies and on their bikes where we probably don't see them wearing bibs on the bike for too much longer. But yeah, just again, it's just attention to detail, isn't it? I mean, we know that these guys and girls, all the top athletes, they do so much testing. They know where there's some free time and some marginal gains to be made. And it's just I mean, we saw Christian take some time in T1 to put those calf sleeves on because he knows how much he can save. And again, it's just more of the same with him with his bib number.
Yeah, well, he's saved about 8.5 minutes so far with those calf sleeves, so it must have been worth the 30 seconds it took him to put on. Extraordinary performance from the man in the lead of our race here at the Mainova Ironman European Championship at Frankfurt. Christian Hogenhaug dominating the race. Will he hold on through the marathon? We'll find out.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Back to the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, and Christian Hogenhaug is hauling the mail on this Zoot bike course. We are still waiting for the chase group to go through 157.2 kilometers, but right now GPS tells us his lead is somewhere near 8 minutes here through the later stages of this Zoot bike course. Phenomenal performance in setting himself up with the potential, giving himself every opportunity to take home this title.
Absolutely. It's been a spectacular performance so far. All the momentum's with him, of course. He's built up this lead over 8 minutes. I think he looks great. We've seen him just pay particular attention to his fueling, his hydration, maintaining that aero position in the real sort of high velocity parts of the course, maximizing every detail. And yeah, he set himself up nicely here. I think, was it 2021 where he led off the bike here as well, Didi, and held on for second that day. So he's no stranger to this situation. He knows what it's like to lead off a bike. As we flash back to Magnus Ditlev, I just wonder if his seat has slipped, and it looks like it has, how that's going to affect quads. It looks like his seat has slipped in height, and also the angle. The nose is angled right down towards the ground, and that plays havoc with your quads and your hips. So, I mean, he is a great runner, Magnus Ditlev, but we're going to have to see how this seat position, I'm guessing that happened over the cobbled section as well, because it's those rougher sections of the course where you tend to have the bike malfunctions. So we need to keep an eye on Magnus and sort of his pacing early in the marathon. And again, we're back with Daniel Bakkegaard, and he's just quietly gone about his business. I don't think he'll be too displeased with his position in this race. particularly if he can recreate some of his marathon times from, a couple of seasons ago, Didi.
Yeah, he is. He's staying safe at the front of the chase group now, at least through the last timing station. A little bit of adjustment there. Magnus Ditlev had gone to the front of that group, which to me is good news that Magnus had made the move through that group, because for a while he was lingering at the back. But again, hard to get their rank and order through. But Magnus at the front of that chase group now, which, yeah, despite the challenges with his saddle, and not only is that going to wreak havoc on his quads, but also I'm worried about his back. None of it good news, setting up a good marathon for him. But Rudy von Berg sitting second, Daniel Bakkegaard again in the middle of those two. That group 8:14 back. And Cam Wurf not yet able to catch on to that group, but a couple of athletes getting splintered off the back of it. Looks like Jonas Hoffman has fallen off, Andreas Salvesberg has fallen off, and Willem Hirsch has fallen off of that group. So at least they are trimming down a little bit as they make their way back towards Frankfurt, and looks to be settled into a slightly smaller chase group, but still nearly 8.5 minutes back, our men's leader.
Yeah, so the lead's continuing to grow, 10 to 15 seconds every time check recently. Yeah, it's interesting, Magnus Ditlev's position. I mean, I think one of the huge advantages with these new cockpits or front ends that we see is they cup your forearms, as you can see. So they take a lot of weight of your upper body and a lot of pressure off your lower back. And as Magnus comes into screen as we speak, and I think with that seat angled down the way it is, that changes the dynamic there. It's going to put a lot of stress through his glutes, his lower back.
Yeah.
And also his quads, having to continually slide back in the saddle. It's hard. Your body gets so used to a certain position, and you just get efficient in that position with those joint angles. And to change things up even by millimeters, as you know, Didi, I mean, bike positions, these athletes at the top level, the guys and the girls we see race in this Ironman Pro Series, they are absolutely meticulous with their bike setups to the millimeter. And little changes, can impact you a lot.
Oh, 100%. And to drive that point home to anyone watching at home that it might not be clear for, it's like riding your bike in a squatting position. You're not supported under those sit bones, and you're basically kind of almost like riding out of the saddle the entire time. That's the load that's going through the quad. So not an ideal situation for Magnus Ditlev at the moment. And also just wanted to update our viewers, getting word from the course that Kieran Linders, who unfortunately had such an outstanding performance here a year ago, we saw him drop his bottles early on the bike course. Didn't know if it were the cages too, but certainly lost some nutrition, stopped and went back for it. We're getting word from the course that he has pulled out of the race. Tough situation for Kieran Linders, again, not only in terms of Pro Series points, but he was an athlete who needed a qualifying slot for the Ironman World Championship, so he's going to have to regroup and sort that out in short order.
Yeah, devastating news for Kieran. I mean, high-level professional sport is so fickle. You're riding the wave 1 minute, having breakthrough performances, and then you come crashing down earth pretty quickly. But he'll regroup. He'll have other opportunities to get that coveted knee slot, as we see Daniel Bakkegaard again just shoot through our frame there. And you're right, Didi, this chase group has thinned out. Yeah. And it was only a matter of time between that sort of yo-yoing concertina effect, when you get distance off the back, having to put those efforts in to try and reattach yourself. And we've seen a few athletes get distance off the back of this group. No such problems for this man, who just continues to go about in a really just steady, methodical way. I mean, again, it's one of the advantages of being solo. You ride your own race, you ride your own pace, you've got your own space, particularly at this point when you've got 15 or 20 minutes left on the bike. That chopping and changing and accelerating to get back on the group or to break away from the group, it just burns matches that really you need to be conserving at this point of the race, when we see the temperatures nudging up towards 30 degrees Celsius, and it's going to be a tough marathon for these boys.
Going to be a tough marathon for all of them. Looking further back in the field to one of our race favorites, Patrick Lange, who is sitting 13.5 minutes out of the lead. Only 4 minutes down from the chase group, so no doubt we're going to see him start to poke his nose into some higher positions into the marathon, but certainly going to be a challenge for him to claim that long sought after win here in Frankfurt. As we check in here with Gustav Eden, who is amongst our chasers as well. Craig?
Yeah, we see him just taking a break from the aero position again, which just, I think, screams loudly that this group is operating a little dysfunctionally. It's just not flat out, foot on the gas the whole way, and it's just it's an awful dynamic to be caught up into. So, but Christian, let's hope he can unleash one of those runs that he's noted for. You know, we were very used to seeing him run mid 230s. I think his Ironman debut in Florida, he ran at a 235 all those years ago. As we flash back up to our leader, Christian Hugenhaugen, little interesting tidbit. Christian actually won his age group here 9 years ago, Didi. He won the male 25 to 29 age group. So what a full circle moment that would be if he's able to come back and take the title in the European Championship as a pro athlete. I love stories like that.
Oh, no doubt, and I'm sure both honors will be memorable for him. I think if I had to choose one of the two, I'll take overall champion. But yeah, a full circle moment indeed. Also, as we had just mentioned, Patrick Lange and his deficit to the front of the race. We're getting word from our technical officials that Patrick Lange, as well as bib number 32, who is Dries Matthews, they both failed to remove their swim skins in the transition area all the way back at Ruby Transition 1. Both will be assessed a yellow card penalty, and they will serve that penalty in T2. So -1 to race favorite Patrick Lange, going to have even more work cut out for him. And I think it is going to be all but impossible for him to take home the win today, but another minute of work to do for Patrick Lange once he gets to the Hoka Marathon course.
Yeah, I guess that's just news he didn't want to hear. But again, rules are rules. He didn't remove his swim skin in T1, so he'll be assessed that penalty in T2, and just makes his job a little bit harder. But again, he's still within striking distance of some of the athletes in this group. So there's plenty for Patrick, to chase, and plenty of motivation for him out on course, particularly being, a local German here and a guy who grew up not far from this town. So a lot of motivation still for Patrick out there on course today. I'm sure he'll be one of the crowd favorites. But, it's interesting looking at the dynamic of the front group and the makeup of the front group. At different times in our sport, we've seen the US athletes and North Americans do well. We've seen the Australians do well. We've seen the Germans do well. And, I think it's very interesting that the Scandinavians, the Norwegians and the Danes, most races we're seeing this year and last year, they're just multiple athletes in the top 10. And it's, I think it speaks to the nature of triathlon just being a truly global sport now, and the championship events moving around and inspiring athletes in different regions. It's so good to see, athletes from all regions up the front of the big races.
One of the storylines that I love, not only about that, but the camaraderie amongst the countrymen, particularly the Norwegians. I mean, we see Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, and Kasper Stornes all committed to the Ironman Pro Series for this year, and effectively traveling the world together, training and racing. And while they are fierce rivals on the course, they are training partners oftentimes, certainly Gustav and Christian, and even Kasper nowadays, and really becoming comrades off the course, helping each other to the top levels of the sport.
Yeah, well, they say it takes a village. You need a team around you, and it is an individual sport, but I think it makes sense to train with athletes of your level of ability. A rising tide floats all boats, as they say. So, yeah, and there's a great camaraderie that transfers out onto the course with all these athletes. So it's great to see. But, it's again, we're getting to that point in the race now where we need to start asking, well, Christian Hogenhaug probably wasn't one of our pre-race favourites. He was certainly an athlete we talked about, but how much will be enough for him today to win this race? I think if he can, I think he ran a 2:45 here last year. If he can improve on that and get in the low 240s, it's going to take, someone like Christian Blumenfeld running a 2:34 to catch him, which again is not beyond the realms of possibility, but it is, I think, warmer conditions than it was last year when we saw him run a 2:32. So still a lot to play for in this race, Didi.
Oh, 100%. This is far from over. It's always so interesting to me. The bike seems to take so much time, and we spend so much time focusing on our leaders on the bike, but by the end of the marathon, it's like, who was leading the bike? Because there are so many stories left to unfold here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. We're watching Christian Hogenhaug bike his way back into town to conclude the Zoot bike course.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is where I wanna be.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship, and you are watching Christian Hogenhaug, who just is moments from T2, have to pull over to the side of the road with a chain issue. Craig, this has been a day of mechanical issues.
Yeah, Didi, the drama continues. I mean, this is just crazy. So close, I think under 10 kilometers to go until we see him right into Ruvi T2. And let's see what happens here. Does he hit some tram lines or a pothole? Something's caught there. Maybe he's got it looks like his chain has bounced and maybe lodged down between the frame.
Yeah, he wasn't able to recover that. Sometimes if it drops hard, it can get stuck in there. It looks like he tried to reach down. Don't try that at home, folks. You might lose a finger, but tried to rectify it, pulled over to the side of the road, got it fixed, and is back moving. Again, he's got 7.5 minute lead on the field, so it's not going to cost him that much, but we know that every second matters. At the end of this day, it would be tragic to see him lose this race by a handful of seconds because he would owe that to a dropped chain, but he is back moving. Yeah, that's a tough break, but he's back rolling, and we'll see what happens.
It just adds to the drama. We've had drama all day on the bike from Kieran Linders losing potentially what looked like drink bottles and bottle cages. Jonas Schomburg's whole front end coming off. So looked like that wasn't too much of a disadvantage there for Christian. He was able to get moving quite quickly. But again, this is such a heads up ride as they ride it into town here. Narrower parts of the course, having to sort of navigate through some of the amateurs, and it was just good that Christian was able to sort out whatever problem that was quite quickly and get going again.
Again, he is banking on having a good marathon here. Did some heat acclimatization, a heat camp in the aftermath of Ironman Texas, where he had a disappointing marathon and looking to improve on that. We know he's got the potential, run mid 240s. Can he take a few minutes off of that and force his chasers with an 8-minute and 15-second gap? Again, maybe gave up a little bit of that with that quick pause on the side of the road to adjust the chain. Is it going to be enough?
That's the question, and yeah, it's interesting that 8:14 time gap back to the chasers was that a little bit before Christian had that unfortunate little mechanical there, so it's probably closer to 7.5 minutes, as you mentioned, and every second does count, not only for Ironman Pro Series points, but I think as we see Christian coming into dismount now, both feet down before the dismount line, very smooth, and look, Didi's turnover looks good. I think you can always get a few little telltale signs early as they hop off the bike, and he looks good.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look at Christian Hogenhaug's first off the bike split on the day, presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Bolt, 3:52:10. That's pretty outstanding bike split there, and I agree. We call this the judgment zone, where we take a look at his run form coming off the bike. Oftentimes those hip flexors get shortened up, and not today for Christian Hogenhaug. He looks great as he hits the ground with good foot speed, good bounce in his step, rolling that bike all the way into transition. He will rack the bike and head his way into Rouvy transition, grab that run bag, take that helmet off, get that run gear on, and be on his way. As we look back to the rest of the field and start to preview this Hoka run course, certainly we know that Christian Blumenfeld and Patrick Lange capable of throwing down some great marathon times. Jonas Hoffman also capable of a great marathon. Who else in this group, the chase group, is capable of running down an 8.5-minute deficit?
Well, I think the big name that stands out is Christian Blumenfeld. There's some athletes who have some really fast standalone run PBs, but have yet to do it off the bike. Jonas Hoffman does have a lot of run pedigree. Patrick Lange, of course, but he's a bit further back and will have to serve his penalty in T2 as we see Christian running out here. And we talk about efficient bike and swimming techniques, and we do the same in running. But what's most important is how fast you cover the ground. So let's see what the pacing splits are early here and how they compare back to some of our other athletes in that chase group. To me, Christian H passes the eyeball test at the moment. He's ticking along. No doubt he's a little stiff and sore getting off after what was that, Didi? A 3:52 bike split? Oh my goodness. I mean,
yeah, me too.
These guys are incredible. They just keep raising the bar, and that was great to see. But yeah, there doesn't seem to be any signs of distress on his face. I love how he spent very little time in T2, just grabbed everything that he needed, got moving, and now he'll get himself sorted on the run. He'll get the hat and sunnies on. Get his nutrition.
He could have had a snack and a pedicure in T2 and still been in and out of there before the chasers got there. He did such an outstanding performance on the bike. Has earned himself, depending on what that mechanical cost him, 7.5 to 8 minute lead on the rest of the field. And to your point, so efficient through transition. Everything that you can do while moving, do it. He had everything tucked in that hat. Watch, nutrition, etc. Did all of it while he was on the move, continuing his pursuit of this European title here today. He did it as an age grouper. Can he do it as a pro?
And I think, Didi, that speaks to where his head's at. and, you know, his mentality and a good mindset. I think he knows he needs every second of this lead. So, again, you can learn a lot from these athletes just by observing their posture and their intent through transition. And he did not waste a single moment there, which to me says that he's worked hard to build up this lead, and he wants to, you know, maximize every single second of it. And I love that. We can see him still getting himself sorted nutritionally, maybe taking some salt tablets here. Yeah, he's taking some sort of nutrition. I think it'll be salt tablet, start replenishing some of those losses. It's going to be a hot day. We've been talking about it all day. The forecast is for the temperature to hit 30 plus degrees Celsius on this marathon run course. There is a little bit of shade, but there's also some exposed sections on this course. So this will be a hot marathon.
Well, for Christian Hogenhaug, it's eyes forward to the Hoka Marathon course. For us, eyes back to the conclusion of the Zoot bike course, where we're hearing Cam Wurf has joined the chase group. He made his way up to the back of that large chase group back at 169 kilometers, so he will ride into town with them, if not through them. Also word that at the front of the chase group that Magnus Ditlev and Daniel Bækkegård have jumped clear of the rest of the folks, and right now we're at a standstill here.
The first one in the beginning and the second one now. Okay, can you communicate it clearer? Yeah, I will. But again, and I'm not even sure it's my coach. Yeah. Who is it? Two guys. They told me, hey, I'm the coach. So.
Okay, so listening to this, it sounds like he's getting a penalty for outside assistance. Apparently someone's coach was on course, according to the official there. The drama continues, Didi. The drama just continues.
It looks like this will be a stop and go, the equivalent of a yellow card. We've got the technical official watching his watch, so it looks to be a 1 minute penalty. And off he goes. Again, you heard what the official said to him. What were the exact words? I was talking over it.
It was some sort of coaching or outside assistance that he confirmed it was one of Christian's entourage, his coach, and so yeah, he was assessed a 1 minute stop-go penalty. So the rules are the rules. The athletes know the rules, as do their support staff, and I'm sure Christian will be filthy at his entourage if that is the case. But just the drama continues here, Dee. This has had so many twists and turns, this race so far, and I feel there's more to come.
It's never ending. We knew this race was going to be fireworks from the start, just based on the caliber of athlete and the start list. But it's the drama outside of the racing, between the mechanical malfunctions and the penalties, and it's never ending. It's surprising to me a little bit, given the caliber of athlete, that the technical issues, which always happen, but the ones that have happened seem to be unusual in nature. And certainly an athlete like Christian Hogenhaug and his staff should know the rules on outside assistance. So yeah, he's got to put it out of his mind. Again, be a goldfish, have a short memory, and sink himself back into the marathon. I liked his presence of mind where he stopped his watch, so his pacing will be accurate, and he's just stuck right back in.
Yeah, and look, the officials are just doing their job, and they're doing a great job. Apparently Patrick Lange had a similar penalty assessed a few years ago in this very race and on this very course. So the officials are consistent, if nothing else, and as an athlete, that's all you want. You know the rules and you need to abide by them. So Christian just needs to get his head back in the game here, and I think he didn't seem flustered. He took the penalty and got on with business. As we see, it looks like Magnus Ditlev and Daniel Bækkegård have stolen a little march off the group here, which is, I don't mind it. It's a nice little tactical move, getting their own space into T2.
Yeah, absolutely. As we watch them dismount the bike here. Checking what that gap will be. Magnus Ditlev, the first to dismount, and his unofficial bike split 3:59.05. He sits 7:50 back, so that quick chain stop only cost about 25 seconds for Christian Hogenhaug. Daniel Bækkegård, Team Denmark, off in first, second, and third place here into the Ruvit transition zone, with Christian Hogenhaug obviously out running already. Magnus Ditlev in second, Daniel Bækkegård in third.
Yeah, the three Danes off the front of this race. And they know each other's game. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. So nice little tactical move at the end of the bike. We saw Kat Matthews do it in Hamburg a month ago to Laura Phillip.
And look at this. That's Cameron Worf, I think, at the front of the rest of that chase group. So Cameron caught up to the group and biked absolutely through it in the closing kilometers. So Cameron Worf, I think, off the bike in about 5th place there. Yep, exactly 5th place. So outstanding performance from Cameron Worf. Did it all on his own, moving his way through. The rest of the chasers, Kasper Stornes, Cameron Worf, Gustav Eden, Rudy von Berg, Kasper Stepniak, Ben Knut at 8:54, Leonard Arnold, Christian Blumenfeld, and Johannes Vogel. So that is quite the chase group. We will see a lot of action here in the Ruvi transition zone.
Yeah, interesting that Daniel and Magnus were able to get a minute at the end of that ride in the last handful of kilometres. It's still the best part of 9 minutes to the majority, from the majority of this group to our leader, although we did see Christian serve his 1 minute penalty on the run course, so closer to 8 minutes, and some great runners in this group, Didi. I think we'll learn a little bit at the first couple of timing splits out on course here. Certainly the first lap we'll learn a little bit about what athletes' intentions are with their pacing, and if they choose to, particularly someone like Christian Blumenfeld, is he just going to go for broke and go for the win here?
I think we'll also know who in that group may have overbiked. Obviously, large group dynamics. If anybody overcooked themselves on the bike, that certainly is going to rear its ugly head in the opening kilometers of this Hoka run course as well.
As we're back with our leader, Christian Hogenhog, and he seems to have shaken off that little indiscretion and he's getting back to his work. He's got the lead bike rider with him.
Now keep in mind, he's just gone through that opening time segment there on the tracker at 1.8K, but that will be inclusive of the time he spent standing still. So take that one with a grain of salt. It is not reflective of his overall pace thus far.
Yeah, it was interesting to see he had the race suit zipped all the way down. The athletes are definitely feeling the heat here today. And this heat is going to play a big part in the marathon as we see Daniel Bakagar head out on course.
Looking good there, nice and fluid, no worse for wear. Again, always sort of tough to tell, but he's found his run posture pretty well. Sometimes athletes can be a little bent over with those shortened hip flexors from a long, hard bike ride, but he looks to have found his form and upright and moving well, moving forward.
Yeah, he's got a nice rhythm going, nice leg turnover, and again, he's got the race kit unzipped as well. So the heat is going to have its say in this race for sure. Like you say, Didi, the really good triathlon runners, they get upright quickly and they get access into full hip extension straight away. And Daniel looks like he's found a nice rhythm early. Great to see him at the front end of big races again. It's been a minute, but we certainly know his pedigree.
It was a name that was sort of the top of all topics of conversation for a period there and went through a bout of injury, but has fought his way back. I think anytime you go through a long stint of injury like that, and I think Gustav Eden we can put sort of in the same category there. These guys back themselves and they believe in their abilities, but that becomes difficult to do when you're just sort of faced with frustration after frustration and it becomes a long period of injury. A little bit of that self-doubt can creep in, and we've actually seen both Gustav and Daniel have coaching changes through that period of time, and sometimes that can just be a fresh start on things even for a seasoned athlete.
As we're seeing Johannes Vogel here, it's his Ironman debut today, but he comes in with good form, having clocked up his first ever pro victory earlier in the year at Ironman 70.3 Valencia. So he's having a great race so far. And moments ago, we saw Willem Hirsch coming off the bike. So one of our early leaders, Didi, one of the first men out of the water. He just trailed off that front group towards the last 40 kilometres.
And they continue to stream in off of the Zoot bike through the Ruvi transition onto the Hoka run course, the Thundering Herd, making their way from bike to run. And we will see certainly a change in race dynamics. No more the group dynamic. Now it's every man for himself out there, with each athlete setting their own pace in pursuit of the finish line, as we look at Magnus Ditlev here, making his way out on the run. Not the bike we expected from him. Caught up in group dynamics, caught up potentially with the saddle issue. It looks like he was a little nose down, and the seat post slipped a little bit as well. So not the bike we expected from him, but he is off and running as well.
Yeah, he's got the long loping stride and a little bit of a forward lean. Nice posture, nice posture. So, and he'll be methodical with his pacing too. I think he'll be immune to people launching attacks early in this run. I think Magnus knows his best run. He's a big diesel engine in the run. His best run will be just to run 4 really steady, even paced laps here. And I love that move that he and Daniel made. You know, just stealing a minute off the group means they can get into their own run, their own rhythm, and it's a great strategy. As I mentioned before, Kat Matthews used it in Hamburg a month ago, and took a minute, or actually it was about 30 seconds off Laura Phillip, and that was one of the great races, Didi, that we've seen. You know, it was an iron wall where they ran 30 seconds apart for 30 odd kilometres, but it was a great strategy by Kat, and I think we've seen some of the boys use it today. I don't mind it at all if you're a strong biker and just stealing that minute and having a clear T2 and then setting your own agenda early in the marathon.
And it also forces a pace from some of the chasers, right, who might have biked in the group. And if you can get that minute and force some of the guys to perhaps panic a little bit at the start of the marathon to try to get that back right out of the gate, again, with conditions being what they are, it could be enough to blow some of your competitors up as Magnus rounds that corner, looks over his shoulder there. And I think Magnus, no doubt, remembering back to the Ironman World Championship, where a rough first 10 kilometers or so on the marathon after kind of over biking a little bit there at the end, and was able to manage it, put the blinders on to the competitors around him, and run his way back onto the podium. So good memories there as we check in with Ben Canute, who is in pursuit of a world championship slot for himself. Great runner as we take a quick peek down at the Ruvi transition times with Christian Hogenhaug, one of our fastest transition. We saw that firsthand. Christian Blumenfeld, second fastest transition, with Cameron Worth rounding out the top 3 for our fastest transition times.
Yeah, well, we saw Christian Hogenhaug's transition. He certainly didn't waste any time, and given that he had to serve a penalty shortly after, that was probably a great decision. But interesting to see the different techniques and the different styles here, Didi. You know, we had Magnus Ditlev on screen before, big, tall man, longer loping stride. Here we are again with Magnus, as opposed to Ben Canute, shorter man, shorter, choppier stride. So again, we have this idea in our mind of what a textbook efficient running technique looks like, but really the only thing that matters is how effective it is, what pace you can cover the ground, and how you can sustain that pace as the kilometers roll on. And the really good triathlon runners in 70.3 racing and Ironman, they hold pace in the second half of the run. So this is a long run, 4 laps to do. And you know, I love a 4-lap course because we get to gauge their pace regularly and how they are tracking lap to lap. As we flash back to our leader here, Christian Hogenhaug, and he still seems to be ticking along nicely. Nice leg turnover, checking his pace, checking his heart rate. So yeah, interested to get some early splits, and mindful of the fact, Didi, you're 100% correct. Christian's first split is going to be a little tainted by that 1 minute stand down penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. As we check early pacing, again, it's deceiving. So we'll have to wait for a couple for it to shake out. And honestly, for the entire field, you kind of don't want to judge too much off the first run split or two. Different athletes will settle into pace at different rates. Some may, hit it hard to set that foot tempo and be out, super aggressive. Others may choose to build into those first couple of kilometers. Honestly, when we talk about Christian Hogenhaugen, that 60-second stand-down penalty, you never want to give time away, right? But it actually, for the lead that he had, it wouldn't be a bad thing to stand down for 60 seconds and sort of let that heart rate come down before you start in on that marathon. I don't see it being catastrophic for him and could, given the conditions on the day, be a little bit of an advantage, that it just caused him a moment of pause, a forced moment of pause due to a penalty. Certainly you're not going to choose to do that, but if it brings the heart rate down a little bit at the start of the marathon, not a terrible thing.
I love your glass half full mentality, Dee. I mean, honestly, I'm that manic. I would have hated to stand there for a minute. But I mean, you're right. You've got to see the silver lining in every situation. I just think he's such a methodical and disciplined athlete that he's not going to get his pacing wrong at the start. He's the kind of athlete who will set out at his go-to pace. Interestingly, I mean, I think you raise a great point. Some of these early splits can be deceptive, but if you're someone like a Christian Blumenfeld and you want to run a 2:32, you have to be on it from the first step.
Yeah.
You have to be on the pace from the very first timing split. So we'll keep an eye on Christian and his early splits as we flash back up to Magnus here. Sorry, Rudy.
Oh, that's Rudy. Yeah, that's Rudy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they look
My
very similar,
apologies.
right? The stature is the same. You've got the long legs and the longer loping stride. But yeah, this is Rudy von Berg. Again, the most discounted man in professional triathlon today. A guy that nobody talks much about going into these bigger races, but a guy who seems to always find his way onto the podium. So Rudy von Berg. Makes his home in Boulder, Colorado, also spends a lot of time in France. He actually came over to Europe after, I think, St. George it was, did a training camp on the course in Nice, both to adjust to the time zone over here in Europe and get a good training block in, and made his way up to Frankfurt for the race, and will head back to Nice, I believe, when this is over, and do his preparations for the World Championship. His family has a home right there on the course, or not far from. Pretty convenient setup for him as he looks to the next big goal for Nice.
Yeah, I should have known by the distinctive markings on his kit it was Rudy von Berg, but I was fooled by the height, the loping stride, and the slight forward lean. But yeah, Rudy's, I mean, I wouldn't say he's ever discounted, but he doesn't get picked for the win rarely, but he just, with just amazing regularity, ends up on the podium at big races. So his consistency and his level cannot be discounted. As we're back now with our men's leader, and I don't know if he was high-fiving the crowd or waving or doing something there, but we see his leg turnover. Not a lot has changed, for the first 3 kilometers for this man in the run, and we can see him taking on board his nutrition there, getting a gel in or one of his chews. And I mean, it's one thing, these athletes, they're just so on top of their hydration and nutrition requirements in all the distance races and in all the different climates. Of course, your requirements, particularly around hydration and electrolyte depletion, change as the climate changes. As we come back, and we're now with Kasper Stepniak, who again, he's just had we saw a lot of him early. He was very consistent. He was in that front swim group, and he's consistently a front pack swimmer. And he rode really well with Chase Group 1 and tucked in when the groups came together. So now we see him out on the run course, and he's certainly an athlete we need to watch as well. He had a 7th place finish here last year and a 10th in Ironman Texas earlier this season. So definitely a man who can push for a top 5 if he has a great day.
Yeah, and Kasper Stepniak, one of the athletes who, unfortunately, even with a strong performance at Ironman Texas, was on the outside looking in to the World Championship qualification. So that is definitely somewhere in the back of his mind, probably not at the forefront right now, as much as just settling into pace here for the marathon. But he is an athlete that needs a World Championship qualifying slot. So right now, looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's looking really good. I'm loving the sound of the super shoes slapping on the pavement. You can hear them slapping there, and it's almost rhythmical. And, so yeah, Casper, he definitely needs that Ironman World Championships qualification. He looks like he's sort of on course for it so far, because a lot of the men ahead have already got that ticket punched as we move forward to Cam Worth here.
Yeah, Cam Worth, the runner, right? Cam said he would, but to Cam's credit, he looks like a runner. This guy has worked tirelessly for a long time in the sport, known for just being a powerhouse on the bike. I don't think his swim necessarily has come around the way he might like, but boy, he's done a lot of work on the run, and it shows. I mean, he looks significantly better. He doesn't look like a biker trying to run, and yeah, full credit to Cam Worth.
No, he's got a really nice, efficient running technique. I mean, he's been training in Andorra, where he's based with some of the best runners in the sport. Matthew Hauser from Australia, who's leading the WTCS series. Hayden Wild is, I think, one of Cam's regular training partners, notwithstanding Hayden's on the comeback from a nasty bike crash he suffered in Japan. But no, I love Cam, but I laughed as you did when in that soundbite where he talked about himself as a runner, and I think that's his mindset. He's a great athlete, represented Australia at the Olympic Games for rowing. He's ridden on the Pro Tour for years, raced Grand Tours, raced some of the classics, and in his mind, he is a runner, and I think you've got to believe it for it to manifest, and he will give a great account of himself as we move forward in the field to Gustav Iden here. So, I mean, Gustav's had quite a nice start to this run. He certainly doesn't look as fluid and as fluent as he used to look a couple of years ago, but again, we talked about his 12 months of, just injury struggles, the loss of his mum, the emotional upheaval. And when you're away from top-level training and racing, it takes an equal amount of time to get back to it. And I'm just loving, this man adds to every single race that he's in. His personality, his aggressiveness, and it's great to see him up the front of the European Championships today. And let's hope he can lay down a sub-240 run split that, became part of his signature, prior to his injury and his long layoff. I mean, it was just almost death taxes and Gustav Iden running a sub-240 marathon with 3 givens in life.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome as he moves his way past Daniel Beckergaard here. And I think the thing about Gustav Iden, no one necessarily wants to race against him, but I think he's got the respect of his competitors, and I think almost every guy out there will cheer for him and is happy to see him back looking at the top of the sport once again.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
it's athletic. Ask for it.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Brightleg. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experience powered by Nirvana.
Hello, with Didi Griesbauer, and you're watching the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. And Didi, we're here on the Hoka run course. We've got our leader, Christian Hogenhog, on the left, and on the right, we've got the gentle giant from Denmark, Magnus Ditlev, and I love what I'm seeing from Magnus. He looks so relaxed.
Very relaxed, very fluid. Again, we heard in our visit with Magnus on our Fighting Chance series presented by Hoka that he is coming off an altitude camp where he said it can do a little damage to the ego where you're just not able to produce the numbers that you might at sea level, but certainly good for the physiology, and he looks to be primed and putting in a great performance here. He's got his work to do because his countryman, Christian Hogenhaug, put together such an outstanding bike performance. Magnus lagged a little bit on the bike, but Magnus running very, very well now, sitting 6:55 back of our leader and running very, very well. Magnus, one of our fastest movers on course right now through the last timing segment. Granted, it's early stages, but Magnus moving really well as we take a look at Christian Blumenfeld now picking his way through the field.
Yeah, and he's just pulled up on the shoulder of his countryman, Casper Stornes. And interestingly, Didi, these two gentlemen posted just ridiculously fast run splits just 3 weeks ago at Ironman 70.3 Aix-en-Provence. In the Ironman Pro Series, I think Christian was a 106.50 and Casper was a 107.10. And they're actually chatting to each other. You can hear them chatting, discussing the pace. And this is a power group right here. So, yeah, two of the best runners in the field. So it's interesting they're swapping the lead here. We saw Christian on the front and now Casper's on the front. This is certainly a little partnership of convenience or an allegiance that's formed between these two guys, and they're two of the fastest movers on course right now.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I noticed actually during his Fighting Chance profile that we saw a moment ago, and if you missed it, make sure to get on the Ironman YouTube channel to take in that episode. But Christian Blumenfeld, again, body type doesn't matter, right? It's who gets to the finish line first. But Christian Blumenfeld has been, he's got like a huge, massive chest. If you ever see him in person, just the way his rib cage is shaped. But to me, he looks leaner than he's looked in the past. I don't know if that's by design. I know in the past, when he's tried to slim down, it's actually detracted from his power on the bike. And so he's always been very careful to maintain his weight in a certain range. But to me, he looks trimmer than I've seen him in the past, and he's running extraordinarily well.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, it's always fraught with danger. You see an official here coming up to have a chat with Magnus Ditlev. I'm not sure. I think, has Magnus been assessed a penalty?
Let's go down to the ambient, see if we can hear. Red card.
Disqualification. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't disqualify me.
Wow. Wow. Keep running, Magnus. Keep running. Let's sort this out later. I just not sure what's going on here, but didn't really hear what was said there, Didi. I'm not sure if you caught it, but it wasn't a yellow card, like a 1 minute standout. It was definitely the red.
It was a red card, and I heard the official say disqualification, but I did not hear the reason given. Certainly, Magnus isn't taking it lying down, and he's continuing to run. Again, the athlete can keep going. You can protest it. Okay. I'm hearing right now that he was assessed a yellow card but he didn't stop. And so now he's been assessed a red card and will be disqualified for failing to honor the yellow card stop and go penalty.
Okay, do we have any idea what he was assessed the yellow card for?
We're waiting to hear from our technical officials what that was for.
We can see him asking if he's
Yeah,
disqualified
that's,
or not.
I want the official to get up next to our camera so we can hear.
This is crazy work for an athlete. I don't know what's going through his head right now, but he's still ticking along nicely. Yeah, we just need to get some word from down on the course what actually has transpired here, because it's very hard to comment when we haven't got the full story. But I guess it makes sense if there was an earlier penalty assessment that wasn't honoured. That's when the red card comes into play.
Sure, but I don't know what the yellow card was for. We didn't hear. I mean, we know that Patrick Lange got a yellow card for not removing the swim skin back in T1. He served that penalty in T2. We saw Christian Hogenhaug with a yellow card for outside assistance. I don't know what Magnus was assessed the yellow card for, but we do know that he has been shown a red card in the wake of that for not honoring the penalty and stopping down for the yellow card. So still waiting to get word from the course. Obviously, it's playing on Magnus's mind quite a bit. He's asked the official, am I disqualified or not? I'm not sure he got a clear answer. Obviously, he did not because he's still running.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff, but I'm sure we'll find out more. I love that he's still running. You've just got to keep running until further notice. I mean, he's running well. He's not just running, he's running well, and he's taking out some time from our leader. So given whatever problems he suffered on the bike with, as we look back, we can clearly see the red card being shown there, and we heard the official say disqualification. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We need to get some word from down on course to exactly what's going on here. But given all the troubles he had on the bike with his bike seat, just hear Magnus asking the official if he's made his mind up yet. This is crazy work. I love it. But he's just got to keep ticking along. He's got to get back in his own head, back in his own pace, and keep ticking along. I mean, he's making inroads in the lead here.
Here's my question, and I'm asking this sort of generally to our technical officials that might be listening. I'm trying to be careful here because I want to see if the official's going to say anything to him. But is the technical official required to respond? Magnus keeps...
6 minutes! 6 minutes!
I'm not sure the technical official is required to answer. He's shown him the red card, right? So does he have to give him justification or confirmation?
Oh.
The red card's already been shown. So Magnus can choose to keep going and protest it in the aftermath, but that's running a risk because he's running a marathon without knowing. But the technical official, he's asked several times now, and the official hasn't responded as to whether or not he's made up his mind yet. And he's not going to get an answer from the official.
No, well, he should. I mean, the official should at the very least confirm what his decision is, because it looks like Magnus is asking, is that a definite red card or not? So maybe he doesn't have to justify his decision right now, but at least he should clarify or confirm it, because you're right. He's got another 30-odd kilometres to run here, and I mean, we need to work out, or he needs to work out whether that's going to all be in vain. But yeah, it's crazy scenes here. I mean, we saw a penalty assessed to Christian Hogenhaug early in the run, and it looked like that was for some sort of pacing or outside assistance. But there's people on this course everywhere. There's people running along getting content. There's people filming. There's people on electric scooters. I mean, it's just, I'm not sure. I mean, clearly, if it's one of your support staff or your coaching staff, that's a big no-no. And these athletes know that. As we just see Magnus come out of the turnaround there as Casper and Christian Blumenfeld, who are the two big movers on course, are coming into that turnaround. So I think it's going to be not long before we have a group of three here running in second, third, and fourth position, chasing this man who, through all that drama, we've just sort of neglected our leader. He's still got 6 minutes.
He's still got 6 minutes. He is running at a pace that's about 15 seconds per kilometer slower. So mathematically, it's going to be tight for him to hold on to this. A lot to be determined. But right now, Magnus Ditlev, Kasper Stornes, and Christian Blumenfeld all running in and around 3.5 minute kilometers. The action will continue here in Frankfurt.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana. This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt Drama European World Championship. Drama unfolding at a more rapid pace than our athletes are moving out there. I'm Didi Griesbauer. Craig Alexander, bring us up to speed as to the last incident of drama.
Well, there's a little confusion on course. It appears that Magnus was assessed a yellow card, which apparently he then disregarded, so he was assessed a red card, which is disqualification. But I can't imagine, knowing Magnus, that he would disregard a penalty. So we just need confirmation as to what is happening. And while we wait for that, let's get back to the racing. I mean, we're here with Gustav Eden, who looks good. Gustav's moving well. He has been distanced a little bit from his two countrymen, who to me look like the best runners on course. We're through 8 kilometres now, so we're about a fifth of the way through this marathon. And you know, it's hard to start doing the maths, Didi, on how much time Christian Hogenhaug has lost. I think, you know, halfway through the second, towards the end of the second lap, we can start doing the maths on what he's losing per kilometre. There's no question that Christian Blumenfeld was always going to come out of T2 like he'd been shot out of a cannon. I mean, in his mind, he can win every race that he does. So he's going to start this marathon and try, as we see our leader just try and get the crowd fired up and give him a little lift there. I love that. I think that shows a lot. That says a lot, Didi, about where his head's at and how he's feeling.
Yeah, I think he's really enjoying the lead that he's got for as long as he's got it, and he's trying to get this crowd behind him. He's running well. I don't think he's running fast enough necessarily to hold the lead, but it's too early to tell. So Christian Hogenhaug, our men's leader, through the first lap here on the Hoka Marathon course. The guys are reeling him in, but he still looks well, and obviously he's got the presence of mind. He's engaging with the crowd. His nutrition must be on point. There is no reason to sound alarm bells on behalf of Christian Hogenhaug at this point. And yeah, I mean, he's got nearly a 6-minute lead, but the guys behind him are fired up, running really, really strong. Magnus Ditlev potentially fueled by anger because he's facing an uncertain penalty at the moment. Christian Blumenfeld and Kasper Stornes, the country mates, running very, very well. Gapped Gustav Eden, the triumvirate of the Norwegians by a little bit. But I agree with you, Craig. Blumenfeld and Stornes look best on course at the moment. And I think time will tell as to whether or not the paces that Hogenhaug is turning in will be enough to hold on for the lead. Again, we have the weather to contend with, and the heat certainly getting higher, the mercury rising. But all of these athletes fueled by these great crowds, which we see now flooding down to the main river alongside to cheer these athletes on.
Yeah, I agree, Didi. I think it's too early to call. He's definitely losing time to the faster men on course, and this is one of those men, Gustav Eden. But I think, you know, what Christian Hogenhaug is doing is just running at his pace and running his race. So he's keeping his pacing, I guess his strategy in the front of his mind, and he's just sticking to that. And he'd be getting splits. He knows where these other athletes are on course, and he's through one lap now, so he's through 10.5 kilometers, and I think we'll get more of an idea, towards the end of this next lap. But it does seem like these boys are steadily chipping away at his lead. It looks like about 10 to 12 seconds a kilometer. But again, we'll just keep an eye on it as it comes down. Definitely, Christian Blumenfeld and Kasper Stornes are the two big movers on course.
Yeah, and they seem to be buddied up, running at least at the last time we saw them, shoulder to shoulder, enjoying that camaraderie and working together to try to get to the front of this race. Magnus Ditlev at last check continuing to run really, really well. Perhaps a little bit of an adrenaline shot there with the situation going on penalty-wise for Magnus Ditlev, but Magnus continuing to run extremely well in second place, and yeah, chased by Blumenfeld, Stornes, and Gustav Eden, Team Norway.
Yeah, and I mean, Magnus had the best part of a minute lead on Christian and Kasper off the bikes, so they've eroded about 50 seconds of that, almost all of it now. But yeah, Magnus is still one of the fastest on course as well. So yeah. Magnus definitely still one of the fastest on course, so we'll keep an eye on how that transpires, that situation with him. But just as we fast forward up here, it looks like we're back up with Christian and Kasper. And Christian, I mean, he doesn't muck around, Christian, does he? I mean, these two men ran shoulder to shoulder at Ironman 70.3 Axon Province just a few weeks ago. And so that's got to give Kasper confidence that, he can match it and go toe-to-toe with, one of the best runners in our sport. But again, Didi, that was over the 21.1 kilometers, not the 42.2. So there's a difference, as we know. Christian definitely has the experience over the longer distance. But it's good to see Kasper up there sort of nipping at his countryman's heels. And also Gustav Eden, he's only about 35 seconds behind these two men. And I don't think Gustav had the pop in his run that we've normally seen, but he's still moving well. And let's hope he can really work his way into this marathon.
Well, yeah, and we saw, at least right before the conclusion of lap one, that behind Gustav Eden was Jonas Hoffmann, and at least through that segment appeared to not be putting the moves in that we would expect from somebody with the run resume of Jonas Hoffmann. Also Daniel Baekegaard further back appearing to start to struggle. Again, some of the paces of these guys slowing ever so slightly, could be a factor of the heat or just settling into pace. But Daniel Baekegaard slowing a bit, and yeah, so we'll see how things shake out as we make our way into the second loop. But I loved the camera angle, and I hope we get back to it momentarily, of Christian Blumenfeld and Kasper Stornes running together, because to your point earlier, Craig, it doesn't matter how you cover the ground, it's who covers it faster, and the difference in run style between Kasper Stornes and Christian Blumenfeld just looking like he's in a full-blown sprint, full-on striding with a huge arm drive, huge leg kick. But Kasper Stornes running with much less motion in his body, but matching pace. I think it's an interesting, here we go, here we have it. Interesting comparison between the relatively still run form of Kasper Stornes, and then you fast forward ahead to Christian Blumenfeld, who looks like he's running a 100-meter dash.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Christian's run form and technique definitely looks more powerful. Looks like it's more suited to changing pace and accelerating. But both are beautiful. Both have great leg turnover. They're on the ground very little. Their stance phase is minuscule compared to their flight phase. Everything's forward momentum with those two boys, and they look great. And yeah, it's interesting how Christian's he just doesn't want Kasper really on his shoulder at all. It's just squeezing the lemon here a little bit, and he's opened up a little bit of a gap as they maneuver their way through that aid station. And again, look, we just see Christian accelerate there, or maybe Kasper slowed down to grab some more aid. But it's just an interesting dynamic. You don't want to be losing your momentum through those aid stations, and it just seemed like Christian held his speed a little better there.
Yeah, it looked like Kasper almost paused momentarily. I don't know if he misgrabbed a cup and dropped it to the ground, but he did for ever so slightly pause. But as we know, those seconds add up, and it's super helpful to just be right up on the shoulder. And to your point, Christian doesn't seem to want him there and is trying to surge to maintain that gap, but it's so much easier to pace when you can just set your sights and run your tempo and hear the footfalls of the athlete in front of you and almost use that as the metronome to set your own pace. As we come back to Patrick Lange, who is running incredibly well, looks great, as Patrick Lange always does. He's got a whole lot of work cut out for him. He was some 15 and a half minutes back after serving the 1-minute penalty for that swim skin violation all the way back in T1, had to serve that penalty in T2. So he's got his work cut out for him, but flying through this Hoka Marathon course.
Yeah, talk about metronomic. I mean, that's poetry. I mean, just beautiful technique, and he has got his work cut out. Barring an absolute explosion at the front of this race, I don't think Patrick can win it, but I'm certainly interested to see what kind of marathon he can run here and how many of these athletes in front he can pick off, because I'm tipping it's going to be quite a few of them. And yeah, it's just interesting, the dynamic between these two. Christian is looking back over his shoulder like every 100 meters. And I mean, we've still got 30K to run here, so it's as if he doesn't want Kasper there. And oh, hang on, cramping.
You know, we've seen this. We've seen this with Christian a few times, and usually it's been when he's changed bike positions or changed format of racing, changed from a road bike to a TT bike. I don't really think it's been a nutritional deficiency, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, it was interesting. There was something that was worrying him. As we see Kasper now taking a look over his shoulder, and he just needs to continue with his work, Kasper. Yeah, the interesting thing that I've noticed when Christian has cramped, at least in the past, I've always seen it either in the quads or the adductors. This looked like he was reaching down and grabbing his calf. Not that matters. If you're cramping, but it seems to be a different spot. I've seen him cramp again in the hamstrings, grab the hamstrings, the adductors, the quads, but never sort of in the low leg. So curious where that's coming from. Again, we spoke to him and heard in pre-race interviews that he feels like he really has nailed the nutrition part of it. We saw him quite ill here a year ago. And again, at the Ironman World Championship in Hawaii, throwing up quite a lot. He attributed that not to nutrition necessarily, but to a throat issue where he was getting some swelling in his throat. He felt like he was on the right side of that. He's back running well and striding really well, so maybe just a temporary thing. Could have just been adjusting a calf sleeve there or adjusting the shoe, but it doesn't appear to be something that is lingering for him, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that, potentially adjusting his timing chip, but when he bent over initially, it definitely wasn't a hamstring cramp. So you could just tell by the way his posture and the way he had his knee bent. But yeah, I mean, he's back into stride pretty quickly. And of all the athletes we've seen, suffer misadventure and still get back into their work quite quickly, he's at the top of that list. So, in the past, when I've seen him cramp up, it's because of crazy race scheduling, like, changing from a road bike and WTCS racing to a time trial bike and having issues with that. We saw that at T100 Milwaukee a couple of years ago. And so we've seen him have issues, but it looks like he's back into his work, and he didn't waste any time getting back up on Casper Stornis' shoulder there.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we continue to follow this exciting professional race, just want to check in with our Tri-Dot Athlete Spotlight. Of course, that's Matthew Fullerton. We had Matthew's predictive time in the swim at 1:19:48. Looked like a little bit of a rough swim. He's a little behind the paces right now. His actual swim, 1:27:20, but he is on to the bike course now, and his predicted bike leg is 6:13:23, so hopefully he can make up a little bit of that time he lost in the swim. But you can follow along Matthew Fullerton's progress versus his predicted times, and of course at the conclusion of the race, Ironman and Tri-Dot will post his finish time along with his predicted times on their social media pages. So good luck to Matthew.
Incredibly scenic run course along the River Main here, and just spectator friendly. I mean, I'm sure it's a lift for these athletes to be in and amongst the crowd, and quite a bit of shelter on this course too. So there's some shaded sections as we're here with our men's leader. And yeah, I mean, again, I don't know, Didi, to the naked eye, he's passing the eye test. I don't think too much has changed in his stride length, his turnover. Certainly he hasn't held the pace of those men behind him since the start, but whatever pace he's got, he seems to be holding it.
Yeah, he's holding it, and he's forcing the guys behind him to run aggressively to chase him down. I mean, he had a nearly 8-minute. Again, it was a little dodgy there because he dropped his chain and then had to serve a 1-minute penalty for outside 8 in the very opening stages of the Hoka Marathon course. But nearly, we'll call it a roughly 8-minute lead. So he is forcing the hand of the guys behind him. And here we have Magnus Ditlev, who is still running. So we haven't gotten determination. That technical official, I think, is still riding along with him. So we don't know. If you're just tuning in, Magnus Ditlev was issued a yellow card. We believe it was for littering outside an aid station. We're still getting confirmation on that. He didn't serve the stop and go penalty. It would have been a minute standing down for a yellow card. He didn't serve it, kept running. So the technical official rode up next to him, showed him a red card, told him he was disqualified. He seemed frustrated by that and confused by that, but he's still out there running.
Yeah, he's still out there running, and you know what? I'm loving this strategy by Christian on the right here, just to take a mental break and just sit on Casper's shoulder for a little while. I don't think you have to be the one forcing the pace if you've got a willing ally out there on course. So not sure what that was, Didi, when he was bending over. It looked like he was adjusting either a shoe or a timing chip around his ankle. But yeah, I mean, at the last timing check, Magnus had 22 seconds on Christian and Casper, and it's still 22 seconds. So, Magnus is having a great run here, and be interesting to see what transpires as we get word from the officials from course what's happening. But he seems to be just in a nice rhythm. And again, we saw this from Magnus last year in Kona when he faded towards the end of the bike, and we wondered what was happening and was at the end of his day. And even post-race, he talked about sitting in T2 and wondering if he could head out on the run, and he ended up having the 3rd or 4th quickest run of the day and actually running up into second spot. So we know this man's a fighter, and we know his quality, and he's in a great position right now, eating into his countryman Christian Hugenhaug's lead. It's down to 5 minutes, and it was hard to gauge Christian's lead off the bike because he did have what we thought was 8.5 or 9 minutes. Then he had the mechanicals. That probably cost him maybe 45 seconds unconfirmed. And then he had the 1 minute stand down as well. So it could have been like a 7-minute lead rather than 9. And so he's lost 2 minutes in that first lap, which would mean it's, if you do the maths, it's going to be a closely run thing if the status quo remains and everyone can hold their pace.
Yeah, it would be sort of a heartbreaking tragedy for Christian Hugenhaug if it came down to either that 1 minute stop and go penalty or the chain derailment, the mechanical there in the literally the last kilometer of the bike. But all of our athletes today seem to be having their dramas out on course. We've got Magnus with an uncertain penalty. We've had athletes with mechanical issues, losing aero bars, dropping nutrition. So everyone is facing their challenges out there today. We had Patrick Lange with a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for a swim skin violation in T1. So everyone seems to be having their own challenges out there outside of the competition of the race.
And interestingly, you mentioned Patrick Lange. I mean, just getting a split. He's at the end of the first lap, he was still 15:40 down. So he's made up no time, really. I mean, he served his penalty and he's probably nullified that, but he's not moving as fast as these boys. So, but again, he's a fighter. He's a 3-time and defending Ironman world champion, Patrick Lange. And we know this is his hometown race, so he won't give up. And right now, though, we're with the 2 Norwegians who, I guess on form, you'd have to say, carry the best run form into this race after those really quick run times they posted in Aix-en-Provence in the last round of the Ironman Pro Series, Didi. And yeah, you're right. You talked about their slightly contrasting techniques. No less effective, though. They're both really effective runners and both highly efficient as well.
And the advantage they have going for them right now, they are sitting now 15 seconds back of Magnus Ditlev, and given the nature of this course and particularly the early stages of this course before some of our age group athletes on this looped course come out and join the party here on the Hoka marathon course, they have eyes on Magnus Ditlev. So they are the hunters right now, with Magnus Ditlev being the hunted, and I think having eyes on and being able to slowly reel him in and hunt him down is definitely an advantage later on. And we saw this a little bit in Hamburg as well. When you get mixed up with the age group athletes, it's harder for your chasers to pick you out of the crowd, to spot you. The more crowded the run course gets out there. But right now, advantage Stornes and Blumenfeld being able to hunt down Magnus Ditlev with eyes on his back, slowly reeling him in. And we see him look over his shoulder there now for the first time to see what that gap is and see his competitors closing in.
Yeah, and I think there's not a lot of discrepancy between the pace that he's running compared to the 2 chasers. So I think he will know they're coming. We saw him take a little look over his shoulder there. People on course would be telling him where they are. And I mean, we may have a little power group of 3 shortly, but just looking at the splits, not knowing exactly what Christian Hogenhaug's lead was off the bike, it looks like he lost 2.5 minutes on that first lap. So if that's the case, he was probably going to need a 10-minute lead. And he had close to 9, but again, those 2 little indiscretions, the stop and go and the little mechanical cost him a couple of minutes. So, but again, he's still in the lead. So until further notice, he's the man to beat. And I'm just loving the work here from Magnus. You know, again, we talk about how we get certain athletes, we pigeonhole them and say, well, this guy's an Uber biker and this guy's these guys and girls at the top level are just awesome triathletes across the board. They have no real weaknesses. And sometimes when you don't get to unleash your bike power for whatever reason, the dynamics of the group, a seat post that slips, a seat that angles down, maybe you have plenty of energy and plenty of matches left to burn on the run. So loving this from Magnus so far.
And Christian Hogenhaug continuing at the front of the race, enjoying his time in the spotlight. It has been well earned without outstanding performance, as we have the next generation seeing how long he can hold pace with our race leader. We'll see if he can do it all the way to the finish line here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kick or Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by HyperIce. Keep moving, better than ever. And by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with precision fuel and hydration.
I'm Craig Alexander with Didi Griesbauer, and you're watching the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships for Men, race 11 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And Didi, we've just had word that the head referee is conferring with the other referees, including the one who assessed the penalty to Magnus, and we'll have confirmation shortly as to exactly what's going on with that situation. So we'll keep everyone updated as we find out more.
And doesn't seem to be, it's affecting us at this moment more than it seems to be affecting Magnus. Magnus continuing his laser focus on the task ahead. You can see there in the background his two closest chasers in Kasper Stornes and Christian Blumenfeld trying to reel him in. The gap was about 20 seconds down to 15. It's a second or two here and there, but Magnus still running strong, but the guys behind him with eyes on, no doubt, pursuing the hunt.
Yeah, and I mean, these long shots are always deceptive, but that looks like it's about a 15-second lead. So it's sort of holding steady around there. So Magnus is running amazingly well. Whatever is happening on course is certainly, he's been able to put it aside and just get back to the task at hand, which is chasing this man, his countryman, Christian Hogenhaug, who, again, he's just had a great race today. Can't speak highly enough of just, you know, his intent from the minute the gun went off. He got off the beach quick, got in that select little front group, was able to hold on through the Aussie exit of the swim, showed composure, took his time through Ruvi T1, putting his calf sleeves on, and then just unleashed a really impressive, historic, I want to say, bike ride on this course at 3:52. Some of these splits are just getting mind-boggling, but that afforded him like an 8 to 9 minute lead. Some of that was eroded between a little mechanical on his run in to T2 and also a 1 minute stop-go penalty. But Didi still seems to be moving well. We see him doing all the same things we saw him doing, you know, on lap one, taking in his salt tablets, taking in his precision shoes, checking his heart rate, checking his pace. And he looks good. He looks good. He is losing time, but he's holding pace. And I think, you know, he's such a meticulous and methodical athlete. He knows what sort of fitness he brings into this race and what kind of marathon pace he can hold. And I think he's just determined to dial down and drill down on that.
Yeah, and if you consider the fact that many will look at his sort of the tools in his tool belt and say that his run is his weakest discipline. He did say pre-race in some of his pre-race commentary that he was running the best he ever had. He put in a big heat block after Ironman Texas and I think he is ready to rid himself of that run is my weakest discipline. He's taken a note from Cam Worth's book and saying, hey, I'm a 3-sport athlete. I don't have a weakness, and right now he is running very, very strong and looks very, very well.
Yeah, and you know, we talk about it often, and I heard you mention it earlier that, you know, the top males and females in our sport are just versatile and well-rounded. That's why they are the top athletes. And whilst comparatively speaking, if we're comparing Christian Hogenhaug's run to Christian Blumenfeld, well, yeah, there's a difference there, but this man's a world-class athlete, and he's leading one of the most competitive Ironman fields we've seen outside of the World Championships. And you know, we're getting a split screen shot here, and geez, every time Magnus Ditlev comes up on screen, he just looks more and more relaxed. He looks like he's just loping along there, and I mean, he's a big, tall man, but I think he's got just a beautifully efficient and relaxed running style.
Yeah, which for a taller athlete isn't as easy, I'm going to say, to pull off because of the loping nature of his run style. It's not easy to make that look as effortless as Magnus is making it look. And yeah, I mean, full credit to him to look so calm and relaxed given the pressure that he's under, not only given race circumstances from a penalty perspective, but also from the fact that he's got 2 incredible runners breathing down his neck, trying to chase him down, and he's taking it all, no pun intended, in stride and looks wonderful. Christian Hogenhaug, just to back that point up, you know, he ended up 3rd in the Ironman Pro Series last year, but ironically just was on the outside looking in after Ironman Texas in terms of qualifying slots. So your first place man out on course, well on his way to securing his spot to race with his fellow competitors in Nice in September.
A little bit of an update, Didi. We just got word from the head referee that Magnus Ditlev's red card has in fact been rescinded. So apparently they're just trying to communicate that to him out on course. I'm glad he kept running. It was the smart thing to do, but you know, under the circumstances and the pressure and the scrutiny, who knows what was going through his mind. But he seems to, I mean, he's such a calm character, such a great temperament for a world-class athlete. He just stays in his own head, stays in the zone, and he looks absolutely fantastic out on course here. Just a slight forward lean. You know, he's making it hard for these 2 men behind him to bridge that gap. You know, they've been eyeballing him 100 metres up the road, 150 metres up the road now for the best part of a whole run lap. And, you know, he's just... And you know what? As they come into this turn at this end of the course, he will get a good visual on them, as will this man. He'll get a visual on all the other athletes chasing him. And again, the word that comes to mind is composed, methodical, just taking a split on his watch, checking the pacing, checking the heart rate, checking all the boxes. So loving what we're seeing from Christian Hogenhaug today.
Well, that's what I liked seeing, and you made the point. He went around that turn, took a split on his watch, which indicates to me the presence of mind, right? I mean, he's still getting splits. You go around that turn, you check your watch, you can see the athletes running the opposite direction, get timing updates on what his gap is, how it is changing lap after lap after lap, and the fact that he is this deep into the race and still has that presence of mind, very positive signs for Christian Hogenhaug.
It's going to be interesting, this dynamic we're going to see with the 3 men behind him, when I think it's inevitable at some point that Casper and Christian B, Big Blue, they get up on Magnus's shoulder. And, you know, that certainly is a power running group, those 3 together. They're the fastest on course. I think Gustav Fieden at last check was about a minute behind. So, yeah, he's still moving well to Gustav, but a minute behind this power group. And yeah, it's great to see the evolution of athletes throughout the seasons, throughout the years. And I think Magnus Ditlev probably thinks that if he's to step up from, you know, a podium position at the World Championships to the top step of the podium, the one thing that can help him do that is just slice, you know, a handful of minutes off his marathon run split. And without compromising anything off his bike ride. I mean, as one of the top athletes in the sport, that's, you don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul. So it's nice to see, Magnus Ditlev's evolution, and to take a leaf out of Cam Worth's book, he's become a runner.
Yeah. As has Christian Hogenhaug. I mean, working on that run as well, putting time into that weakness. And what I'm envisioning, and I'm fast forwarding because I'm just getting so excited, I'm literally up out of my seat here in studio, is the likelihood that Stornes and Blumenfeld bridge to Ditlev, who then all three bridge to Hogenhaug, all in the last 10K of this run.
Well, that would certainly make an exciting race for us. Maybe not so much for Christian Hogenhaug, but yeah, I mean, it's a distinct possibility, isn't it? But you're right. I mean, even that side-on shot we got of Christian H a minute ago, he looked great. Still got full range of hip extension, a lot of forward drive, good knee lift, great turnover, and this dynamic is fascinating to me. Athletes who know each other well, have trained together, and sharing the workload in the run. It looked like on that first lap, I don't know if it was a plan, but Christian just was ever so slowly inching forward out to 9 meters, 10 meters, and looking back. And then he had that little pit stop, and now Casper's taken the lead, and both men look fantastic, to be honest. But yeah, it's just an interesting dynamic. I think it must be reassuring to have a good friend and a training partner with you on course in such a big race.
Yeah, I can't tell, and just knowing how talented Christian Blumenfeld is and how strong his arsenal is out on a race course, I kind of feel like he's almost playing with Stornes like a cat with a ball of yarn, although that's not giving enough respect to Casper Stornes, certainly, who has all of the potential and just hasn't had the results that Christian Blumenfeld has yet. But I look at Blumenfeld and such a gamer, I kind of feel like there's more in the Blumenfeld tank.
Yeah, well, Christian is an amazing, as we've seen Magnus make the turn that Christian Hogenhaug made recently, and then, yeah, of course, right there in his grill, the two Norwegian boys, KB and Casper Stornes. So, yeah, I mean, Christian Blumenfeld, he is a gamer. I mean, he's won the biggest races in our sport. I mean, he's done things that are unheard of in our sport. I mean, most athletes step up from shorter distance, and you know, athletes who have made and who have had great short course careers step up and have great long course careers. It makes sense, but not very often you see athletes go the other direction, you know, and come down in distance or bounce around between the distances in the same month or in the same racing block. Like we've seen Christian Blumenfeld race the Ironman World Championships in Kona. 3 weeks later, where he took third, thank you very much. 3 weeks later, win the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in St. George, Utah. And then a week after that, go to his hometown of Bergen and race a sprint distance WTCS race where he got rolled for the win in a sprint finish and took second place. You never see athletes go down in distance in that short space of time. So I think it's unheralded what Christian Blumenfeld's done in our sport. And so with that would come a confidence. And maybe he is really confident. But you know what? What we do know about Casper Stornes is that only 3 weeks ago, he was pretty much in the same ballpark as Christian Blumenfeld in that run. I mean, they both ran world-leading times over the half marathon. So physically, we know over 21.1K, he can match him. The question is, has Casper Stornes learned enough with his Ironman Texas result earlier this year? Can he translate that into the full distance? So that's what I'm excited to watch over the next 45 minutes to an hour.
No doubt, and again, I don't want to be disrespectful to Casper Stornes. Just knowing the resume and the pedigree of Christian Blumenfeld, it's hard to imagine that Casper Stornes would get the better of him. But like I said, his time has been coming for an awful long time. So today could be his time.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is where I wanna be.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
You're watching the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships for men. I'm Craig Alexander and I'm joined by Dee Griesbauer and Dee. Well, you called it, you predicted it. It's been a long time coming though, but we have three of the best triathletes in the world over the Ironman distance now, shoulder to shoulder, as we approach halfway of this run.
Yeah, we do. And while it's not good news, again, I'm going to be glass half full. It's just how I'm feeling today, Craig. It's not good news for Magnus. Nobody likes to be caught, not just by a competitor, but by two competitors and two competitors of this caliber. But a little bit of a relief almost for Magnus that you can, like I said, it's helpful to have someone to run with, to pace off of. We've seen Casper and Christian Blumenfeld do it for a majority of this run, sort of use each other to lift each other's game. And if Magnus can just sort of settle into the back of this group and hang out for a little while and use it to his advantage, again, just follow the footfalls, stare at between the shoulder blades of the guys in front of him, and just sort of let momentum take over, it can be a little relief of setting the pace on your own.
I think he will be relieved. I think he's dying to show us his run ability. We know he's run a 2:34 and challenged Roth before, so he has got that pedigree. Typically, I think he would probably feel like, you know, Christian might run anywhere from 5 to 6 minutes out of him, even more in an Ironman marathon. And you know what? He had a minute head start on Christian. And it's taken him half the run course to catch that. So whilst he's probably not relieved that they caught him, I don't think he'd be in any way put off or discouraged by this, because, I mean, these are two of the best runners over this distance in the sport, you know. I mean, and KB is, I think, is one of the best runners we've seen in the sport. When he won that Olympic gold medal in Tokyo, he outran two gentlemen in Alex Yee and Hayden Wald, who I think are the two best pure runners we've ever seen in our sport. So, yeah, that's the kind of run pedigree that Christian has. And you know, it's taken Christian 21.5 kilometres to catch Magnus today. So I don't think Magnus will at all be discouraged by this. In fact, I think he'll be lifted by his run performance so far, and the fact that he's had that penalty rescinded and he's back in the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the greatest relief of all is to know that he is still in the race and that his efforts are very relevant to the cause. But they all three now are in pursuit of this man, Christian Hogenhaug, who has completed 2 loops of this 4-loop Hoka marathon course, and still looking just extraordinarily well. We see the crowds building out on the course, not only to support our professional athletes, but a lot of our age group athletes will start making their way out onto the Hoka Run course as well. And this Frankfurt course, renowned for the adoring fans, these German fans who are just such huge fans of the sport. As we come back to, this was the pass of the 2 Stornes and Blumenfeld over Magnus Ditlev, and the 3 of them then collectively going through an aid station, but all in pursuit of this man right here. Again, starting our watches since Christian H through 2 laps now, seeing what the deficit is through the halfway point of this marathon, and start to assess and surmise whether or not Christian Hogenhaug will be able to hold on.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we can start crunching the numbers now. I mean, given that it was roughly 8 minutes that Christian Hogenhaug had off the bike, it's now halved. So it's taken 2 laps, but they've halved it. So at this rate, you would imagine that if the status quo remains and everyone runs at the same pace, which probably won't happen, that the pass will come very, very late in this marathon as we get our eyes back on Gustav Iden. And you know, Gustav's having a great race. He's just hovering around 50 seconds, 55 seconds behind that power trio as well. So, you know, he seems to be holding pace now. He's found his rhythm and he's got his cute little run cap on there, keeping the sun out of his eyes. But I love this man. His pacing is legendary. His ability to pace a run. And some of the Run Split 3 races and Ironmans have been amazing. So it's great to see him. He seems to be holding pace, and all men are on, you know, well under 240 Ironman marathon pace at halfway. So I think even Christian Hogenhaug is on about 238, 239 pace. And of course, we do expect to see some slowing. That's what we typically see. But I want to say that the modern day athletes, Didi, the slowing is not as pronounced as it used to be with, you know, their sort of attention to nutrition and the better nutritional products available and the super shoes, the cushioning that they sort of afford an athlete's legs. I want to say that the last 5 years, we haven't seen these, you know, marathons, the second half, really, you know, the pace just fall off a cliff. It just doesn't happen that much.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the cushioning in the shoes helps preserve some of the durability of the legs. You don't get that deep ache quite as quickly as you might have back when we were running in literally racing flats back in the day, not that long ago. So the technology certainly enabling it, a lot of these athletes to do better. Again, the nutrition being a huge factor as well in athletes' ability to really fuel particularly the bike with massive amounts of carbohydrates, given how well these sports fueling products are developed now, enabling athletes to take in, you know, so many grams of carbohydrates per hour. So they're starting these marathons less depleted than they would have in years past. One camera angle I got, and when we haven't quite seen it, I think Magnus Ditlev was falling off the back real quickly. And Gustav Iden, again, he's holding steady there to pick up the scraps if anyone does fall off the pace. But we're seeing a little bit of a surge or a little bit of a slowing of Magnus Ditlev. So Stornes and Blumenfeld moving away ever so slightly, and it was just a really quick camera angle. But now it looks like Blumenfeld, is this the lead? No. These are lapped athletes. I'm getting myself confused.
Yeah, a couple of the early age group athletes heading out on the run course and getting to run with the leaders for a little bit, which must be a lot of fun. But you know, it looks like Magnus has sort of that elastic band has started to stretch, and I mean, I've got a lot of faith in Gustav Iden's pacing.
Yeah,
I think he rarely gets it wrong. I mean, not that these two men on screen get it wrong, but you know, I think, you know, with the excitement and hearing the deficit, did they go out, try and shut the gap down quickly? I think one thing we know about Gustav is, and we've seen him do this, I remember him clearly doing it in the 2019 70.3 Ironman World Championships in Nice. When he went head-to-head with Alistair Brownlee, he just stuck to his pacing early in the run. When Alistair made a pass, and Gustav stuck to his pacing and was able to maintain his pace for longer in the race, and he won that race. So I do have a lot of confidence in Gustav Eden's ability to pace one of these marathons. I just wonder where his fitness is at after that big break last year, but it seems he's holding strong, just 40 or 50 seconds back. So he'd only be 250 metres back, Didi. So he, on the long streets, he'd be getting his eyeballs on these two gentlemen.
And here's the thing too, Craig, I think for Gustav Eden, if you, maybe not in his heart of hearts, and every true athlete comes in thinking that they can win this race, but I think if you asked Gustav honestly, like, what would be a win for you here at Ironman Frankfurt, I think a top 5 finish in this field in particular is going to make him really happy and really encouraged that his progress back towards the Gustav Eden of old is well and truly underway. Yes, he would want for more, but it's even just sitting here in 5th place, I think today is a win for Gustav Eden, and we're not done seeing him move up potentially as well.
No, I agree. I mean, I think before the race, he may have told himself he would be happy with a top 5 given recent past performance, but given the way the race is unfolding now and halfway into the marathon, I mean, he's a champion. He's won some of the biggest races in our sport, and I think he would have his heart set on a little more than a top 5, given the way things are playing out. So, you know, confidence is a funny thing. It can leave you momentarily, but that champion's mindset doesn't leave. And we're at the business end of this race now, and I think his form's holding strong today. And so I think he would have his heart set on a little more than just a top 5 as we speak.
Well, as you get, you tend to want more, the greed of an athlete. But yeah, I think it's great to see Gustav back making real strides towards the front of races, factoring in disturbing races. And so kudos to Gustav Eden, but more kudos to this man on screen who is holding super strong in the lead at 23.1 kilometers. Timing through lap 2, we didn't check that, got 4:06. So again, that 2 minutes per lap that you had talked about, that math, holding steady. We'll see if it holds through the second half, which is again where we see some of the cracks start to form, particularly with temperatures factoring in the way we anticipate them to factor in today. Temperatures above 30 degrees Celsius expected through the latter portions of this marathon certainly could play a role in pacing degradation through the second half of the marathon.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's really interesting, this third lap. I think we'll learn a lot. You know, every athlete has little telltale signs in their technique when they start just starting to come off the pace and off the boil a little bit, so we'll keep an eye out for those. But yeah, Christian H still looks great. He still looks good. I mean, he's holding pace. That, as we've mentioned, that time is steadily and consistently coming down, but he's still holding his pace. So he's giving the best version of himself out here today on this marathon course. But no, I agree 100%, Didi. I think as the temperature soars and, you know, we get deep into this third lap and then the fourth lap, it's who can hold pace the best. Really, that'll determine our podium spots and the order of that podium.
And if we check back, I'm going to check back a couple of splits to see here right before the halfway point behind Gustav Eden. We have Jonas Hoffman, Cameron Worf sitting in 7th place. Bakkegaard is in 8th, Kasper Stepniak in 9th, Rudy von Berg sitting in 10th place at 10:56 back, and Arnold sitting in 11th place. He has slipped one position. He is 11:53 back. Moving even further back the field, Patrick Lange at, yes, through 18.5 kilometers, still at 15:33 back, so just not making the inroads you know, that we would expect for Patrick to make, and, you know, may fight his way into the top 10 depending on how the second half of his marathon goes, but probably a disappointing day for Patrick Lange.
Oh, no doubt it'll be terribly disappointing, and it just goes to show how fickle racing is at the highest level in this Ironman Pro Series. You know, your chances are sometimes on a knife's edge. You need to log 5 great results over the course of 12 months, as we see here. maybe a little crack starting to appear in the Casper Stornis armor as Christian again just squeezes the pace a little bit, or is it Casper coming off the pace? We'll have to check back on the splits on that, but both men still look good. It's just business as usual for this guy, isn't it? He's just on the chase. He wants to win another title. I mean, his mantelpiece at home must be reinforced with steel because he's got that many titles on it. But the motivation and the hunger to add more is so impressive. But you know what? Again, Casper Stornis he's not laying down. He's just going to hold that pace back there. And you know, a name you mentioned earlier, Cam Worth. Let's dip our cap to Cam Worth, the runner. He's in 7th spot, and he fought his way back from 8 minutes down out of the water, Dee. Just give that some thought. 8 minutes. You know, by the time he hit T1, the lead athletes are 6K up the road on the bike. I mean, it's incredible staying power and mental toughness by Cam Worth. So hats off to him. His run has improved, as you mentioned, and he's just chipping away at it back there in the top 10.
And not only 8 minutes down out of the swim, but chipping his way back in against athletes like Magnus Ditlev, Casper Stornis, Christian Blumenfeld. That's no small task because those are some pretty talented athletes as we come back to Gustav Iden. And what I liked there, and I think Gustav just did the same thing as they come up onto this footbridge again, crossing over the river, this looped course, all eyes going forward and right to the opposite side of the river to assess those time gaps, see what they can see. Again, for Gustav, he's going to be able to ID those bikes. Again, you see him looking right, eyes veering right, seeing what he can see, what those time gaps are. Can I get eyes on them? Can I start to reel them in? And that indicates to me the fight that's still left in Gustav Iden.
Yeah, no, I agree. Everything about his body language and his posture signaling his intentions to move forward in this race.
And that's Magnus right in front of him. So he's got Magnus right in front of him. That's Magnus right there, if I'm not mistaken.
He's moving on up, Gustav, and you're right, when he was crossing the bridge, we saw him take a peak ride. He's been no more than 50 seconds behind his two countrymen. So it's about 250, 270 meters on the road. That's definitely not a race-defining gap at any stage of the race, let alone, you know, with 15 or 18 kilometres still to run. So as we see Magnus here chasing some shade on this run course, and Gustav chasing Magnus's shadow, getting right on the shoulder there. And Gustav's moving well, Didi. I have a lot of faith in this man's ability to pace a marathon.
And how much faith do you have at this point as all of Norway tuning in to see if maybe we may end up with a Norwegian podium?
Oh gosh, I don't want to. I mean, that's a big call, Ellie. I mean, Christian H still has a bit of a lead. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. It depends how much Christian Hogenhauer comes off his pace.
Sure.
Yeah, I really feel that the three Norwegians chasing him will hold pace really well and will pace this well, particularly this man, Gustav Iden. So if, at a halfway into the run, Christian H still did have 4 minutes, which was about half the lead he had at the start. And if he can hold pace, we're going to get a handicapper's dream. They're all going to hit the carpet at the same time.
Yeah.
Is that hoping for too much? But I mean, look at Gustav. The further this race goes on, I think the better he looks. And again, I want to sound like a broken record. I have a lot of faith in this man's ability to pace a marathon.
Well, and again, look at how relaxed he looks. It's almost a smile on his face. And we know that the conditions down on course are not comfortable. But yeah, looks super relaxed, super poised, and in control. And again, the fact that he is searching the course ahead of him for athletes to reel in, I think is a super positive sign.
Yeah, it speaks to his intentions, that's for sure. And he's certainly got more pop in his step than he had on the first lap, and this is great to see.
Again, hearing the ambient sounds of the footfalls there on the pavement, just the breathing, definitely working hard, but not out of control, continuing to check that pace. And of course, the incredible crowd support, yeah.
Yeah, exactly what I was going to say. Great support for these athletes on course, and it gives them all a lift. Everyone in the field, from the leading professional right down to all the age group athletes, they love the crowd support as we see Gustav make the 180-degree turn and down this little ramp back down onto the banks of the River Main. And I mean, he can see his two countrymen ahead. They're 50 seconds up this path, so he looks good. He looks good, Gustav. He looks good. He's moving on up.
Yeah, moving on up, he has gone through Magnus Ditlev. Magnus tried to stay on his shoulder a moment there, but a little too much. Obviously, still a long way to run, and Magnus has to stay encouraged and stay in it. With conditions, anything can happen out there. But yeah, Gustav inserted himself now into 4th place, and he's about a minute behind his two countrymen, and just inside of 5 minutes outside of the lead. Again, with the action coming here from the Hoka Run Course, it's Christian Hogenhaug, Christian Blumenfeld, Kasper Stornes, Gustav Iden, and Magnus Ditlev, your top 5 men here at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. With Craig Alexander, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer in studio. And this is Christian Blumenfeld, looking very, very strong. He is in pursuit of Christian Hogenhaug up the road. He has distanced himself ever so slightly from his countryman, Kasper Stornes, and Gustav Iden behind that. Can Christian Blumenfeld run down Christian Hogenhaug? The battle of the Christians, Craig.
Is that a loaded question? I think the answer at this stage looks like a resounding yes. I mean, this man's it's just amazing. It's just incredible. Any course, any conditions. You were right. I don't want to say he was toying with Kasper Stornes, but you called it. You said about 30 minutes ago that you felt he could ease away, and it looks like he's just done that. Again, Kasper Stornes is still holding good pace out on course, but he just hasn't been able to match the pace of his more decorated countrymen. And now the only person left in Christian B's sights is Christian H.
Yeah, and again, doing math, like, jock math crunching here. So at 25.5K, we will be halfway through the third loop of this Hoka Run Course. And again, if we look at 2 minutes per lap, Can Christian Hogenhag hold on? It literally is like clockwork right now in terms of the pacing for these guys, but I'm seeing Christian Blumenfeld splits kind of accelerating. I mean, it's one data point, so it's hard to draw a conclusion there, but Christian Blumenfeld does appear to be accelerating. I think Christian Blumenfeld can do it.
Yeah, you know what? You alluded to this quite a bit earlier, Dee, when you said that, you know, some of the men who are getting off the bike 8 or 9 minutes down would have to be a little erratic with their pacing, would have to be maybe take a chance, roll the dice a little bit, whereas Christian Hogenhag wouldn't have to do that. He could just dial up a pace and be like a metronome, and I think he's doing that. I mean, we saw the time come down quite drastically at one point, and it looked like it was a definite yes for the catch, but he seems to be holding strong. You know, Christian H, and if there is a catch, it's going to come on the fourth lap, and it's going to come on the back half of the fourth lap. So, yeah, still a lot of this race to play out. I'm just, you know, we talked about how when you have such a big lead off the bike, you have that luxury of setting your own agenda, setting your own pace, being really mindful about nutrition, hydration, and those little things that in the moment don't seem important, but really if you don't pay attention to them can really come back to bite you on the backside later in the race. And I think Christian Hogenhag has done a good job of paying attention to those little details, and he's running a pretty even pace marathon, so he's giving himself every chance, I'll say that.
Well, and you said it as well, Craig, in that the one who's going to win this race is the one who's going to slow down the least on the marathon. And right now we are seeing the likes of Magnus Ditlev pace slowing from 3.5 Ks to 3:45 Ks. Jonas Hoffman, sort of same situation, has faded a little bit from 3:35s to 3:45s. But so far, it's Gustav Iden who seems to be almost picking up his pace a little bit. Kasper Storn is holding steady. Christian Hogenhag holding steady, though, at a slightly slower pace. And Christian Blumenfeld, who, again, almost seems to be picking up the pace, not significantly, but a few seconds per K. So the pacing is really becoming the critical part of this Hoka Marathon course here, and it's going to be the difference in the podium.
Yeah, and this is really the part of the race I love, the number crunching. And you're right, I think Christian Blumenfeld has just ratcheted his pace up ever so slightly, even if it's only 2 or 3 seconds a kilometre. But we know that, you know, over 10 or 15 kilometres, that makes a difference. So he's definitely, without question, got his heart set on the win here, and I think he believes he can do it. And I mean, we'd be crazy not to believe in this man. I mean, we've seen him do some just outrageous things on a triathlon course, and yeah, this is just more of the same from him. But again, Christian Hogenhag is just, he's the one who's made this race, really. He's the one who got in that front swim group. He's the one who took the race up the road on the bike, you know, on our Zoop bike course. And he just set about his business in such a workmanlike fashion on the marathon course. And he's making it very, very difficult for the chasers because he's not giving an inch. He is not coming off his pace. He's holding his pace. His pace is holding very steady. And you know what? That was the best card he had to play, and he's playing it perfectly.
Well, you said it all the way back at the exit of the swim, that the story was Christian Hogenhag and how well he swam. I think, you know, again, pre-race when we had heard it in the Fighting Chance that we thought Magnus Ditlev thought he was going to have some camaraderie with his countryman Christian Hogenhag on the bike, but Christian swam just so darn well to attach himself to the back of that front swim pack, and then capitalized almost immediately on the bike, going to the front and charging hard, but still within himself to earn that kind of gap. And that move was really set up in the swim to minimize the work that he had to do on the bike to overtake the lead and be in control almost from the start.
Yeah, and again, it's the evolution of a world-class athlete, and we see the top men and women in our sport not reinvent themselves, but add different tools to the tool belt, as you said before, Didi. And, you know, for Christian Hogenhag to come out of the swim with the leaders, that's something we haven't seen, and he's able to launch his attack now from the front of the race rather than from behind, and I think that changes the dynamic completely. As we're still here with Christian Blumenfeld, and just, I mean, look at that, Didi. Look, it's beautiful to watch. It's slide forward lean, unbelievable posture, incredible core strength and hip strength, the knee drive, everything. It's just the turnover. It's great to watch. I mean, let's not forget we're coming up to the 30-kilometre mark of this marathon on the Hoka run course here, and yeah, talk about a fighting chance. He's giving himself a fighting chance to take home another title.
It absolutely is. It's the power of the stride and the sustained turnover. He's looking behind. He really does need to be looking in front to what's ahead, because what's ahead is absolutely possible, but he continues to extend his lead over the guys behind him.
And you know what? To me, that Didi, that speaks to the fact that he still feels his main competition is behind. He thinks Gustav Iden and Kasper Stornes. He's thinking, I know the pedigree and the quality of these men, and I've trained with them. I know what they're capable of. As we see, ooh, is this our men's leader taking a little break and having a little walk through the aid station there just to get some water on?
I mean, it's the right call. It's getting hot out there, and now he's looking behind him, which to me is not a great sign.
I think that's Kasper Stornes, actually. My eyesight's failing me. That looks like Kasper Stornes to me. So, yeah, it's not a great sign, but whoever it is has got back into stride really quickly. Great turnover, and yeah, back to their work. So, I mean, you don't want to waste any second, do you? You don't want to be walking through aid stations when you can run or jog through them, but he took the time he needed there, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that is... Who is that?
I would like to make a public service announcement to the professional men of the sport to please add some color to your kit. The white tops and black pants is messing us up in the booth. It did this to us last time as well. It's really hard to differentiate these guys when they're all out there in the same kits. Yeah, that's Stornes. Sorry, that is Stornes. I think.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I think I read the Pinarello branding on his kits. So, yeah, interesting that he took a little time out there to cool off. But again, if you have to spend a few seconds to save yourself a few minutes, as we see the temperature hitting 30 degrees Celsius, you know, it's a hot day. It's kind of worrying how he's looking back so much before they've even got to the end of the third lap. He seems to be looking back over his shoulder. Maybe he's looking for Gustav Iden. Maybe he's looking for his countrymen. And again, we just know Gustav will pace this thing pretty well, I think. So maybe in his exuberance to hang with Chris. Wow, look at that. I mean, look at that contrast in techniques right there.
Yeah.
And look at Christian's face too. It's just relaxed, mouth closed. No stress or strain showing. I mean, this is a man who tends to wear his heart on his sleeve or his emotions on his face when he races. When we've seen him really, hurt himself in races, but he looks comfortable to me, Didi. I don't know. He looks comfortable to me still.
Yeah, I'm starting to see a little bit of effort there. Again, as we saw race weather presented by our friends at Roka, we are at 30 degrees Celsius now. So again, that mercury rising. This will be, it's not getting any cooler out there. It's only going to get hotter through the final lap of this Hoka marathon course. And yeah, to me, Christian doesn't look badly, and he's a man who certainly knows how to hurt out there on the course, but I'm starting to see the conditions on the day on Christian Blumenfeld's face.
Just looking back through the top 10 here, Didi, and there's a nice little battle unfolding for some of the minor placings in the top 10. Cam Worth in 7th. He's got about 20-odd seconds on Kasper Stepniak, who's in 8th, and just another 15 seconds back to Rudy von Berg. So, we talk about this Ironman Pro Series and what it does, and the storylines within the race within the race, and the way that our points are allocated. 5,000 points to our race winner today, and every second you are behind the race leader is a second. So if you have designs on finishing and getting a high finish at the end of the season in the Ironman Pro Series, you need to fight for every second out on course, and we're seeing the top 10 men do that today.
Yeah, and I think we saw last year at the end of the Ironman Pro Series how those seconds do add up over the course of a season. And what doesn't seem like a big deal, what might tempt you in the moment to say, okay, I'm safe here in this place. I don't need to push the pace. But at the end of the year, that can be a difference in a place or two in the overall point series, which is a significant amount of money at the end of the day. And so athletes, they're locked in battle here, but they've got to keep that in mind if they're, in pursuit of the overall Ironman Pro Series.
No, absolutely. If you want to finish high up, and we know there's significant financial rewards for doing that, and the prestige of being the Ironman Pro Series champion, you do need every second. Even if you have your heart set on a victory or a podium and that it's not playing out that way, you have to fight. You have to fight, and that's what we're seeing with some of the minor placings here. Cam Worth is one of the athletes who is currently in the top 10 of the Ironman Pro Series, so he's fighting for every point he can get, as we see Christian cruising through an aid station here, grabbing his precision hydration, grabbing some ice, grabbing some water, maybe a bit of Coca-Cola as well, a bit of flat Coke, get that sugar into the bloodstream and keep the energy levels high as he continues the chase.
He continues to chase 29.2 kilometers, and it's 2 minutes, 19 seconds. So that math is really holding up at that 2 minutes per lap, and this could very well come down to a red carpet sprint, Greg.
Well, let's hope so. Not for their sake, but for ours. But
as we take a look at our precision fuel and hydration run performance stats for Christian Blumenfeld, really locked into that 3.5 minute K pace. We've seen it at 3:32, we've seen it at 3:26, but really consistent running from Christian Blumenfeld here through 29.2 kilometers. Average pace, again, 3.5 minute Ks through that last segment.
yeah, it really is just high quality running, isn't it? And I love this side on shot, just of his posture and his technique from the hips down, everything. He just looks amazing. He's got the cap on backwards, just getting into his work, and he would know exactly what the splits are, and he'd be doing the math. He'd be crunching the numbers for sure, as would Christian Hogenhog on the front. So both these men are locked in not only a physical battle, but a mental battle here, crunching the numbers with their heart rate in the high 100s. So interesting just to watch Gustav Eden. I mean, clearly, we saw Christian Blumenfeld looking back, and we wondered why he was looking back. And then we saw Kasper Stornes do the same thing. I think they're looking for Gustav. I think they're looking for their countryman. I think they know his quality. So it'd be very interesting to see where, I mean, looking back now, Gustav is only 30 seconds behind Kasper Stornes. So this podium is not set by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like Gustav Eden, again, his pace a little bit slower than we saw the last timing split, but Kasper Stornes faded even more, which may explain that backwards look. I think when you're worried about what's coming, that's just an indicator that the hurt is starting to sink in. But Christian Blumenfeld, right now, if Christian Hogenhog can hold pace, I think the only one that can catch him is Christian Blumenfeld, and even then it's going to be really, really close. Christian Hogenhog doing a good amount of work, and now, third and fourth place in Kasper Stornes and Gustav Eden have faded in pace to almost the same pace as Hogenhog, and so Hogenhog holds a 4-minute lead and 4.5-minute lead over third and fourth. So again, if you project that and things hold the way they're holding, right now Christian Blumenfeld, the only one with a real chance to catch Christian Hogenhog.
Oh, absolutely. I agree. I think it's between the two Christians, and I think it's been that way ever since this man, Kasper Stornes, sort of dropped off his pace by 15 seconds a kilometre and dropped off Christian Blumenfeld's shoulder. And, again, we see him looking back, which clearly shows where his head's at. He's not thinking the race up the road. He's thinking trying to lock down that third podium position and hold off his countryman Gustav Eden, as we see Christian Hogenhog going across the bridge here. And yeah, again, he's just executing a really disciplined race, isn't he? I mean, he knew what his marathon pacing capabilities were, and he's really just stuck to them. I think he's not showing too much stress and strain on his face. It is a hot day. They are coming to the end of the third lap. Just over 10 kilometres to go, and this is a race in two now between the two Christians.
Yeah, and Christian Hogenhog had said, and we heard it in our A Fighting Chance series, from our friends at Hoka. He really has done a lot of work on his running. He did a heat camp to prepare himself, again, for the potential heat here. He suffered in the marathon at Ironman Texas and finished a little bit on the outside looking in terms of picking up a qualifying spot. Really shored up that work he did in the heat, which is just going to make you a stronger runner. And that is definitely paying dividends today for our men's leader, Christian Hogenhaug, here at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. Right now, Christian Blumenfeld, the only one in the field with a chance to catch our men's leader with 1 lap left to go.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And here we are with our men's third place. This is Casper Stornes, who is trying to hold off his fellow countryman, Gustav Eden. At the front of the race, it is Christian Hogenhaug, who has had an absolutely outstanding performance today. And Christian Blumenfeld, who is now 1 minute 45 seconds back, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we asked ourselves right at the top of the show who was going to win this race, and it's taken the best part of 7 hours, but we've now got an answer in two.
We're starting to figure it out. We're pretty quick that way.
We're starting to figure it out. It's only taken 7 hours, but it's a race between the Christians. And given that last time split with 1 lap to go and looking at the differential in pace between the two men at the front of this race, it looks like Christian Blumenfeld is going to make a pass if everything holds the same as it has done the last half an hour or so. And it's been a courageous fight by Christian Hogenhaug. And I mean, I hate to say it, but that little mechanical and the 1 minute stop and go has come into play here, because, you know, starting lap 4 and seeing 1 minute 45 as opposed to 3:45 is just a completely different ball game. But you can only play what's in front of you, and that's what this man Christian Blumenfeld has done. And he just looks amazing. He looks immaculate. He looks spectacular. He's picking his way through the spectators, the age group athletes. He's on his last lap, Didi, and it looks like he's running his way towards an Ironman European Championship title.
Yeah, and again, you never know the reality versus what we're seeing and hypothesizing about, but to me, Christian Blumenfeld just has executed a very calculated race. It's almost like he knows what's going to happen before it happens, and he sets his pace accordingly. We didn't see him be the aggressor on the bike, and he could have been. We didn't see him make big moves, but he did just enough to keep himself in contention to do what we think he's going to be able to do here at the finish. He didn't take the lead as early as he had a year ago at this race, and the run result might not be sort of the same, but a very calculated and precise execution from Christian Blumenfeld that very well may, and given current maths, land him the win here today.
Yeah, I think part of his greatness is not only the physical ability, but the mental toughness and the tactical astuteness. I mean, he's been in a lot of big-time racing situations. He's seen a lot of outcomes, and I think he understands, and he's very self-aware. He understands his own ability and that of his competitors very, very well. So, again, it seems like he's played the right card at the right time. He did show some patience on that bike ride when it looked like some of the other big players in that chase group were getting a little impatient and maybe burning a match or two too many. It just seems like that Christian Blumenfeld always seems to play the right card at the right time. And but I just want to give a lot of credit to this man. I mean, he's made this race what it's been, right from just a great career best swim. It was an elite field, particularly of swimmers that assembled here for the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships, and he was able to get himself in that select little group of 7 or 8 athletes, and just launched his attack from a much better place in the race than normal, where he's further back out of the water, and really that set the table for everything we've seen since.
100%, and while it seems not a foregone conclusion, but mathematically likely that Christian Blumenfeld will catch him before the finish here today, I don't think Christian Hogenhaug has any reason to hang his head. To be this close to Christian Blumenfeld in a championship level event, I think is an extraordinary performance from Christian Hogenhaug. Absolutely. Of course, he's going to want to take the win, and maybe he's got a trick up his sleeve against Christian Blumenfeld. It's a pretty tough. You got to have a pretty deep bag of tricks to pull it out on Christian Blumenfeld with this kind of performance. But what an outstanding performance from Christian Hogenhaug today, and every reason to celebrate and continue the fight forward towards the Ironman World Championship in France.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just keeps leveling up, doesn't he? He finished 3rd in the Ironman Pro Series last year, and he's had some Ironman victories, but this will, I think, be the most significant performance of his career. Win or lose here. It looks like the gap's down to about 1:20, so it's about, at the pace Christian B's running, that's about 400 metres. So this has been a hell of a fight by both these men, and just a great race. I mean, there's been so many twists and turns and a little bit of drama, some mechanicals. It's just been a great race to witness, and hats off to both these men for delivering such an entertaining performance.
And you talk about, Christian Hogenhaug and leveling up his game, and we look at his, overall 3rd place finish in the Ironman Pro Series a year ago, and he did it off consistency. 9th at the Ironman World Championship, 4th at Ironman Vitoria, 5th at Ironman Vitoria, 4th here at Ironman Frankfurt, but not really the top step, not really the podium performances. So to level up and be getting podium performances, I think speaks volumes, again, of the effort that he's put in improving his game. Particularly, I think we've got a note in the swim. Whether that was a one-off, but whatever he did today, he needs to repeat it again and again and again. We had expected a massive swim unpack, to your point, Craig, about the quality of the fields here today, particularly in the water, and for Christian Hogenhaug to insert his name amongst that group of athletes, I think is outstanding. Just going to come up a little bit short on this man, Christian Blumenfeld, but many a man has fallen to the man on screen right now.
Yeah, almost every man has. And I mean, I think it spoke to Christian Hogenhaug's just intention at the start. He was aggressive at the start of that race when the gun went off, got in quick. Even through the Aussie exit, he was dangling on the back of the front group, but got on that group again and just set his race up beautifully. And you talk about consistency. Well, this man's a picture of consistency. He won Ironman 70.3 Aix-en-Provence a few weeks ago. He won Ironman Texas earlier this year. He was leading Ironman 70.3 Oceanside before he suffered a flat tire and still ran a 107. And that's what it takes to win the Ironman Pro Series. I mean, we saw that last year with Gregory Barnaby and also with Kat Matthews. I mean, Kat Matthews was an athlete who not only was consistent, she took it another level. She was consistent at the championship races. She got two silver medals at the 2 world titles. And as we see Christian Hogenhaug here making the turn, and he's going to see right up in his grill very shortly the big shadow of Christian Blumenfeld. So, but you know what? And we are starting to see a bit of wear and tear, aren't we? Like the cheeks are puffing. There's a bit of wear, and there you go. They've just crossed paths, and Christian B, he's taken a time split. You can see the run turn here, and you can see he's well on the way to taking the lead in this race. But to win the Ironman Pro Series, DD, to your point, it takes consistency, and I think it takes consistency in the championship races as well, whether it be the world champs or the regional championships. You need to get on that podium and be pressing for the win if you have serious designs on being the Ironman Pro Series champion at the end of the season.
Well, and that speaks to, again, we just want to hammer home the point of how difficult that is to do, to raise your game to that level, consistency throughout the entire season. And there was a time where athletes would maybe peak twice in a season, once to secure a slot to the World Championship and once again at the World Championship. Yes, they would race multiple times, but really with their focus on those kind of 1 or 2 races. And some athletes who could qualify with ease to the World Championship would really put all of their eggs in that World Championship basket. But in order to win this Pro Series, you need to raise your game again and again and again and again, race after race throughout the entire season. And then as we're seeing in now season 2 of the Ironman Pro Series, year over year over year. And that is extremely difficult to do in this competitive environment. So those who do it well, who can race well, at the races and then again repeat it at the World Championship events. It's a lesson in durability. It's a lesson in race savvy and going as hard as you need to perform on those days and no more, because you've got to put it in your pocket for the next race. You've got to be mindful that if you're winning the race, that maybe it's a debate, right? Because if you give it your all, because every second matters, but then it takes a couple of seconds away from the next race, those are calculated decisions that you've got to make. And it's a really gifted and talented athlete that can make those calculations and execute to that level throughout the course of the season.
Yeah, and I think a lot of athletes are able to perform at a very high world-class level occasionally. Very few are able to replicate it time and again every time they step out on course. And you look through the history books of our sport again and again, it's shown that only a few athletes can do that. But I do think the Ironman Pro Series, there's greater depth in our sport than there's ever been across all distances. But I just think season on season, these athletes do need to be mindful of their schedules, as we see an athlete or a spectator actually walk across the course there with a bike, as Christian B's charging down the ramp at about 3:05 per kilometre pace. So the spectators better stay off to the side, or they might get a little haircut here. But yeah, it's a good point, Didi, and I think it talks about managing yourself and managing a career, not just a season. Yeah. If you want to keep backing up for this Ironman Pro season year after year, you have to manage not only a 12-month period, but you have to take a snapshot from a greater vantage point than that, and because this kind of high-level racing can wear you down.
Yeah. No, absolutely, no doubt. And just a quick note, because we haven't touched on it in a minute, but Casper Stornes looks to have secured at least for now. I'll hedge that, of course, as I'm pro at doing. Seems to have secured third place. Gustav Eden has fallen off the pace a little bit through that last little bit of lap 3. And Kasper Stornes now sitting where that gap had come down to about 30 seconds. It's back up to about 1:15 seconds. So right now it doesn't look like Gustav is delivering the goods here in the final lap, but certainly made a run for it. But Kasper Stornes sitting securely right now in third place.
Yeah, it's a shame for Gustav. Emotionally, I so wanted to see him do well. But it is what it is. He has got his pacing wrong here. We saw Kasper Stornes go through a flat period and he's regrouped and bounced back. And what we can see at the front of the race here is the closest the two Christians have been since they were standing on the start line together about 7 hours ago. So this has been a phenomenal race. This has been just one hell of a race. But what we're going to see here is a pass as one of the greatest triathletes on the men's side of the sport that we've seen. Just takes the lead from just a gallant, courageous performance from Christian Hogenhog, and I think a real step up in his career trajectory. But what can we say about this man, Didi? Christian Blumenfeld just continues to just produce time again. He just continues to produce.
No acknowledgement there as he makes the pass. I'm sure there will be great acknowledgement at the finish line. But Christian Blumenfeld has unfinished business, going to get himself to the finish line before he acknowledges the outstanding performance of his competitor there. Goes round the corner, gives him a look to make sure that he's not going to try to do anything silly like go with him.
Oh, wouldn't that be great? No, I think that had all the hallmarks of just a definitive pass, didn't it? I mean, Christian H has been getting the time gaps, been getting the splits, preparing for this moment. I think he's a smart guy. He's been doing the maths too, just like we have, and just like Christian B has. And we thought it would come late-ish in this fourth lap, and it has. It's come about halfway through the fourth lap, and as we get a nice little action replay here, no acknowledgement at all. The boys don't play nice like the girls. The girls tend to acknowledge each other and a little bit of camaraderie, maybe a fist bump or something, but there was nothing there. Just a little glance over from Christian Hogenhog to his namesake, and he got absolutely nothing back. But I guess it's all business at this stage of the day and this stage of the race, Didi.
And I mean, it's got to be as rightful as it maybe should be. I thought perhaps Christian B would give a little bit of acknowledgement for the level of racing that Christian H has shown all day long. But to your point, they can do that afterwards.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll tell a few war stories at the after party after the awards tomorrow night, and maybe even share one of these great German beers that we hear about. So, and they will have earned it, that's for sure. But yeah, just again, look at these, just business as usual. Another championship race, another title coming, and just still taking care of business. So running through the aid stations, getting the water, getting the nutrition, getting the fueling right, and technique still looks A1 to me. It still looks great. I mean, to your point, Didi, there have been signs of wear and tear. I mean, there always are. Every athlete has their little telltale signs, but he looks great. I mean, he still looks great.
Yeah, it's kind of annoying, isn't it?
It's annoying, but it's great. It's great to watch. I mean, it's great to watch.
It is great for the sport. It's
Yeah.
athletes like Christian Blumenfeld that are causing Christian Hogenhog to raise his game and to really realize, for athletes like Cameron Worf to realize, I can't be, I certainly can't be a one-trick pony. I can't even be a two-trick pony. I've got to be the complete package, and that's what we see from Christian Blumenfeld. And we know, Christian, like, he's not going to be your lead swimmer in a race of this caliber, but he's got the capability to hold on to the back of the lead pack, perhaps front, second pack, depending on the field. We know he's got the guns on the bike to be able to go if he needs to, if race dynamics dictate that, hey, you've got to go, he could go. And look at the way he's running and some of the blistering run splits that he's put out. He is the complete package, really, without a weakness, and just showing the other athletes that hey guys, if you want to beat me, this is the game that you've got to play, and this is the level you've got to play, not at one, not at two, but at all three sports.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, again, it just speaks to the depth, the evolution of the sport. I mean, there was a time there where you talked about a sub-240 marathon being dominant and having the quickest split by minutes. Now it's low 230s. And, I mean, let's look at this.
Let's look at a
overall
month
race
ago when the
time.
women ran sub-240.
100%. I mean, both men's and women's side of the sport. I mean, that was one of the battles for the ages. The Ironman European Championships in Hamburg for the ladies. We saw what I think was like just every bit as good as any iron war we've ever seen. You know, two women really push each other to a 238 and 240 marathon splits. And I mean, we can project here, can't we? That, I mean, Christian's going to do another sub 7 hour 30 Ironman time. And it's, I mean, 7 hour 40 used to be considered not that long ago, you know, historic. And now it's just run of the mill. So, yeah, all these athletes. And I just love what the Ironman Pro Series has done. We just get to watch them so many more times in a season. And not just one or two of them, but, you know, on the men's and women's side of the sport, we get to see greater depth in every event. And I think that's what's creating these situations and these narratives where the bar just keeps getting raised. You just can't show up at an Ironman Pro Series race with even an A- game or even an A game. You need your A+ game.
Yeah, if you want to excel, and that's where we talked about, you know, the people that really contend for the Ironman Pro Series is the ability to show up not only at these big races throughout the Pro Series, but then again at the World Championship events and, you know, avoid the catastrophe, avoid the mechanicals, avoid the unusual penalties and the reversal therein and things like that, to stay drama-free throughout you know, multiple races across a season. And to your point earlier, one has to wonder, like, you're not only managing a year, you're trying to manage a career. And while we see these candles burning so brightly, will we see them burn for the same duration? How possible is it to maintain this level of racing for more than a few years before it starts to take its toll, you know, on the body, on the psyche, on all of it?
No, it's a great point. I mean, it will bring into question longevity. I mean, we're used to seeing athletes have 15-year careers, but I think when you're, you know, sparking the ignition this often and this hard, it does bring all that into question. But again, we can only sit back and enjoy it while we see it. I mean, every time there's a race on, over any distance really, the whole sport, it's just been swept up in this wave of awesome performances, men's and women's side of the sport. And it's been great to, as a fan of the sport and as a spectator, as we all are, it's just great to watch.
Oh, it's amazing to watch. And you know, as spectators, yeah, we grow attached to these athletes and become super fans and, you know, sing the praises of and can't wait to follow. We follow them on social media. We feel like we know them. We watch them on their YouTube channels and in their interviews. And so you want them to stay around for a long time, but just around the bend, there's another superstar in the making. And again, you know, Christian Hogenhag, this may be the start of his era coming on as one of our superstars for the next couple of years as he ups his game around the board. Will we see Gustav Iden come back to that complete package? But yeah, the turnover is inevitable, and we grow so attached to these athletes and become super fans and cheering them on. But around the corner, there's just another new one just dying for us to get to know them as well. So the evolution of the sport, but right now, Christian Blumenfeld in the lead of the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Mainova Ironman Frankfurt, European Championship for men. I'm Didi Griesbauer in studio alongside Craig Alexander, and you are watching Christian Blumenfeld in the lead. And Craig, my question to you, predictive times with just about 5 kilometers to go for Christian Blumenfeld brings him to a 2:30:02 marathon. Now, we've seen the 2:30 marathon time breached just this year at Ironman Brazil with a blistering, I think it was 2:26, outstanding. We saw Matt Hansen at Ironman Cannes run 2:30:02. Wouldn't it be great to see another sub 2:30 marathon, particularly in hot conditions like we've got out there today?
It would be impressive to see a sub 2:30 in this caliber of field. I mean, yes, we did see Manuel Macias in Ironman Brazil run a 2:26:52, I think it was. And Matt Hansen, just an outstanding run a couple of weeks ago in Ironman Cannes with a 2:30. And, you know, they're all great runs. I mean, we're splitting hairs here, but I think if Christian can run under 2:30 in this caliber of field in a championship race, that would take the cake. And, you know, he would know that he's on pace for that. I expect him to go nuclear these last 4K. And really, it looks like he's not coming off the throttle or the accelerator at all here. I think he knows a sub 2:30 marathon is in play, and I think he really wants that on his resume.
No doubt, and Christian Hogenhaug running strong in second place at last time check. Casper Stornes was a full 2.5 minutes back, with Gustav Eden another 2.5 minutes back of that, and then Jonas Hoffman at 7 minutes down, so that's another 2 minutes behind Gustav Eden. So things spreading out a little bit here for our men in the closing kilometers, but what a battle it's been all day long, with lots of excitement, great racing, and a healthy dose of drama along the way.
And how good to see hometown hero Patrick Langer get up into the top 10 late in this marathon. We knew he wouldn't quit. But yeah, it's been an incredible race. So many twists and turns, Didi. Mechanicals, a little bit of drama on the run course. I think all things that are great ingredients that make to a really entertaining race. And full credit to this man, Christian Hogenhaug, he's really set the table for a great race today. He was the carrot up the road that all the other big favourites had to chase, and looks like only one of the big favourites has been able to catch him. That's Christian Blumenfeld. And he's on his way to an Ironman European Championship. So, yeah, an already stacked resume that Christian Blumenfeld, the KB, has. And we expect to see performances like this, but it's still surprising every time, Didi. It's still surprising every time because, I mean, we saw a 2:32 marathon here last year, and we wondered whether he would do that 10 days off an Olympic Games performance. And granted, it was cooler conditions last year. Probably lent itself more to fast. He just raised the bar.
Absolutely, and looking a little bit further down at splits through 35 kilometers, Gustav Eden, as I said, settled into fourth place with Jonas Hoffman 2 minutes back of that. Behind that, Rudy von Berg has made the pass on Magnus Ditlev, who is fading a little bit. And behind Magnus is Cameron Worf, who at the moment is running about 10 seconds per K faster than Magnus Ditlev and is about a minute or so back. So Cameron Worf, if Magnus Ditlev doesn't find another gear and kind of hold it together, there's the potential that Cameron Worf could run his way past Magnus into 7th place even. But Christian Blumenfeld running super strong at the front of this race, again, in pursuit of that potentially sub 2:30 marathon, again, knowing that every second counts. Why not take a couple of seconds off your current pacing and make your way sub 2:30? Get another couple of seconds, another couple of points in the bank overall in this pro series. But Christian Blumenfeld, again, starting to see the conditions of the day on his face. This to me doesn't look like fatigue. This looks like heat a little bit. Our temperatures here, we knew the weather was going to be a player in our race today, and absolutely it has been. Temperatures now in excess of 30 degrees Celsius, starting to take their toll on the face of, but not in the performance of, our men's leader on his way to a European Championship, defending once again here in Frankfurt at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. Christian Blumenfeld pulling the double on European Championship duty. Again, last year I think it came as a surprise, coming just 10 days off of his performance at the Olympic Games, perhaps a little undercooked on his Ironman specific training and mileage, yet pulled a rabbit out of the hat, befitting of his incredible talent. This year, not so much of a surprise. Christian Blumenfeld running strong on his way towards the finish line. Craig, remarkable performance here today and super race.
Incredible performance, and we can still see he's checking his pace, he's checking all the data, all the metrics, and I think he definitely has a time in his head or an idea that he wants to run, and I think it's 2:30. I think he wants to break the 2:30 barrier here today, and it looks like it's going to be close. If he can hold pace, it looks like he's going to be close. I think, under 3K to go now, I think he can give that final push. We know this man can hurt himself. We've seen it on countless occasions, and I think it wasn't just about the win for him here today. It clearly is. I mean, he's made the pass several minutes ago now. He's pushing on. He's pushing on to a fast marathon time. I think he wants to break that magical 2:30 marathon time.
Yeah, it's a nice feather certainly in the cap. 2:32 was an outstanding performance a year ago, and now sub 2:30. But a couple of Ks left to go to see if he can get it done.
Great scenes here at the Romerberg. Obviously, this historic and very famous finish area for the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Champs. And we're only a handful of minutes away, Didi, from seeing Christian come up here. And it's going to be a sub 7:30 total time. The question is, can he break that magical 2:30 marathon barrier?
Again, the added motivation here at the end of the race. I think you take what you can get. He's clearly in control and knows he's going to win this race, and every second matters here across the Ironman Pro Series, and the drive within the man is significant. And so you take those motivations to keep pushing forward, even when it hurts, even when you know you've got the win in your hands. Always there's more to give.
Yeah, I think most of these top athletes, it's inherent, it's intrinsic. They like to push themselves. They have their own benchmarks and barriers that they want to set. As we see Christian Hogenhog make that final turn now, and what a performance, what a race from this man as well. Let's not forget, he's the one who really set this whole scenario up, the great chase out of T2. He's given himself every chance today. So he'll finish on the podium in the Ironman European Championships, but he's also reignited his Ironman Pro Series ambitions, DD.
Gosh, and just, consider the fact that that pass was made for the lead from Christian Blumenfeld just a half a lap ago. Already put a minute 35 into Christian Hogenhaug. Not anything against Christian Hogenhaug. His pace has slowed a little bit. Christian Blumenfeld just drilling the final kilometers here to see if he can get under that 2.5 hour marathon time.
Yeah, well, that's clearly his target and his goal, and I think that's been the target the whole time. So he set himself, you know, a challenge today, and it's just been great to watch the whole run, the way he's executed, but also, I mean, in the dying stages of the run, as you mentioned, Didi, the way he just continues to push himself, you know, to greater heights, greater and greater heights. It's just a journey of continuous improvement for this man.
And Christian Hogenhaug with absolutely a breakthrough performance from him. We saw a lot of consistency out of Christian Hogenhaug last year in the Ironman Pro Series, coming away with a third place overall in the series, but definitely showing signs of leveling up his game to stand on a podium in a race of this caliber field. Speaks to the future and the potential for Christian Hogenhaug throughout not only the balance of this season and the rest of the Ironman Pro Series for 2025, but for the World Championship and for seasons yet to come.
Yeah, he's had a great race, and we also got glimpses there of Kasper Stornes, and again, he went through a significant bad patch maybe 40 minutes ago, but he's come good. He's righted the ship, and looks like he's on target for that final spot on the podium here today, and a great performance, and again, a career best Ironman performance on us today.
Yeah, Kasper Stornes with a great performance. We knew, there's been a lot of buzz about Kasper Stornes, and perhaps his countrymen even ribbing him a little bit that he's the third man on a two-man Norwegian team, but he's shown good today. Definitely signs of his potential. Again, he had a rough go at the end of last year. I believe he had to pull out of the 70.3 World Championship with last-minute illness, I think it was, and a lot of people disappointed to see him not be able to be in the mix there, but showing his colors today, and very much a part of that strong Norwegian contingent. These guys all committed to the Ironman Pro Series, and they're traveling the world and training together between races and showing up at the races, again, in pursuit of individual goals, but as Team Norway, and proudly displaying that Norwegian flag. And of course, Gustav Iden with a great performance today. He's been a little inconsistent coming back from injury a year ago and showing signs of greatness early in the season, landing on the podium at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. Faltered a little bit at Ironman Texas, was 13th there, but a solid performance from Gustav Iden today. We know an athlete of his caliber longs for more, but a really, really solid performance and a top 5 position for Gustav Iden. And again, some race dynamics happening behind. Jonas Hoffman secure in 5th place. Rudy von Berg has moved past Magnus Ditlev, now sitting in 6th. Cameron Worf fighting hard in 8th to see if he too can get past Magnus Ditlev before the end of this race. And Patrick Lange, as we mentioned briefly, has fought his way into the top 10. He's in 9th, running extremely well. And if Magnus Ditlev continues to falter any further, Patrick Lange might have the real estate to get by Magnus Ditlev as well. But we will celebrate our men's leader right now, Christian Blumenfeld, as he makes his way over the main river for the final time today at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt, Ironman European Championship for men.
Taking a little sneak peek over his shoulder there, KB. Yeah, this is a done deal now. I guess the question is, overall course record, what run split he's going to lay down. We see him turning the hat around, making sure he's sponsor correct. Nice work, very professional by KB. And yeah, there's definitely been some movement in the rest of the top 10, Didi. I think the fast pace early has definitely created a few casualties.
Yeah, we thought it would happen, especially given the conditions on the day. Knew that the heat would be a factor, and sort of certainly the level of competition and how aggressive these athletes were, how fast these athletes were on the bike. That definitely there would be some shrapnel coming out through the marathon. So a lot of movement behind our podium athletes, who have been absolutely astonishing today, as we take an overhead look at this legendary finish line, the stadium setting here, the crazy fanatic German fans waiting to welcome the Ironman European champion across the line.
As the course record time slips by there, Didi, I think it's not going to be a course record today, but it's definitely going to be a marathon run course record, I think, and a new PB for Christian. As he's, I don't know if that was a smile or a grimace, but he did take one last check of the watch.
That's right, pushing his way all the way to the finish. Not going to celebrate this one until he gets across the line. That 2:30 marathon barrier looking to be broken from Christian Blumenfeld. He's not going to leave anything to chance, Craig.
No, I think he's going to run out every last meter of this course. I think it's a cross between a smile and a grimace. But again, I mean, these top professional athletes, they're so highly motivated. And again, of course, he wanted to win this race, but I think he had some personal ambitions under that as he salutes the crowd. Look at him, loving it, lapping up this adoration of a really just fanatical and knowledgeable German triathlon community and crowd here, and that's definitely a smile. So he's weathered a few storms today, KB, but he's come out on top, and he's going to set a new PB for a marathon and a new marathon course record here, and pocket the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European title. So it's been all in a day's work for this man.
And he's fist pumping, and it's good to see that an athlete who's been Olympic champion, he's been Ironman world champion, he's been 70.3 world champion, that a performance is always appreciated, and it just goes to show how difficult it is. It's not easy to repeat time and time again, performing at this level of competition, and there's an awful lot of gratitude for Christian Blumenfeld for the performance he's been able to put in today. We have seen him struggle on race courses. We saw him struggle at the Ironman World Championship in October last fall, but back in form here. And as Christian Blumenfeld takes one last look over the shoulder, he enters the finish line stadium, acknowledging the crowd, not slowing for it, as he makes his way to the red carpet around the bend, taking a couple of high fives, still wanting to secure that sub 2:30 marathon time. It is from Norway, entering the finish stadium on to the red carpet, Christian Blumenfeld, your Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European champion. Here he comes, Christian Blumenfeld.
What a phenomenal performance by this man. Across the board, not too far from the front, out of the water, played his cards on the bike, the cards he was dealt, as we see him getting congratulated by Scott DeRue there, and just another feather in this man's cap. I'm going to be interested to see what that final run split was, but I'm tipping it was a touch under Didi.
Now I'm seeing unofficially, we'll wait for it to be official. Here we go, a touch above 2:30.59. So not under the 2:30 barrier for Christian Blumenfeld on this day, but a guy's got to have goals.
Yeah, he certainly does. The Wahoo Element rival run split 2:30 and 59. That is just still eye-watering. What a performance. I mean, it hurt him. We can see that it hurt him as we, on the other side of our screen, we see Christian Hogenhauer coming through. He's well under a kilometre to go, and what a fight this man's came up. He held pace right up, Didi, as you mentioned, until KB passed him, and then he dropped off pace, but he held strong right until that moment, and he put up one hell of a fight today. This has been a worthy European Championship.
And by observation, for as easy as Christian Blumenfeld makes it look, looking at him trying to get up off the carpet there tells a very, very different story. They make it look so easy, but it really, really is just, it takes a little bit of your soul.
Yeah, it looks easy on the outside, doesn't it? But they're often in turmoil on the inside, and that's part of the skill of trying to be efficient. And as we see Christian Hogenhog make that right-hand turn into the Romanberg, onto the red carpet now. What a performance by this man. He's going to take second place in the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships. Just a wonderful, wonderful, well-rounded performance by this man. A career's best race. As he takes some time to high-five the crowd. I'm sure he'll be over the moon, Didi, with this performance. It's definitely a step up. And I want to say a career best race for Christian H.
Absolutely, a phenomenal swim, set himself up to really dominate that bike and ran super strong, was disappointed with his performance in the run at Ironman Texas, went back, did some heat work, and boy, did it pay dividends today for our runner-up at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
Well, they mightn't have chatted out on course, but they're certainly having a bit of a chin wag now. I mean, just congratulating. Christian walks over and gives a little congratulatory tap on the chest to Christian Hogenhog. What a performance. What a race. I mean, hot conditions. Not what you classify as super fast conditions, Dee, particularly for that marathon, but we've seen some, well, obviously the Christian B's time, 2:30 and 59 seconds. That's lightning fast, as we see Casper Stornes now making that right-hand turn into the Romanberg, and again, a career best Ironman performance for him, backing up his 5th place finish at the Ironman North American Championships in Texas in April. He's going to bag himself 3rd place finish at the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships. Congratulations, Casper Stornes from Norway.
On to the red carpet for Casper Stornes. He will round out our men's podium at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship.
Oh, straight into the bucket. Head goes into the bucket. Best way to bring the core body temperature down. What a race. Look at these athletes have given their all today. Challenging conditions, and I want to say that's going to be a pretty slick marathon, Ironman marathon split for Casper Stornes as well. Probably sub 2:35.
Yeah, 2:35.02 unofficially here at the finish for Casper Stornes. He certainly flirted with disaster there for a bit during the marathon. We thought, a bit of a rough patch. Would Gustav Iden be able to catch him? But he bounced back, resurrected, and landed himself in the 3rd spot on that podium. So his countryman, Gustav Iden, will have to settle for 4th, and we will await Gustav Iden at the finish line. A great performance from him. I know he'll want more, but not enough for the podium today. Your men's podium from Norway, Christian Blumenfeld in 1st, Christian Hogenhaug, the Danish athlete, in 2nd, and Casper Stornes from Norway in 3rd. And again, Craig, we cheered for Gustav, hoped maybe he'd land himself on the podium, but full credit to the men ahead of him. They were just too good. Get these men in the shade. We know the mercury is rising down there, and these men have given it their all, trying to bring those core body temperatures down. When you race that hard, that fast, in these conditions, it's bound to leave a mark.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they've left it all out there today, and it's just incredibly high level of racing for the end of June. Again, I think just the Ironman Pro Series has been a catalyst for this season-long narrative where we just get these incredible races, you know, at regular intervals throughout the season. And we saw it in Hamburg 4 weeks ago with the Women's European Championship, and then we've seen it again today. So, you know, some lightning fast times, just, again, I mean, a mind-blowing performance by KB, a 2:30:59 marathon, but he needed it, and he needed something special, something out of the box, because, I mean, that's just, I guess, the bar that Christian Hogenhog had set. He'd set those men quite a challenge coming out of T2, and as it turned out, Christian Blumenfeld was up for the challenge, and as was Casper Stornes. I mean, a great performance by him. I mean, in the end, he's just a tick under 4 minutes behind our men's winner today. And as we saw with this race last year, extremely competitive racing. I think last year it was a 15-minute spread across the top 10, and I mean, so far in our podium, it's been just under 4 minutes, and we know Gustav Iden and there's a few others still to come. So just very competitive racing again, and it's great to see these men leave it all out there. And Christian Blumenfeld bags himself 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series, which we know is his season, or one of his season goals. So he's well on track with that. And apart from a blemish on the record at Ironman 70.3 Ocean, so where he got a flat tire, I mean, he's just topped the podium in every other race.
Yeah, well on his way to being extremely competitive, possibly taking home that Ironman Pro Series this year. Would be very exciting. Lots of added cash, bragging rights for sure, but befits the talent of the athlete, as we welcome Gustav Iden out of Team Norway to the finish line. 4th place for Gustav Iden.
And how good's that? It's so great to see this man back at the front of big races. You mentioned the challenges he's had over the last 18 months, and you know, my heart wanted so desperately for him to do well today, and he did.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
This is where I wanna
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are here at the finish line of the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. The race, Craig, has been decided. Your champion is Christian Blumenfeld from Norway. It was a day of outstanding racing and just a little bit of drama.
Yeah, Dee Dee, there was more than a little bit of drama. I mean, we were so excited for this one. I think it delivered on all fronts.
Let's head it down to the Hyperice Recovery Zone and Paul Kay.
European Championship, an incredible defense of your title. You are two-time Ironman European champion. You're reigning North American champion as well. Christian Blumenfeld, for those watching, they maybe thought it was easy, but you said the last 90 minutes on the bike were not easy at all.
Oh, that's true. That was a brutal one. Not the best swim. Got out after on the first lap. I was there in the second group, and I just had to trust my that it would come together again on the bike. And I think I had maybe 20 or 30 seconds on Magnus, and I knew that he would be surging on from early on the bike. So I just had to be really aware of him. And it was basically a bit of cat and mouse there on the first lap for 100k. With him there and Patrick there, so I had to play my card right, because if I would have went to the front, Magnus would have put the hammer down and surge. So I also had to hold a little bit back in order to be able to answer his attacks. And then lost a bottle of 160 grams, so tried to compensate by having a little bit of extra gels, but the last 90 minutes was.
Here we are with a recap of the finish of Christian Blumenfeld. Total time 7:25:57. What a legendary performance. A little bit shy of that 2:30 marathon barrier, but boy, did he leave it all out there today on the course. Craig?
Yeah, it was interesting just to hear KB's thoughts about the race. It was very tactical on the bike, as we surmised just from sort of the changes in pace. But he did what all champions do. He found a way in the end, and he slightly missed his course record, and he just missed breaking that magical 2:30 marathon barrier. But he did break his own run course record, and just another incredible performance that he can add to his resume.
And of course now, during that interview, Jonas Hoffmann made his way across the finish line in 5th place. His unofficial marathon time, 2:39:19 for 7:35:55 total time on the day.
A great race by Jonas Hoffmann.
Well, here we are back with Christian Blumenfeld. A brilliant defense of your title, Christian. I know you were talking us through how you went on the bike, swim, bike and run, but we had a bit of a technical issue. I just want to talk about that run a little bit. I mean, an incredible defense of your title. It looked very, very patient. It didn't look like you were going fast, but do you know that you ran a 2:30:59 in this heat after that bike?
Yeah, I was super pleased with that. I saw it on the watch, but I was struggling so much on the last part of the bike. I had to be a little bit careful, especially on the first 2 laps on the run, just to get those calories in. And I was just trying to get those Morten gels down, and also had a bottle with me out of transition. And I thought that Magnus would run slower in the beginning, but he was also doing 3:30 pace. So, and as well, Christian Hogenhaug up front, I was assuming that he would sort of fell apart a little bit more because he was riding so strong. I think he did 5 or 6 minute quicker bike split than what I did, and he was really responding there on that 3rd lap, so I had to really dig deep in order to catch him.
So congratulations, North American champion, European champion. Everything is perfect going to Nice.
We're heading for World Championship. The tough one.
There we go, Christian Blumenfeld, Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European champion, sub 27 that he did last year with a 7:25 something. He's been congratulated by a brilliant 2nd place. This young man from Denmark, the Danish Dynamite as we called him, he's had a 2nd year before, but let me bet you this 2nd place feels even better than that last one.
Yeah, incredible. I feel like I made the race, and I ended up in a Scandinavian sandwich. And yesterday, Blumenfeld told me that you always name the burger after the meat, not after the bun. So I think I impacted the race, and I really just love tough racing, and I hope I made it hard for everyone. Yeah.
You certainly did. You were in front for so long, but that 2nd place feels almost like a victory.
Yeah, for sure. I knew I was in the best shape I've ever been in all 3 disciplines, actually. So I was just really excited to see where I was stacking up against the best in the world. to see how close or how far I was. So to come second to Blumenfeld, who is maybe the best long distance athlete ever, is amazing. Yeah.
Toluga, thank you so much. What a brilliant race from Christian Hugenau, leading almost the entire race. He talks about the Scandinavian sandwich. Well, here is the side of that hamburger. Kasper Stornes, wow. Yeah. I remember in the video before the race in Fighting Chance, you said, like, if everything goes right, I have a chance of winning it. But a third on this day, on this court, and this feels amazing.
Yeah, I'm just relieved to finish the race. I was having a really bad time at around 24 Ks. So I saw Gustav gaining time, and I was just, is it here my third place is gonna end? But yeah, I managed to dig deep and got a good patch again. And the last 4K, I don't remember.
Well, I'm going to remind you, those last 4Ks saw you come up the Römerweg, claim third position in our Mainova Ironman Frankfurt, the European Championship. Congratulations, Kasper Stornes, and it's back to you, crew, in the studio.
Thanks so much, Paul K. Memorable words from a memorable race here at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. Back down to the finish line, we had Rudy von Berg finish in 6th place. Patrick Lange ran his way into 7th. Magnus Ditlev held on for 8th. Cameron Worf in 9th. So far, those are our athletes across the line here at Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. And here we have local legend and fan favorite Patrick Lange making his way across the finish line. A tough swim for him, lost some time, a good swim for him, lost some time on the bike, suffered a penalty with a swim skin violation, but fought his way back into the top 10, finishing 7th overall on the day. This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
This is the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship for men. What a day of racing it's been. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer in studio with Craig Alexander, and we witnessed one of the strongest fields we've seen in men's Ironman racing outside of the World Championship, and what a show they put on. We're gonna go down for our podium celebration to celebrate these tremendous athletes. All of the racers today, we've seen legendary performances, breakthrough performances, drama, penalties, mechanicals. This race truly had it all. As we get ready to celebrate our men's podium, take a minute to thank all of our awesome volunteers out on the course, the fans that spurred these athletes on all day, and thank the athletes for their inspiring performances. We certainly enjoyed watching it, and we look forward to the rest of the racing throughout this Ironman Pro Series. Let's take it down to the podium for our top 3 finishers at today's Mainova Ironman European Championship. And here we go with our podium celebration. Craig?
In third place today, Dee Dee, in our Ironman Mainova Frankfurt European Championship for men, representing Norway in a time of 7 hours, 29 minutes and 48 seconds, is Kasper Stornes. Great breakthrough performance for Kasper today.
And in second place, a very memorable performance from the Danish athlete Christian Hogenhaug, who swam 48:05, biked 3:52:10, and ran 2:42:43 for a breakthrough podium performance from Christian Hogenhaug.
And our men's champion today, Dee Dee, in the Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championships with a swim of 49:18, a bike of 4 hours and 32 seconds, and in a phenomenal run of 2 hours, 30 and 59 seconds, representing Norway. No surprises today. Our champion is Christian Blumenfeld. What a performance.
And with so many great athletes on the start list today, I think, Craig, we had our fair mix of surprises and expectations met between all of our athletes today.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess KB was one of the pre-race favorites, as was Kasper Stornes, and Christian Hogenhaug was a guy who's been mentioned often. We got to a podium, probably not the way we thought we'd get there. There was some twists and turns, a lot of drama, some mechanicals, as you mentioned, and some breakthrough or surprising performances. But all in all, I think, a great race, a worthy champion, a worthy European champion, and also worthy second and third place finishes on our podium.
And I think just wets our whistle for what's to come with World Championship season fast approaching. Great to take a look as we recap our overall top 10 athletes. Again, Christian Blumenfeld, Christian Hogenhaug, Kasper Stornes, Gustav Iden, Jonas Hoffmann,
Rudy von Berg, Patrick Langer, Magnus Ditlev, Cameron Worth, and rounding out our top 10, and Paul Schuster.
Again, all of our athletes with their challenges on the day, not only from the caliber of field, the conditions on the day. Let's take a look at the Pro Series standings after this Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. Christian Blumenfeld stands atop our men's leaderboard, moving up 4 spots. Cameron Worth moves up into second place. Kasper Stornes moves up 7 spots, and Gustav Iden rockets 10 spots into the 4th place position.
Paul Schuster from Germany also goes up 5 spots into 5th spot. Ben Hamilton, who was leading the series before this race, drops down to 6th spot. Rudy Von Berg from the US up into 7th spot. He goes up 11 spots. Magnus Ditliev, also a big improver today, up 12 spots into 8th overall. Dominic Sawaja up 13 spots into 9th spot overall on the IPS series rankings. And Jonas Hoffman up 16 spots to round out our top 10 in the male pro series standings for season 2025 to date, Didi.
And we can see there in the right-hand column the number of races that each athlete has amassed as we recap our women's standings. Obviously, our women didn't race today. They raced in Hamburg quite some time ago. But we have Ann Reichman leading the series. Jackie Herring, after her win at Ironman Cannes a couple of weeks ago, moved up 15 spots into 3rd place. And Lottie Vilms, with her performance at Ironman Cannes, the other big mover in our professional women's standings for the 2025 IPS, moved up 43 spots into the top 10. Thanks for watching Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship. You can watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in the US and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, you can watch the Pro Series. You can watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Tri YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. For Craig Alexander, I'm Didi Griesbauer. We'll see you for the next Ironman Pro Series race, Ironman 70.3 Swansea, on Sunday, July 13th at 6:30 a.m. British time, 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.